off of people here. That's pretty sick. It's really ridiculous. And if you don't believe me, go to Ballotpedia, look John Kitover, zoom in on the picture. You will see an E7 rank. You will see a soldier with the last name Kitchen. And then you can look up that soldier, and you can see, you can view his Instagram photos with all of his like little posts and all that
That's
stuff.
not an E7 rank. That's a military intelligence insignia on the front breast pocket or on the front breast lapel of my Class A uniform.
No, it's not.
Sorry, but yes, it is.
No. So,
Greg, you can say whatever you want, but it's slander to accuse me of doing, you know.
Stolen valor. I'm going to call stolen valor.
Okay, well then it's slander. And we're going to file the first lawsuit on behalf of the campaign!
You're going to like fucking use a military man's fucking picture, and then you're soliciting funds on that.
It's me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm bald, I know. I lost my hair. Stress! It took it away from me like that.
I just really don't. You're scum. Because you didn't know what happened to that soldier. You don't know if he died. You don't know if he died in the course of duty.
I'm right here. I'm alive. I'm alive. I am alive.
And as far as I'm concerned, the joke's up, and it's pretty fucking disgusting that it went this long, and that you utilized a fucking veteran to have.
I'm alive.
And there is nobody, and you would get your ass beat in. I can promise you that. Go to your VFW posts. They dare you to go out there and fucking talk the shit you do at the bar with a whole bunch of them before your teeth get fucking railed in on the bar there while they're drinking their whiskey.
That's Army, isn't he? And maybe Eric?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, well, we could ping him in here, couldn't we? And go over it?
This is the official roast party of John Kitover.
I can remember
That feels like this shit's so wild.
I'm just thinking chillos and beef.
And I modded Brad FY because I really don't care how things turn out.
But yeah, I don't like it when people grift off of fucking soldiers. I just don't. And
That's grifting.
You were gonna get caught. You knew you were gonna get caught. That's the whole point. You think it's fun. But so now you're
gold butter bars.
Now you got a few laws to tangle. So I'm sure they're gonna find one of those IP addresses. I'm sure they're gonna find.
Bring it, Brad.
I'm sure they're gonna
Bring
go
it.
looking because I'm not playing.
I'm not playing either.
What's the picture you got posted? An E7 in the Army, and the last name on the.
This one might go all day. I might make this my Super Bowl before
It's
I
on
head
the
out.
Ballotpedia, and the campaign says John Kitover.
No sharks.
The four-year butter bar.
It's true.
Yeah, I never heard of that shit before.
It's true. I'm an oddity in the military.
4 fucking years.
Not many people get their butter bars and then just get medically discharged like this guy. I'll be right back.
I leave it to you guys. Have fun.
I invited him back up because it's not my room.
Yeah, I have a question for him as well, if he doesn't mind. Is he still in the room? Ooh.
His PCR's here.
Yeah, John, I had a question for him.
Hold on, I'm looking at it, and the picture is quite fuzzy. Is he talking about his name tag? His name tag definitely says Kitover.
I don't know what he said.
I was kind of looking at, it's, if you click at the link at the top, you can see the picture in question.
I don't do this. Sorry.
I don't want to PTR somebody else's picture. If anybody else is
What is
comfortable,
Brad
I just.
talking about? What tag is he talking about? The only tag I see that has a name is the one above his lapel on the right side that says Kitover.
Brad said his rank said
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Haitian. What's your question?
No, how long you been traveling, bro?
Well, I'm 42 years old. If you're referring to Freemasonry, I'm not a Freemason.
So why do you have an apron in your thing?
Oh, I'm a collector. I have a lot of books and a lot of artifacts and, records, all kinds of interesting information, collectibles.
Okay, I got you. You're the wannabe soldier type guy, right? Wannabe
Yeah, I'm the wannabe. The wannabe congressman, the wannabe second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. A wannabe. Takes a wannabe to know a wannabe.
Wannabe was both Masonic symbols and now you was fucking Mason. I got it.
I don't understand why this is being contested, because that's clearly his photo. I can tell that's Jonathan.
Holly, welcome to the internet. Welcome to the roast. It's a roast. This app is a barbecue. That's what's happening here. And I'm okay with that. I accept the rules of the game.
I don't know you to roast the roast, bro. I'm just fucking really fucking with you. I can really give a fuck. But you
Oh, I agree. I don't think anybody should be on this app wasting their time. That's a you problem.
What's the rank on that thing? I'm not seeing a picture there. I'm not looking for it. I'm looking at it. Brad was saying he was wearing E7 rank and he's saying that he was second lieutenant. That's what Brad was saying.
Okay, all I see are a few pins on his lapel that don't have names on them. They're tiny, they're like these small pins. And then above his right pocket, dress pocket, there's a name tag that says Kitover, but it's just a plain name tag. It's not like a ranking or anything.
Is it a dress uniform or a fatigue uniform? You look at that.
It looks like an officer uniform, like a green, dark green, with gold buttons. And he's got a tie on, he's like accepting an award or something, or
So the rank is there.
where was the rank?
What do you see on the shoulders?
It's on the shoulders. I'm a butter bar. And the insignia on the front is the intelligence insignia, which looks like a star.
No, bro. That's between him and Brad. I didn't see the fucking picture, so.
Don't have pins, there's just like buttons.
Yo, Matt Cool, what is in your picture on Matt Cool?
You can also go to Instagram, and my profile name is John Kitover. You can scroll past all the videos from Politically Correct of you, Haitian talking, and then you can get to my actual military second lieutenant, commissioning ceremony from the Citadel. Totally up to you to figure it out if you want. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not a question of stolen valor. This is a question of stealing $37 trillion and $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that link above right now to give 10, not 11, 10, not $9. Thank you, Clubhouse, aka Clown House, like Haitian here with his dunce hat on our great President Trump.
Oh, that's what's going to keep, man. Oh, Trump crazy. Real talk about these $50 Brad. Oh, yeah, Brad. John. Look at that back, John. What's that? What you claim that's nice?
Wait, did you just say $100? Because I'm over here dancing right now. Please hold.
Yeah, but you said Trump was a great president, so I can't do it.
Ah,
Answer that now. I thought you was really working on some shit.
shucks. That's too bad. I was dancing over here.
Dance. That's what you do best. Dance. Dance, boy. Dance.
They say, join the dance and the partners will find themselves. I'm dancing again. He's dancing, dancing, dancing. Dancing, dancing, dancing. Yeah. Well, Well, Hakima, what have you thought about the morning show for the campaign to elect John Kitover? Were you thoroughly entertained, Hakima? Ashley, were you entertained?
Very much so. You know, but I mean, I am being serious. I am concerned about this state. I've lived here all 36 years of my life, and I've seen everything down here go to shit. Like, our farmlands are being overgrown because farmers don't want to do it. Like, farmers are moving away. You know, I mean, there are fields that I grew up around that they used to drive through, and they were just growing every year. But this year they're like wheat piles, and it's sad. It's really sad down here.
Well, change now is a good motto. I hope Dr. Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, the incumbent, that we are trying to unseat and defeat, I hope we can convince Dr. Adams to change his position, because we need all the clubhouse support we can get. Now, I know some people are going to flip against me on this app, because the contrarian position is always the best position to be in. And I understand Adams' position, but I think eventually we're going to win over Adams. And one night he's going to come gushing in. He's going to change allegiances. He's going to update his PTR to John for Congress. And we are going to take the 16th District of Illinois with Dr. Adams when he breaks the camel's back. I just have a positive vibration. I think Dr. Adams is such a great performer. This might just be a front. And eventually he will turn to the campaign to elect John Kitover, second lieutenant, retired, former sergeant in the Army. Will he win this election? But Ashley, I hear you what you're saying about the farming. You know, I think we have to maximize, our farming, limit our imports, tax the imports, and make sure farmers make as much money as possible at, market rate. But, I'm no farmer. I'm running for Congress, and I work primarily in digital communications. So, I would say document what you're talking about, take photos, shoot videos, make awareness videos on YouTube, TikTok, and, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm constantly calling attention to the problems, the dysfunctional problems in government, the borrowing and spending, the bullshit contracting. So, social media and that court of justice is really the first court of deliberation and reproof. And everyone has that ability to start networking and documenting and being a citizen journalist. So there's really no other way to do it, in my opinion. Even if I win this congressional seat or make the primary, I mean, you're still creating content about what you perceive, as being things to fix. So that's what most of these Congress people do. Most of them just complain and create, Trump crash out videos, but nobody's really documenting and recording the problems that they would actually like to be fixed.
Well, I mean, if something happens, like you're fighting an uphill battle up in northern Illinois, I'm telling you, because I think you're the only Republican on the ballot, aren't you?
Yeah,
That I saw.
other than the guy that I'm
Yeah.
running against, yeah.
Yeah, but if you ever get a chance to drive down here, it's like a 5-hour drive from you, to check out how bad things are down here and like how much they could be improved. But this whole end of the state is completely ignored. The schools are ignored. I worked in the school cafeteria, and I can tell you that like it was canned food, it was frozen food. They didn't even turn on the stove some weeks, right? It was all oven stuff, and it's pretty bad. And then the special education down here is trash. I mean, there's a lot of concerns I have in this state, and it's making it so people that have lived here their whole lives are moving away because you can't afford your property taxes. My taxes doubled this year almost.
What's keeping you there, Ashley? Family?
My grandparents, they're older. They took me in when they didn't have to, so there's no way I'd leave them.
Well, I loved it. I came back into the room to hearing somebody railing against property taxes and giving justice the day it was. There is one person running for office that is in opposition to these said taxes. And if we really care about, property
does, it also puts you in our database, so I can reach out to you to help us with the campaign digitally. And, I know $1 may be a time waster for you, but if you get in our database and we get your email or cell phone number and you're open to receiving messages from the campaign directly, we need direct digital action just as much as on the ground foot action. So your digital footprint and your digital activity can be even more valuable sometimes than on the ground action. Your retweets, your reposts, your citizen journalism, you will be joining a forever campaign until you tell us to stop spending.
Well, if you ever ride down here in my district, I help knock on doors and everything if you can bring awareness to down here, because it's a waste. Like, it could be a good area here.
Well, who is your congressperson in your district?
Let me look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't want to dox myself.
Do you know who Darren Bailey is?
I think I've heard the name.
He's a Republican. He ran for governor. He owns a large farm. He's kind of like our, who's that rancher guy in Wyoming who stood up against the government? They made a movie about him recently. But he's just a very politically active, conservative farmer. And he did not win the governor's race, but he, made a good showing and organized more people, to the Republican Party of Illinois to hopefully, unseat and knock these Democrat psychos who are ruining the state. We're $200 billion in debt. The city of Chicago is $60 billion in debt with hundreds of billions of dollars in liabilities, just like the federal government. But the federal government has $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities and $37 trillion in funded liabilities. But nobody cares about that. Everybody wants to attack the military record of John Kitover and his second lieutenant letter bar status as an officer, a medically retired officer from the U.S. Army National Guard. Mojo, you just missed a very exciting roast of campaign candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Thank you for your service, John. Alice is my boss. She's been for as long as I can remember, too. No, thank you for your service, John.
Don't thank me, Pockets. Don't thank me. Thank all the thousands of dead soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan died fighting for your freedom and liberty to give $1 to John Kitover. Don't thank me.
Pockets, let me just say, the best form of thank you, the most sincere form, is in the form of a donation.
Yeah, it's in the back. Listen, he's gonna say it in the form of giving some money.
Listen, I can't promise you that I won't make drastic cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, but for every $1 you send me, I will give back. Just, I don't know, does $100 million sound fair, Pockets? How about that?
I support what you're doing. I think it's just the fact that I am more emotionally invested and not thinking as logically, because I do work with seniors and I'm very close with a lot of them. So I feel like my emotions do get in the way of my logic on all of this. But I do support what you're doing. I highly support term limits, which I saw that on your website. I think the big deal is putting term limits on people in office. So I highly support that.
Pockets, do you support it $1 worth? $10 worth? $100 worth?
Yeah, fucking do all this.
Wow. Thank you, Pockets.
Ashley, do you ever have the opportunity to go to your local county GOP meetings, if you're on the GOP side or Democrat meetings?
I don't get a chance to, because, trying to find somebody to watch the kids, and there's no way I'd take my kids somewhere like that. They're too hyper.
And you're married though, aren't you? If you watch them.
Yeah, but remember, he's on the boat. Remember, he's on the boat. So,
Well, I don't know what he does. So he goes off.
he's gone for 20 days. Yeah, he's away for 20 long days. This time it was 5 weeks, though, because he went to school.
Wait, hold on. Your man takes off for 28 days.
Yeah, he works on a tugboat.
How do you,
He's actually almost a steersman.
how do you satisfy your needs?
By jacking off.
God.
Toys are the creation of the devil. Chase games.
Vibrators are the devil's toy. I feel like they give you false hope for what is reality, right? Because no dude is going 1,000 miles per minute on my vagina. Like, it's just never happened. So I feel like, gotta get rid of all these toys. It's their lives.
I don't even believe in sex inside marriage.
Wow. Now that is an honest answer for a 36-year-old. Amen.
Ollie, I got a question for you. Since we're on the topic of masturbation, are you left-handed or right-handed?
Right.
Okay. I just want to know. So if I ever meet you in person, I want to know which hand I can shake.
I am not ambidextrous when it comes to masturbating. My right hand plays and I can't do nothing about it. This sucks.
Serendipity, are you in?
I am.
Why is it happening now?
Because you came in the room.
I don't understand.
You did.
I just heard somebody
say no sex in marriage. Are you kidding me?
I'm kidding. It was a troll. It was a troll.
I know.
Hold on.
I would love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, look at God. Look at God. Mojo is totally printer surgery. He can't scream at us for interrupting him either.
That's an accident.
Jehovah was like, don't worry about it, Mojo. You're not saying anything.
Oh, I like being yelled at by a voter. Other people not so much, but when you get like passionate, like heated, it's been like, what else? No. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Meaning, we can't hear you. We can let you speak.
It's just like the fuck, okay?
Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, well, I just want to say, ladies, go ahead and talk about all of your filthy habits. However, if a certain somebody, a friend of mine, enters this room, you need to change the subject because she doesn't like to hear about this.
That's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
You know.
They're grown up. They understand things, and that's not gonna happen. They're just gonna keep on talking their lovely little selves.
The ones who are most silent about the nastiest shit are the ones who are the nastiest.
That's been my experience too. Talking.
Yeah. Gaslighting, right? Gaslighting.
Yes, it's the book girl.
I used to be very, very quiet. Yeah, you were a freak girl. Lady in the streets. Yeah, you weren't even up there. That's the crazy shit.
Apparently, I'm so influential. All I have to do is go into a room.
I know. And I didn't even do it, Kristen. Did you see? I didn't remember. I didn't remember that yet.
Yeah.
I was a very good girl.
I'll be honest, I don't like talking about it.
I don't know. My best friend, my closest friends, we talk about sex, but I'm not big on
No, I
talking.
totally understand.
No. I'd rather tell my strangest desires to strangers. No, my friends will look at me. My friends will look at me and be like, I'm never sleeping over your house again. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was very judged.
Can I make a
Of
suggestion?
course.
Yeah.
So, take how many times you masturbate per month and multiply that by 2.5, and that's the denomination that you should donate to Joe.
So I only $20.50.
I'm in the nomination. Cash App is open. Yeah, I get off my draining those bank accounts.
I think I owe him $25.
I gotta say that was
Cash App and bio?
an intense roast
No,
room.
it's not really.
I threw
Roasted you, Don. I'm so confused. I missed it.
Brad really roasted me because he was
No, I'm
upset.
gonna go back to that.
He was very upset that he never made it to an officer status in the U.S. Army. You know, and I respect his service and I respect his strength and courage. But if you're going to accuse me of stolen valor, I believe that is slander. And also, if you're going to come on here all day, every day, and make homicidal ideation death threats against people, particularly the young people who are recording you, and if you are a business professional and you do work in insurance or whatever the hell you do, I think you're an absolute madman to come on a social audio chat app under your legal name making death threats. I think that might not have repercussions for your career or job, etc. So, I mean, be careful, throwing stones. And Dr. Adams, I am 100% confident that we are going to get Dr. Adams to change over to the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress and ditch Darren LaHood, the rhino, a vaccinologist, and super debt creator.
I just don't get what picture he was referring to. The one on Wikipedia clearly says Kitover. I don't see kitchen anywhere.
Yeah, and I Googled you, John. I Googled you. You're fucking everywhere. It's not really hard to find you. I was really dying yesterday when people kept saying, like, you're not who you say you are. I'm like, but he's literally everywhere online. Like, you go on your YouTube, you see your face, you hear the voice, it's the same. I don't understand what's going on.
And the young man in the Wikipedia photo that Brad referenced, who's accepting some sort of award, military award, it's clearly John. It's a younger, obviously John.
That's a commissioning.
So I'm very.
That's a commissioning ceremony photo. Yeah, that's when I got my butterbars pinned on when I was maybe a second.
Yeah, you can't take away that nose, man. You got a very distinct nose. Like you can't copy that. I was confused as well. Right? Actually, I mean, I think you would be on the channel. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I was in also
His eyes, is he having a hard time seeing? I mean, I love Brad. I'm just saying that it clearly did say Kitover. I didn't see any other place on his shirt that said word or letters. That was the only place that had letters. So and he said Wikipedia photo. So I don't know what other photo he could have been looking at.
It's a real thing, Holly, that like if you think something is there, you're gonna see it. People are just fucking, they believe it so hard sometimes. It's what they think, and you can't prove wrong. There was a court that the couple of girls not have a monocle. He did not have a monocle, and there was I want to copy it. Look, I don't care what anyone says. Again, he didn't have a black tail. He didn't have a black tail. I'll give him I still have their Pokemon. Pikachu. Pikachu, you have a black tail. Nah, dude, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Like, that, it makes me so mad that I be questioning if I'm retarded or not. So,
Bears, it's the Berenstain Bears.
I said Looney Tunes, what spelled different? I'm like, no, it's okay, it's alright. What about like, four coffees? I was like, four coffees. That was Sinbad. I was like, no, that existed. It was like Sinbad and the, being a genie. Like that. Yeah, I am Sinbad. Yeah. And when they're saying that there was an album, yeah, I like that. Was there saying the title of the movie different, or there was just never a movie? I don't know, but there's something about it that they're saying. I think it was never. So now you making us guess what the Mandela effect was with that. Alright, well, here's the thing. I don't really care. You can mess with my mind. You can make me question things. At the end of the day, I don't care. Like, are my bills being paid? I'm sorry, I'm not much. But are my bills being paid? Do I have a job the next day? Are my cats and dogs fed? Do I have Mojo's attention? All of these things. Right. First and foremost,
Well, hold on. Oh, wait, the best way to get my attention these days is to click that link above. Smash that link above and leave a generous donation. That's the best way to get my attention.
how much did you donate, Mojo?
I'm going to keep my donation level private, but John is very aware of what I get.
I need you promoting my TikTok. I need you promoting my TikTok. You are good.
So, question, Kristen, and like, I don't want to put any pressure on you, but, so, in your support of John Kitover's campaign, are you prepared to like and share the images, or are you able to volunteer in a different way? Are you going to be using cash donations? Like, how are you planning to help the John Kitover for Congress?
I don't know yet. Currently, my cousin is my president.
Well, if you,
What if we just did this? What if everyone in this room that hasn't given at all, what if you were to just click that link and just as a gesture of goodwill, leave $1. Doesn't mean that will be the last dollar. Maybe it isn't the last dollar you need. But what if everyone in this room right now, including those that have already given, such as myself, what if we just click the button and give $1 right now, just to recognize that we are in support? It's $1. It's $1. $1. We can all afford $1. It's depending on what state you live in, that might be the cost of a single egg. If you can give $1 for a single egg, certainly you can give $1 for somebody that's going to advocate for policies that will lower your cost of eggs.
If you want my personal information, Jojo, all you have to do is
I have no access to this information whatsoever.
well, then I guess you won't be happy.
I'll put $1 in an envelope and send it to you. I just have cash.
I want to speak to the people in the good, people that are well-resourced, like Dr. Adams.
Have been, but I could be wrong.
Well, Dr. Adams he's a doctor for crying out loud. As a doctor, I'm sure he has an excellent salary. I think we can get Dr. Adams' department at least one of his hard-earned dollars today. Dr. Adams, please let us know once you click the button and you give it your support for John Kitover. Wallace, hopefully you've given.
I'm also hoping Matt Cool can give. Is Matt Cool still in the room? No, he's not.
I don't think Matt Cool's as well-resourced as Dr. Adams, but Wallace grew up in the same area that I did, and I know that living in that area, he's got at least one disposable dollar that he can donate.
You know what I have to say there, Joe, is that I'm so grateful that my dollar is worth just as much as anybody else's dollar. Because I am currently in a country that used to be a first world country. Now slowly turning into a second world country. And I'm slowly turning into a second class. And I'm not very happy about that, but at least my money holds value.
Well, don't forget about the Clubhouse Anonymous. I think that by, giving money to this campaign, it's a better investment than even investing in Clubhouse Anonymous, because I already have a Clubhouse Anonymous, and if there are conversations that you'd like to anonymously listen on through my YouTube, Instagram, or X account, or Clubhouse accounts, you don't even have to pay the $5 to get the anonymous feature.
John, when you factor in every dollar collected plus the matching fund, what is the grand total that the campaign is at in less than 48 hours of kicking it off?
We're at $1,100.
Wow. That's less than 48 hours. Imagine where we're going to be 2 weeks in.
I really want to optimize my time here and try to probably make, I have 2 offices in my house, and I know if I want to do more, I got to be in the other room and let these rooms run engaging and doing controlling my time is a challenge with the stickiness of creating these types of rooms. But the Craigslist ads are not generating responses, so I have to find another way. It could be Facebook, and there's more work I need to do to get campaign volunteers. When I ran for committee person, I had people coming out of the woodworks to help me. But this, because there's a lot less people involved, geographic proximity of Rockford and Peoria, but connecting with real people on the ground there that are sick of Darren the Hood is going to be fun.
I would reach out to a guy by the name of Kid Max. He's an elected member of the state executive committee of the Libertarian Party, and just connect with him. Kid Max, Mattes. You can find him if you look at the Libertarian Party of Illinois. It's on the website. Reach out to him directly. You can mention Roger Mayhem and just say that you want to bend his ear a little bit and see if he's interested in discussing ways to defeat the hood.
Okay, guys,
Check to
information.
holiday.
Ken Matz. Okay, he's got a Facebook and a website. Now we get to work.
He's also on this app, so you can tell him that he can come join any of these conversations on here. If that's easier for him. But a private conversation would probably be a good addition. I wonder if your piece is going to donate. I know that she talks a lot about looking to help the black community. Maybe she's willing to vote in someone that wants the same thing she wants for the black community. Let's bring your piece in. Yes, your piece. John Kitover is running for Congress. You include the link above. What he's hoping to do is make sure that the ways that government intrudes in our lives and ensure that you see the way that they intruded in the lives of your people. You might find a great ally in John Kitover. But click on that link. That's the first step. And prayerfully consider it a generous donation.
I have a question. Let me. I'm alright. No, you go ahead.
Mine's totally off topic, so forgive if you want to say I'm right.
I was just gonna say, I would have $1, but the thing won't let me use my Cash App remotely.
You can use your credit card, debit card, Apple Pay.
I know, I just prefer, like, if it's not a well-known site, to use my Cash App, and I can't find my card.
Well, I do have Cash App, but it won't, go into the campaign account, unfortunately. I can put it in a campaign account and match it on your behalf, but you have to trust me to do that. People want to make sure that campaign disclosure laws are adhered to.
Oh, dude, send me your Cash App. I'll send you. Message me right now.
We have Brad back in the room who just conducted the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover. And I thank you, Brad, for all that content. Even though you didn't give $1, you content is invaluable to the campaign. So I salute you, warrior, hero, Brad.
You did forget the fact that you used that sergeant in E7. You used his picture before in season 2, right? You forget that you went around and said you were a veteran multiple times, and then got caught lying on it. And I believe there's even a video because you recorded it all the time, things like that. But you went around using that same photo.
Brad, episode 2.
Realize all this shit, right? Like, there's nothing criminal.
Brad, I'm not an E7. I finished in the Army National Guard as a butter bar, an officer, which you did not become. You're not a gentleman. I am a gentleman, an officer, a medically retired U.S. Army intelligence officer, and former infantry sergeant in the National Guard. That's my military record, Brad. You can go on and on and on and on, but that's my military record.
So you're soliciting funds for a campaign as a veteran, correct?
100% correct.
Okay, so you realize it's a federal crime, right?
Go ahead and file the federal charges, and then you can have my DD-214s, and then maybe if you keep making death threats on Clubhouse, you too will have federal charges.
Brad, so I gotta ask you, I'm confused. Okay, you said the photo on Balapedia, right?
Correct, yeah. Okay, he's used this before. You remember that shit? And you got exposed. The veteran who actually was on that photo came on the call and said, why are you using my grad?
Brad, you may have a traumatic brain injury, but that never happened.
Brad, that is 100% John. I don't understand. That is definitely his face. And it said Kitover. Oh, wait. It said Kitover on the name tag.
No, it doesn't. It says Kitchen.
Zoom in. It was 100%.
It does not. It says Kitchen. You better look it up. And it's also not an officer's uniform.
It is, it's a Class A uniform.
I zoomed in. It says Kitover.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry.
Run your AI algorithm, email them, and look it up and say, oh, okay, let's say Kitchen.
Brad, you're gonna have egg all over your face on this one. I hate to break the bad news to you, but I am a veteran and I'm a graduate of the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina. I hate to break that news to you, but it's the truth. I'm not doing stolen valor and I'm not lying.
That's
And,
all right.
don't know what to tell you.
What's the oath you take? Just give me the first 2 sentences.
The oath is the swearing-in ceremony.
Where you go right in the oath, yeah. Just
I, John Kitover, do solemnly swear to uphold and, allegiance. It's not like I have it memorized, Brad.
Yeah, that's right. How many things are playing go against you?
No, Brad.
Okay, Brad, let me ask you this
Everybody in
question,
this
Brad.
room, look
Brad.
it up. It's definitely him. I'm like actually kind of concerned for you right now. Like, it definitely says Kitover, and it's clearly his face. Like, there's just no doubt about it.
Don't picture up, do a Google search, and it'll say Kitchen on the last name. Ask your AI, identify this soldier and their rank and thing.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, Brad, I'm not lying, and I'm not making anything up. If you want to come to Chicago, I will invite you in my office and show you all of my military records, and show you pictures and prove to you who I am that I say I am.
Also, you might be a butter bar for 4 years in the military. That just doesn't happen.
I wasn't a butter bar in the military for 4 years. I was first a PFC specialist, and then a sergeant in the U.S. Army National Guard in the infantry. And then when I graduated college in 05, I became a butter bar. And then I was medically discharged in August of 2006.
And soliciting funds as a veteran, or proposing as a veteran that is valid.
It's not stolen valor. I'm a Service Connect disabled veteran, Brad. What you're doing is slander, sir, and you're no gentleman. And if you keep doing it, I will find a lawyer in Chicago to send you a cease and desist.
Well, I can find all of it.
Okay, great. Well, everything's being recorded, so the Court of Social Justice will prove that, you're making false accusations. You may have a traumatic brain injury, I don't know, but what you're doing is not genuine, sir. I'm being transparent here. But I am going to disengage from Clown House today. And, it gets very tiresome, and I need to essentially meditate, focus on my health, because a good congressional candidate takes care of himself.
Like I said, taking funds as a donation or soliciting funds and posing that you were a veteran when you were not is stolen valor. Not going to pretend you're a veteran. And the aspect people aren't demonstrating with you. So the problem comes is when you receive benefits or funds or you raise some kind of financial gain in it, then it becomes a crime. So guess what, like, you, well, I guess Roger at this point, since he's advertising your campaign, and anybody there, since you said you raised what, $1,000, technically in violation of crime because you posed as an officer on an officer that you already used in Clubhouse season 1 and pretended to do.
Brad, it's not. I'm not posing. It's a fact. I hate to break the news to you. And I don't go around this app making death threats nonstop to obese Democrat liberal women who are, interrupting you every other sentence. I mean, if you want to tell people to grow a sense of balls, try to talk to people the way you'd like to be talked to, and maybe you can end the vicious cycle of death threats in your life.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you walk into any AFW post in Chicago, okay, why don't you go to Great Lakes, which is right there at the back.
Brad, I'm in the American Legion, post 777. The commander, his name is John. You're more than happy to go hang out with the American Legion anytime you want.
There you go. So, like I said,
Like you said, Ugats. Brad, I'm not doing stolen valor, and what you're doing is slander. Grow up and stop doing what you're doing.
I also found from 2002, looks like John Kitover was with the Citadel. The Citadel team captain lead by example. It's an article, and it goes on. He is listed as one of the top performers by sport. It says John Kitover, baseball in your physical education 3.85, or no, maybe it's John Kitover dash rifle. Sorry, 3.82 business administration. Is that right, John?
Yeah, I was on the NCAA rifle team, and you do .177 caliber, put on these giant suits, and I think what else? Yeah, that was the main sport I did in college.
So there's confirmation of that.
as its evidence presents so Brad, are you willing to apologize as the evidence? No, because the picture's already been used before and got called out on it by the actual guy. This is not anything. He's not a veteran. He is, sir. He's full of shit. And he's collecting funds. He got called out for this shit season 1 and season 2 using the same fucking photo. Because he went on somebody's Instagram, one of the veterans that was on here, and took his photo. That's how you get this.
Brad, I'm not going to go all day, but you may force me to defend my character that you're impugning and creating a slanderous libel trail on my YouTube live stream. But you know what? I let it go because I know that Clubhouse is a roast room. It's a roast show, and running for Congress takes a lot of strength and courage that you can only develop and perfect through military service, in my opinion. Having been to the Citadel, graduating as a second lieutenant, going through 4 years of ROTC, serving in advanced infantry training in Fort Benning, Georgia, working with generals, colonels, all the time in communication, going to a general's office, going to a colonel's office, doing real military communication. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Brad, but I'm not doing stolen valor. And, what you're doing is slander and maybe illegal with your death threats on this app. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but Brad, I'm telling you, as a gentleman and a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, it is not intelligent to come on Clownhouse and constantly make death threats to people. It's not intelligent. It's just my opinion. But who am I to give advice? Just a stolen valor schmuck, according to you. So, just telling you, don't throw stones and go look in the mirror.
Well, I also want to read something that while participating in the medical team. Like, how do you counter those things?
Yeah, that just. And I mean, I guess what I'm stopped at is it's so obvious that the photo is John. It's clearly John. I don't understand.
It's not. Its intention is the last name. Because again, he uses this kid before. Again, he used this photo before. So how you might believe it? I don't fucking care. You can spell it retarded too. I don't fucking care. You don't hang your time. I'm just telling Republicans. This guy is fucking soliciting, making his entire listing. He said a bunch of shit that isn't even true. He can't achieve anything of what he said. His medical discharge, it was a sergeant major that we made into an officer. No, the motherfucker would be 50 fucking years old.
Sergeant Major, what are you talking about? I never claimed to be a sergeant major. I finished up as an enlisted soldier as a sergeant, Brad, a sergeant in the U.S. Army National Guard.
What rank is that?
E5 soldier, who?
Okay. So you got your E5 here, who spent all that time and then all of a sudden Mustanged up and became an officer. Yeah, and then you went to.
It's called graduating college at the Citadel, Brad. The Citadel! The Citadel! That's how you say it, Brad. The Citadel!
Underwear guy who's got pee stains on him with 15 phones in front of him. Like, yeah, okay.
Pea stains? What are you talking about? Pea stains? Who's got pea stains on their clothing? That's disgusting, Brad. You know, Brad, I described you yesterday as a heat-seeking missile.
Instagram photos, Holly, and you tell me this guy with the 20 phones in front
Yeah, Brad, why have you never accepted my Instagram friend requests? I've requested you on so many of my accounts. You've never accepted.
Brad, I'm not defending who John is in the community. I'm not talking about any of that, whether I like it or not. Okay, the name tag says Kitover. The face is John.
It says fucking kitchen. Let's see alternate guy. Let's see alternate after I fucking cooked his ass earlier. It says kitchen. Even Adams, even other people in the audience who submit that holy shit, it does say kitchen.
Everyone here zoomed in. We all look really closely. Actually, it's a little clearer if you zoom a little bit out. Because the closer you get, the closer it gets. But clearly Kitover.
The soldier's name is Kitchen. Literally Kitchen. Now, if John changed the picture and did some fucking Photoshop real quick after I cooked his ass, that's different. But I'm telling you right now, when I'm looking up and looking through this poll, and again, yeah, I ran it through fucking, I'll use this chat GPT, whatever this fucking thing is. It's Kitchen. Comes in as Kitchen.
Thank you, Hakima. So I'm going to put my Instagram profile in the chat. Scroll down to the bottom of the profile. You can see more military photos. And Hakima, and I'm going to upload a special military photo from Fort Benning, Georgia, where I'm with two African American men in the field taking a photo. We were good friends.
ChatGPT says the photo says Kitover, not Kitchen.
Also, Hakima, the African Americans in the United States Army taught me how to crib walk. So if you ever come to the Lady Hawk, you can see my crib walk dance. I might spell out Hakima. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover, former U.S. Army officer in the intelligence of the United States Army. That's right. Finished my time at Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Was medically discharged from Fort Huachuca, Arizona in August of 2006, ladies and gentlemen. That's how I ended my career in the U.S. Army National Guard.
PDF and pulled it up. It literally said kitchen. So I don't know what you guys were looking at because I still have it on the tab up here and I still have the photo. And it was kitchen. And again, this is the same photo that shit used in season 1 or 2 of Clubhouse. He was like trying to hang around Veteran Circle doing this fucking bizarre fucking bullshit behavior. Sitting there going and streaming people and he was all treated this way. It's the same thing. Except now he's just basically soliciting funds, posing himself as a veteran. This motherfucker never served. This motherfucker never put on a uniform. This motherfucker never went to the Citadel.
Well, not only that, you can do a quick little search online and you can find it in background of going to the Citadel. I mean, like, I'm so confused. But this information's easily searchable.
Okay, Brad. Brad, PTR, because you're too lazy to look at my Instagram where you just don't know how, but look at my PTR. That's the actual officers, the lieutenant colonel and the major pinning my butter bars on. If you don't think that's me, I don't know what to tell you. I know I'm 42 now and I don't have any hair, but that is John Kitover, aka me, in the photo. Look at my PTR. That's my commissioning ceremony at the Citadel after I finally graduated college.
That's not you.
It's me, Brad. I'm gonna post more photos. It's me. Again. Brad, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
know better than you. I tell you what.
Okay, Brad, you're gonna tell me my life better than I know it. Okay, this is peak Clubhouse insanity. I'm just gonna keep posting more photos. Please hold, Brad.
How many general orders?
Brad, please hold. I'm updating PTR photos.
You couldn't even remember the.
Carry out the commander's intent, you schmuck. Protect your people and protect the assets and the equipment, Brad. Those are the first 3 general orders. I hate to break it to you, but you're talking to a former butter bar here. I'm updating the PTRs. Brad, you're gonna lose this one. You're gonna lose it.
Yeah, I think you're a fucking moron. I think you're full of shit. Don't they do? I know I won't apologize. Fuck you, fuck them, fuck him.
Listen, Brad, here's another PTR for you. This is me graduating the Citadel. That's my Citadel, senior uniform, holding my diploma. Look at that. And that's Major General Grinnells, a Marine Corps general.
Probably again, this isn't this motherfucker here.
It is, Brad. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're wrong, dude.
This is not Edmund again.
It's John Kitover, Edmund Dakin. I live on Edmund Street, you schmuck. Edmund is not my name. My name is John Zachary Kitover.
Prank that John or that Roger cooked up with.
This is not a prank, Brad. This is not a prank.
Hoping he gets to maybe you're hoping he gets over the limit of $1,000. In which case, the FBI actually does come to the door.
No, Brad. The FBI comes to the door and shoots me. All right, I'm going to have to notify the FBI in Chicago now that you're mentioning them. And I know the head, Ed Ross back here in Chicago. I've interviewed with him. I know who he is. No ankle monitor on this. That's just a strap to my paddleboard down by my boat that I'm headed to, Brad. I hate to break the news to you, but... No, I didn't name it Amistad. That was Mojo here. It's called Lady Hawk. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lot of fun, and Brad, I gotta hand it to you. We mean shit. Without you, there would be no conflict, and it would be the most boring recording ever made. So I'm gonna post the YouTube live. You can see me in my Trump hat, in my Jesus Christ t-shirt that I bought on eBay. And you can see a former U.S. Army 2nd Lieutenant Butterbar. And if you want to call my roommate at the Citadel, who has used me for his ground investigations as he's moved up into the military-industrial complex, I'd be happy to give you references, referrals, people that know me, that served with me. And I don't know what to tell you, Brad, but I'm not lying. I did not deploy to Afghanistan, and I did not deploy to Iraq, but I did serve in the U.S. Army National Guard here in Chicago, in South Carolina, in Georgia, in Washington, and in Arizona. That's my record, Brad, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm recording myself live, so if I'm sitting here doing stolen valor, as you suggest, I would suggest that what you're doing, sir, is slander. and it could be libelous and results in actual financial damages.
I say you're full of shit. I say you're using stolen valor, and I say you're a fucking fake. Bring the lawsuit on because discovery comes into play.
Sounds good. Can't wait for you to discover the truth that you're a schmuck. I hate to break the bad news to you.
And you're fake. And it counts.
Let me get this YouTube live so you remember where the video's at, because you're gonna watch this in the future after you join the campaign to elect John Kitover and give $10. You're gonna, Brad, there's gonna be time in the future. So I'm gonna send you my DD214s. I'm gonna send you my DD2, and I'm gonna send you the last one, the discharge DD214, that you use to get all kinds of benefits that you know about.
I don't care who you got. Like again, when this actually comes out, and Roger and others admit that this is all a big scam, and then if Holly can sit down there, and again, she can sit there and scream.
Brad, I wouldn't waste their time if this was a scam. This is a pretty shitty scam if it's a scam, let me tell you. It's a big waste of time if it's a scam, you schmuck.
I'm not your enemy. I'm really flexed with it.
And again, he tried. It's season 1. The same picture was used. It's bullshit.
And at that time, I was running for committee person, not Congress. We've upgraded to the highest level next to running for senator, which hopefully we will, or one day we'll run for mayor of Chicago. You never know where this train's gonna go, Brad.
And then you actually were bigger than Chris Kyle, and then you knew more, and you actually served along. You gave this.
Chris Kyle? I never served with Chris. No, you know who I did serve it with was Pat Tillman. He was at Fort Benning. Not with me in my platoon or my company, but we saw him at a distance. And again, this was in the summer of 2002 that I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, with Pat Tillman, who is now dead. And get this, I go to a VC incubator here in Chicago, and I meet the president of the Pat Tillman Association. And I got his business card, and I said, isn't it crazy that the family had to fight so hard to get the U.S. government to admit what happened to Pat? And he just shook his head. There wasn't much to be said, but I don't know if you saw this, but Pat Tillman's brother recently drove a car into a bank, I believe, in Arizona. I'm not making this up. I will get the link and post it right now. Please hold. So,
That person that you're alluding to actually speaks with this
that's right.
Like I said, bullshit. And again, don't doubt me next time when I tell you don't fucking fall for this shit.
We know he looks like through YouTube. We've heard his voice, so we know this is the same individual as on YouTube. And then if you pair that, what you see in the YouTube videos with the photos, the military photos, that's the same person as well. So how could this not be the person in the photos when we can link it
It's
to
fake.
YouTube?
It's fake. Again, it's a big troll. It's a trick. It's like believing that Roger really fetishizes about Monica and thinks she's a wonderful person, and that he thinks she's beautiful. It's full of shit.
Brad, PTR, that's me with my commissioning documents, my oath and signature to uphold the U.S. Constitution. It's me in my new Class A uniform with military intelligence pinnings in the front and on my epitaphs or whatever it is. I got my gold bars on there, so I'm clean shaven.
Epaulets that you can't even
Epaulets,
pronounce.
you know.
Something that
I was gonna ask you, how do you say epaulets? I couldn't think about how to say it
I
correctly.
thought an officer who was military intelligence would have
I'm going to tell you again, if you keep slandering me and committing libel, I'm going to hire the best campaign attorney that this campaign can afford, and we are going to roast you on Clubhouse. But I wouldn't dare waste a dollar that anyone has given to this campaign to sue you. I hope the constituents know that I would never waste a dollar of this campaign fund. Wasting my time suing Bradley from Clownhouse. I'm not gonna sue you. You should be worried about what you're saying on this app, Brad.
Taking care of the mentally ill. I will for sure press charges and say you are mentally ill. Get you locked up in that hospital so they have fluorescein lithium injected into your ass for and kind of continuous basis.
Oh my gosh, Brad.
I think it'd be a fantastic.
Brad, relax. Relax, Brad. Relax. You know, I say friends for life. I agree with most things you say on this app, except when you're making death threats. It's the only time I don't agree with what you're saying. But I know you're a wealth of information. I've asked you where you get your information. You told me all these amazing sources, and I was like, wow, this guy really cares and he knows a lot. So I'm not trying to have conflict with you, but I'm also trying to defend myself because what you're doing, sir, is slander, and you are no gentleman. Anyone who comes on a Clownhouse social audio app to use profanity and vulgar against low IQ racists like Keegan or Pepe or screaming at that beautiful, what's her face? Anyways, the ladies that you were screaming at, making them cry because they may be obese and you told them some unfortunate truths. All I can say is that I do not like making women cry. It makes me feel uncomfortable. What I'm trying to do is find a recording from 2 days ago when you were saying atrocious things to women. I don't know, that violates the rules of this house. I won't bring in old drama. Let's just be in the now, in the muff.
And for those of you who Cindy, I don't know what this fucking idiot's name is. Holly, Iman, Roger. Yes, he was. I don't have to tell you, serendipity. And you have one first job. You never served. You never put on a uniform. You never had to fucking. You don't even know what the parts of your uniform are. Again, next time, pull a trick, but make it more believable. It's almost as believable as Roger wanting the whitest of white women and the fattest of fattest women, Monica, to you know, and flirt with, because they I'm sure well know that that's not Roger's type. I've known Roger for 4 or 5 fucking years. It ain't his type. So, I mean, again, it makes it control. I'll give you that. And apparently you got a lot of people, including Holly, who's all butthurt about it. My type is evolving.
I'm not butthurt. Why? I don't understand why you think I'm upset.
Well, Brad, I don't know what to tell you, but I'll tell you what I did do when I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, after we did the bayonet, which is a 20-mile rock into a river where you go across a wire and then you assault a turret or a mill box. And I gotta tell you, we would have gotten wiped out. There was no leadership. The drill sergeants disappeared and they observed from a distance, and we would have all gotten wiped out. Nobody was formed in a way that would have prevented friendly fire. We were trained for many months, and I'll tell you, the after action ready review with our drill sergeants, they dropped their heads and were shaking their heads in total disbelief of why we all just got, eliminated by this, enemy position. And I had to agree with them. We were totally uncoordinated, and it was pathetic, but we were also exhausted, and I think everybody was just like, this is it, it's finally over. But we did not take out that enemy turret, because I gotta say, I don't know what happened to us, but our conditioning, our training to do flank movements and assault positions, we got wiped out. So, that was the bayonet. That's the culmination. And then from there, you go into the forest and you drink fruit punch, and you see all the banners from all the different military conquests of America, from World War II to World War I to battles in Cuba. You see all these incredible flyers and banners they put up, and then you drink fruit punch. That's how infantry training culminates at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Well, I bet you drank a lot of fruit punch. I mean, are what you drink. So, yeah, you are. That's it.
Brad, it's a metaphor for blood, blood, blood. Not in a fruity way, Brad. Don't project. I'm just saying that you drink fruit punch because it's a metaphor for being bloodthirsty warriors.
I will hand it to you, Roger. You did one of the most epic trolls on here. I mean, you surpassed a lot of people on here. I mean, you may have actually beat Alex New York. I think hats off to you, sir. You did it. I congratulate you. Again, running a campaign and having admin pretend that he's a veteran and he's other people and he's got all these credentials, even getting Holly to believe it. Like, holy fuck, I never thought some people would be that dupable or gullible or any of those. I hats off to you. Holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm no longer going to stop people and call out bullshit and stop you Republicans and conservatives when you actually come back at me and then you'll say, oh, I'm crazy, I'm dumb. Yeah, for 5 years, you're going to now say, oh, I'm going to take this guy seriously. All of a sudden in a month, because Roger gave your blood. This is the most sheep herding mentality I have ever heard of. And it's insane. It's actually insane. Hats off to you, Roger. You win.
Well, Brad, you know what else is insane? Coming on social audio chat apps and making death threats. That too could be illegal. Not just insane, but illegal. Now, I am accused often of illicit recordings, which could be violating Illinois or federal law. However, I have to say, in today's day and age, live streaming all your activities, especially your political activities, could be the safest move you make in anticipation of some type of lawsuit or counter lawsuit. Because every time you get sued, guess what you can do? You can counter sue. So change is now, and we need you, the roasters of candidate Congressman John Kitover, to donate $10, not $11, not $9, but $10. Click that link above right now.
Do it. Go ahead. Give 100. Give 1,000. Give 10,000. Again, I recommend it. Everybody believe it. I think I've done my work here. I've done it twice in one day. I'm on a roll. I've cooked Keegan yesterday. I've trusted the army sucks anyway. Like, you guys are a bunch of beta bitches, so it makes sense that you're gonna try to grab those beta bitches for the chair force. But I mean, it's a close tie there.
He was in the Navy, this guy.
I mean,
This guy was in the Navy.
But yeah, go ahead, Holly. Continue to do that. Have fun. Win this round.
I haven't even said I'm supporting him in any way, shape, or form, financially or otherwise. Why do you keep taking it all too far?
Edmund is a veteran. Is the newest fucking.
That was revelry there. That was me whistling revelry. There's no way I could whistle that unless I listened to that thousands of times. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had another exciting edition of Clown House Drama. Heated conversations about nothing. People causing crises, causing slander, causing all kinds of chaos here on Clown House. Chaos agents, as I like to call them. Men that are not gentlemen. They don't know the first thing about being a gentleman, a soft man, a supple man. Someone who has stopped with the road raging, sick and tired of people lying and borrowing and spending on your behalf. If you're sick of people like that, then you need to give $1 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. Hooah! We got the quotation marks down there, or apostrophes, who is a friend of the show and a fellow Clubhouse recorder. He might be, we'll see, is contributing. Thank you, we'll see. God bless you. Serendipity, if you want to mod me, I will remove the poll, which I will say 80% of people voted that I am a veteran. 20% say no effing way this idiot served. Now, I understand if you said that this idiot didn't serve because I am a clown. I'm a comedian, and clowns are stupid idiots. So, but there's a mystical approach to being stupid that I think maybe you are overlooking. But let me pin the link again, and then this will be the final campaign shout out for a donation today, because we have to get out of the clown house. This is beyond pathetic that we're here these many hours. I feel like it's not helping the campaign, it's hurting my physical body because I need to exercise. I have been skipping the gym because Roger Mayhem has been pushing it to the limit. Every day mojo's positive, vibration grows in strength in this house, in the muff. You see what I'm talking about? That's super positive vibration. Okay, click the link above. Link has been pinned. The campaign to elect John Kitover, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an EIN, we have a bank account, we have an FEC filing. To run for Congress, we have a campaign financial disclosure we have submitted, and we have raised $1,100, $550 yesterday, and I'm matching the other $550. Dr. Adams, I know we can convince you. Wallace, I think you've contributed. I thank you, and anybody else here who is considering it. Just remember that I'm fully transparent. Tell me your priority, and I will put it in our collection of priorities, and we will see where your priority lines up with all the priorities and how we can financially optimize by winning this congressional district. I can tell you how Darren LaHood has optimized his congressional district by creating $20 trillion in debt. You can look at all the HR acts that he votes on and the top 10 HR acts in terms of dollar amounts. And there's his name on some of the biggest multi-trillion omnibuses in American congressional history. It's right there. Just Google Darren LaHood HR acts or go on Grok and ask, dear Grok, please tell me the largest HR acts that Darren LaHood has voted on, and then tag Darren LaHood and say, all the voters in District 16 should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover on X. Go to John Kitover, IL, on X right now. See, all this heated debate with Brad, we could have just spent some time creating content and posting on X to attack and unseat Darren LaHood, but instead, we've got road ragers on this app who, once they get behind the wheel, they are incapable of going from point A to point B without yelling at somebody, getting in an accident, getting out of their car and punching out the other driver and screaming all kinds of profanities, vulgarities, and homicidal death ideation on Clown House. Am I deaf or am I just hearing things? Sometimes I don't know. I let it go. I don't live my life in fear. I don't think a jihadist or some mountain man screaming at me on a social audio app is going to come to Chicago and waste his time. But if they want to look at my DD214s, which I have to use all the time, I'd be happy to show them to you. Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not lying to you. I'm totally transparent and telling you the truth. Making a real financial disclosure. Not just my financial disclosure, but a federal financial disclosure. Spending is out of control. Stop the borrowing, stop the spending. I created a famous mantra on this app called CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. But the new one is stop borrowing, stop spending. Or stop spending, stop borrowing. That's the new mantra of the campaign. I know Brad has Clubhouse derangement syndrome. He attacks everybody. And in the process, he's his own worst enemy. That's not how I live my life. I'd rather be poolside or at the beach right now playing volleyball, sipping on a daiquiri, doing yoga, not on Clown House, defending my honor, my character, and my sacred honor. I should have just said character and sacred honor, but you get the point. But Brad did read with us in the other room, so I'll give that shout out to Brad. You know, not everybody read a book with us. He did. So I stand with Brad, even though Brad doesn't stand with me. That's true Christian character. What reward do you have in heaven unless you're willing to let it go? You know, you got to get that. You got to go the extra step in communication. I'd like to read a couple Bible verses before we end or I leave in the muff. I hope they're more helpful to you than anything you've listened to so far today, because I get the feeling that it's just the Brad show, or the Keegan show, or the Jazzy show, or the Roger Mayhem show, or the John Kitover show. Right now, it's the John Kitover show, which, you know, it's my favorite show. And I'm not narcissistic or self-centered. I just, you know, I like reading. That's when I like, when I'm speaking through reading a book, that's when I'm happiest. So take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Listen to this. Every nursery rhyme contains profound magical secrets which are open to everyone who has made a study of the correspondences of the Holy Kabbalah. To puzzle out an imaginary meaning for this nonsense sets one thinking of the mysteries. One enters into deep contemplation of holy things, and God Himself leads the soul to a real illumination. Hence also the necessity of incarnation. The soul must descend into all falsity in order to attain all truth. For instance, old Mother Hubbard went to her cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. Who is this ancient and venerable mother of whom it is spoken? Verily, she is none other than Bina, as is evident in the use of the holy letter H with which her name begins. Nor is she the sterile mother Ama, or Ama, but the fertile Ama, for within her she bears Val, the son. For the second letter of her name and the penultimate is the son Tifereth, the son. The other three letters of her name, B, A, and D, are the three paths which join the three supernals. To what cupboard did she go? Even to the most secret caverns of the universe. And who is this dog? It is not the name of God spelt Kabbalistically backwards. And what is this bone? This bone is the wand, the holy lingam. The complete interpretation of the rune is now open. This rhyme is the legend of the murder of Osiris by Typhon. The limbs of Osiris were scattered in the Nile. Isis sought them in every corner of the universe, and she found all except his sacred lingam, which was not found until quite recently, vide Fuller, the star in the west. Let us take another example from this rich storehouse of magic lore. Little Bo Peep, she lost her sheep, and couldn't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, dragging her tails behind them. Bo is not Bo is the root meaning light, from which spring such words as Bo tree, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. And Peep is Apep, the serpent Apophis. This poem therefore contains the same symbol as that in the Egyptian and Hebrew Bibles. The snake is the serpent of initiation, as the lamb is the savior. This ancient one, the wisdom of eternity, sits in its old anguish awaiting the Redeemer. And this holy verse triumphantly assures us that there is no need for anxiety. The saviors will come one after the other at their own good pleasure, and as they may be needed, and drag their tails, that is to say, those who follow out their holy commandments to the ultimate goal. Again we read, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating of curds and whey. Up came a big spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. Little Miss Muffet unquestionably represents Malka, for she is unmarried, she is seated upon a tuffet. It as she is the unregenerate soul upon Tiferet, upon Tophet, the pit of hell. She eats curds and whey that is not the pure milk of the mother, but milk which has undergone decomposition. But who is the spider? Verily, herein is a venerable arcanum connoted. Like all insects, the spider represents a demon. But why a spider? Who is this spider who taketh hold with her hands and is in king's palaces? The name of this spider is death. It is the fear of death which first makes the soul aware of its forlorn condition. It would be, some type of symbol, interesting if tradition had preserved for us Miss Muffet's subsequent adventures, but we must proceed to consider the interpretation of the following rhyme. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." In the interpretation of this remarkable poem, there is a difference between two great schools of adepts. One holds that Jack is merely a corruption of John, Ion, he who goes, Hermes, the messenger. The other prefers to take Jack simply and reverently as Iacchus, spiritual form of Bacchus. But it does not matter very much whether we insist upon the swiftness or the rapture of the Holy Spirit of God. That it is he of whom it is here spoken is evident, for the name Horner could be applied to none other by even the most casual reader of the Holy Gospels and the works of Congreve. And the context makes this even clearer, for he sits in a corner, that is, in the place of Christ, the cornerstone, eating, that is, enjoying that which the birth of Christ assures to us. He is the Comforter who replaces the absent Savior. If there was still any doubt of his identity, it would be cleared up by the fact that it is the thumb, which is attributed to the element of spirit, and not one of the four fingers of the four lesser elements, which he sticks into the pie of the new dispensation. He plucks forth one who is ripe, no doubt to send him forth as a teacher into the world, and rejoices that he is so well carrying out the will of the Father. Let us pass from this most blessed subject to yet another. Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig and away he run. The pig was eat and Tom was beat and Tom went roaring down the street. This is one of the more exoteric of these rhymes. In fact, it is no much better than a sun myth. Tom is Tum, the god of the sunset, called the son of Apollo the piper, the maker of music. The only difficulty in the poem concerns the pig. For anyone who has watched an angry sunset in the tropics upon the sea will recognize how uncomparable a description of that sunset is given in that wonderful last line. Some have thought that the pig refers to the evening sacrifice, others that she is Hathor, the lady of the West, in her more sensual aspect. But it is probable that this poem is only the first stanza of an epic. It has all the characteristic marks. Someone said of the Iliad that it did not finish, but merely stopped. This is the same. We may be sure that there is more of this poem. It tells us too much and too little. How came this tragedy of the eating of a merely stolen pig? Veil this mystery of who eat it. It must be abandoned, then, as at least partially insoluble. Let us consider this poem. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one and the mouse ran down. Hickory dickory dock. Here we are on higher ground at once. The clock symbolizes the spinal column, or if you prefer, time, chosen as one of the conditions of normal consciousness. The mouse is the ego. Mus, a mouse being only some. I am, spelled Kabbalistically backwards. This ego, or prana, or kundalini force, being driven up the spine, the clock strikes one, that is, the duality of consciousness is abolished, and the force again subsides to its original level. Hickory dickory dock is perhaps merely the mantra which was used by the adept who constructed this rhyme. thereby hoping to fix it in the minds of men so that they might attain to samadhi by the same method. Others attribute to it a more profound significance, which it is impossible to go into at this moment, for we must turn to Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall, Humpty Dumpty got a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't set up Humpty Dumpty again. This is so simple as hardly to require explanation. Humpty Dumpty is of course the egg of spirit, and the wall is the abyss. His fall is therefore the descent of spirit into matter. And it is only too painfully familiar to us that all the king's horses and all his men cannot restore us to the height. Only the king himself can do that. But one hardly dare comment upon a theme which has been so fruitfully treated by Ludovicus Carolus, that most holy illumined man of God. His masterly treatment of the identity of the three reciprocating paths of Daleth, Teth, and Peh is one of the most wonderful passages in the Holy Kabbalah. His resolution of what we take to be the bond of slavery into very love, the embroidered neckband of honor bestowed upon us by the king himself, is one of the most sublime passages in this class of literature. Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a peanut shell, then he kept her very well. This early authentic text of the Hinayana school of Buddhism is much esteemed even today by the more cultured and devoted followers of that school. The pumpkin is, of course, the symbol of resurrection, as is familiar to all students of the story of Jonah and the gourd. Peter is therefore the Arahat who has put an end to his series of resurrections. That he is called Peter is a reference to the symbolizing of Arahats as stones in great wall, guardians of mankind. His wife is, of course, by the usual symbolism, his body, which he could not keep until he put her in a peanut shell, the yellow robe of a bhikkhu. Buddha said that if any man became an Arahat, he must either take the vows of a bhikkhu that very day or die. And it is this saying of Buddha's that the unknown poet wished to commemorate. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief. Taffy came into my house and he stole a leg of beef. I went to Taffy's house. Taffy was in bed. I took out a carving knife and cut off Taffy's head. Taffy is merely short for Taftarath, the spirit of Mercury, and the god of Welshmen or thieves. My house is of course equivalent to my magic circle. Note that Beth, the letter of Mercury, and Magus means a house. The beef is a symbol of the bull, Apis, the Redeemer. This is therefore that which is written, O my God, disguise thy glory, come as a thief, and let us steal away the sacraments. In the following verse we find that Taffy is in bed owing to the operation of the sacrament. The great task of the alchemist has been accomplished. The mercury is fixed. One can then take the holy dagger and separate the caput mortuum from the elixir. Some alchemists believe that the beef represents that dense physical substance which is imbibed by mercury for his fixation. But here, as always, we should prefer the more spiritual interpretation. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone a hunting. He's gone to get a rabbit skin to wrap my baby bunting in. This is a mystical charge to the newborn soul to keep still, to remain steadfast in meditation. For in Bye, Beth is the letter of thought. Yod, that of the hermit. It tells the soul that he, Father of all, will cloth him about with his own majestical silence. For is not the rabbit he who lay low and said nothing? Pat a cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with P. Bake it in the oven for baby and me. This rhyme is unusually accompanied, even today in the nursery, with a ceremonial clapping of hands, a symbol of samadhi. Compare what is said on this subject in our comment on the famous Advent passage in Thessalonians. The cake is, of course, the bread of the sacrament, and it'll become candidate Congressman Kitover to comment upon the third line, though it may be remarked that even among the Catholics, the wafer has always been marked with a phallus or a cross. Okay, that's my mystical reading of the day. Wallace, Chris, Pete, Chris Elke, I hope you enjoyed it. This has been the campaign to elect John Kitover Town Hall event, otherwise known as candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Brad Stoffelschnauschelberg here on Clown House. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, I'm not going to end the room, but I'm going to leave, and I'm just going to play the Dao De Jing or something to that extent. I wish the room had replays, but my other rooms are on replay, which is, a good thing. So I hope you enjoyed the show. Let's just play a little Alan Watts.
If you use up to $750, find it at BioBuy.
Thanks,
Up to
Chris.
$750 is waiting for you.
When a man starts to wake up,
Chris, post it to X and tag me and say candidate Congressman John Kitover fundraiser, Brad versus John on Clubhouse. Tag Clubhouse. Tag me. There you go. Thank you, Chris.
he naturally pulls away from the crowd. Not because he hates people, but because the usual way of connecting stops making sense. Most conversations revolve around status, gossip, or complaints. And once he begins to see through that, it gets harder to engage. He's not bitter. He's not isolating himself out of pride. He's just stopped chasing what others are still chasing. He starts to notice the performance in everyday interaction, the need to be liked, to belong, to say the right thing. And without making a big deal about it, he quietly steps back. People might still wave. They might still offer small talk. But the connection is no longer there because it was never real to begin with. He didn't cut ties. He didn't burn bridges. He simply stopped pretending. And when he does that, distance happens on its own. This is the beginning of solitude, not loneliness. Just space between who he used to be and who he's becoming. He starts to see clearly what holds people together isn't real. It's not depth. It's not truth. It's habit, comfort, and shared illusions. People bond over complaining about their jobs, over chasing status, over defending ideas they've never truly questioned. He used to do the same. He used to think that was connection. But now it feels more like noise. He notices how often people speak just to avoid silence. How much energy goes into keeping up appearances. The constant need for validation, for agreement, for reassurance. And once he no longer needs those things himself, he sees how dependent others are on them. How relationships often survive not because of honesty, but because everyone agrees to keep the story going. He understands why people hold on to what feels familiar. He still cares. He still listens, but he no longer plays along. That shift, subtle as it is, creates distance all on its own. From the outside, he might seem the same. He still shows up. He's still polite. He hasn't disappeared completely. But something fundamental has shifted. And the people around him can feel it, even if they can't name it. They sense that he's no longer trying to impress anyone. That he's not looking for approval. That he's not playing the social game anymore.
Some find it admirable, others find it unsettling, because he's no longer easy to read, because he's not performing for anyone. He doesn't flatter, doesn't compete, doesn't entertain, and that makes him hard to place. People might say he's distant, or too quiet, or that he's changed. What they really mean is, he no longer fits into the roles they've grown used to. They liked him better when he reflected their values. Now, he reflects something else, something still grounded and not dependent on being liked. People see him, but they don't really know him, because knowing him now would require them to see what he sees, and most people aren't ready for that. He once believed that staying connected meant staying involved, showing up, participating in conversations, maintaining appearances. But with time, that definition changed. As his priorities shifted inward, he stopped engaging out of obligation, not because he cared less, but because he no longer needed others to affirm his place in the world. He still values connection, but not if it depends on constant engagement, emotional performance, or subtle negotiation for approval. He doesn't withdraw out of resentment. He simply no longer finds value in maintaining relationships built on pretense or expectation. To those accustomed to transactional connection, his presence can feel distant. But in truth, he's simply not playing the same role anymore. He no longer speaks just to keep the peace. He no longer sees himself through other people's eyes. What emerges in that space is not loneliness, but clarity. A calm independence that allows him to remain rooted, even when others come and go. He's become honest, and from that honesty, a deeper kind of freedom begins to take shape. From the outside, solitude is often misunderstood. To most people, being alone signals a lack of friends, of purpose, of belonging. But for a man who has begun to see clearly, solitude becomes something else entirely. He no longer fills his time with distraction, just to avoid being alone with himself. He no longer seeks out constant company to escape discomfort. He's learned to sit in silence without needing it to end. What others describe as loneliness is often just unfamiliar stillness. They equate the absence of noise with emptiness.
Hey everybody, we're on the boat. We're on the Lady Hawk. We're at the beach.
He's realized that most of what fills a typical day, talks, tasks, and duties, is just noise pretending to be important. In solitude, he sees himself without distortion. There's no one to impress, no image to maintain, and that clarity, while uncomfortable at first, becomes a source of strength. He doesn't avoid people, but he also no longer depends on them to feel complete. This shift usually confuses others. They assume he must be withdrawn, disconnected, or even arrogant. But in truth, he's simply content with his own presence. He has faced the silence most people run from, and discovered it wasn't silence at all. It was peace. As he grows more inwardly stable, he becomes less predictable to others. Not by intent, but by the simple fact that he no longer participates in the subtle exchanges that define most social interaction. He does not mirror emotions to gain approval. He does not offer reassurance when it would mean denying what he sees. To those still dependent on external validation, this creates discomfort. They may interpret his neutrality as arrogance, his silence as judgment, his detachment as disinterest. In reality, he is none of those things. He's simply no longer invested in managing perception. Much of what people call connection is actually a performance, a mutual agreement to keep certain illusions intact. Once he steps outside that arrangement, he disrupts it just by being present. He doesn't argue or provoke or attempt to convert anyone to his view. But the absence of familiar signals, approval, flattery, emotional reinforcement, makes others uneasy. Many of his previous friendships begin to fade, not because of conflict, but because the foundation they stood on no longer holds. He begins to notice how often relationships are maintained through shared complaints, routine habits, or the mutual reinforcement of personal narratives. Once he no longer participates in those patterns, the connection weakens on its own. He no longer feels compelled to
Okay, I feel like this is an even better way to raise money is to just play Alan Watts for the campaign. So if you're enjoying this Alan Watts Clubhouse experience, consider giving $1 to $10 to $100 to $1,000 if you can afford it. But this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Chris, thanks for sending me the Brad Slander video. We've reposted it to our X account. Follow us on X at John Kitover IL right now. Thank you.
offer agreement for the sake of belonging. He no longer entertains conversations that avoid substance, and he has no interest in maintaining ties that require him to shrink himself. This shift is not a rejection of others. It's the result of a change in what he's willing to invest his energy in. True friendship becomes something quieter, simpler, and far more rare. It is no longer based on shared illusions, but on mutual recognition. Two people who don't need each other, yet choose to walk alongside one another without expectation. These kinds of connections cannot be manufactured. They emerge naturally, if at all, and only when both individuals have stopped seeking to be completed by the other. Most social interaction relies on unspoken rules. You validate my perspective, I'll validate yours. We won't go too deep. We won't challenge each other's assumption. We'll pretend we agree, even if we don't. He used to play by those rules, because everyone did. But once he starts operating outside of them, the dynamic begins to break up. He no longer gives comfort just to ease tension. He doesn't pretend to agree when he doesn't. He's done with the little acts that keep everyone else feeling safe, but keep him feeling false. This isn't defiance, it's clarity. And that clarity is disruptive because it exposes how much of everyday life is based on mutual avoidance of truth. People notice, even if they don't understand what's changed. They feel the shift. They sense that something familiar has gone missing. The constant exchange of comfort, validation, and distraction. And without it feeding the system weakens. Talks start to feel awkward. People stop reaching out as much. What used to feel warm and familiar now feels tense and uneasy. Not because he did something wrong, but because he stopped playing along. He hasn't rejected anyone. He simply stopped reinforcing the structure he no longer believes in. As his understanding deepens, something unexpected happens. He begins to need less, not just materially, but emotionally, socially, even intellectually. He no longer seeks recognition. He no longer relies on others to confirm what he already knows internally. And as that need dissolves, so do many of the relationships that once required it. This is the paradox. The clearer he becomes, the quieter his life becomes. Not because he's closed off, but because so much of what once was rooted in a search for external affirmation. Without that search, most social activity feels optional, if not unnecessary. He stops trying to be understood. He stops needing to explain. He no longer measures his presence by how much space he takes up in other people's lives. From the outside, this might look like withdrawal, but inside it's the opposite, a settling into something solid and real. He still values connection, but only when it emerges naturally, without demand or performance. He hasn't become cold. He is simply no longer dependent. And in that detachment, there's a kind of depth that can't be found through attachment. Once he wakes up, he can't unsee what he sees. He looks inward, and the noise quiets. He looks outward, and the world is still asleep. He sees the falsity in people's eyes, the roles they perform, the beliefs they never question, the constant movement that masks an inner stillness they haven't touched. He no longer envies what others call connection, because he understands the cost it often demands: agreement, performance, conformity, and he won't trade truth for the comfort of fitting in. Still, there's a part of him that remembers, a part that quietly hopes, not for crowds, not for company, but for someone awake, someone who has seen what he's seen, felt what he's felt, someone who doesn't need him to be smaller, quieter, or more agreeable in order to feel safe. That kind of meeting is rare. It can't be forced, and he would rather wait in silence than pretend in conversation. So he walks alone, not because he enjoys being apart, but because in a world still dreaming, authenticity is more valuable than acceptance. At some point, the solitude stops feeling unusual. It becomes normal, empty, just quiet. He no longer interprets distance as a problem to solve. He sees it for what it is, the natural result of no longer pretending. While others surround themselves with noise, he has learned to live in stillness. While many chase attention, he moves without asking to be seen. People often assume he must feel lonely, as if company, any company, is always better than walking alone. But they confuse isolation with absence. He is not absent. He is simply no longer performing. He has come to prefer the space that honesty creates over the closeness that illusion demands. This is the final shift. He doesn't need the world to wake up for him to feel whole. He doesn't need agreement to feel clear. And he doesn't need validation to know who he is. He walks alone, yes, but not as an outsider, as a man at peace with the cost of truth.
Most people use ChatGPT the wrong way. Here's how the smart ones get ahead.
Let's be real. Most people...
There is a curious paradox, which is, to love is unconditional, but to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life to know that the fairy tales of youth were, at best, charming illusion. One begins to understand that love does not appear as a reward for virtue, nor is it guaranteed to remain, simply because you have been loyal, patient, or deserving. Some have poured themselves, drop by drop, into the vessel of another's life, only to watch it leak away through fingers that once clung to them. Others still dwell beneath the same roof with their chosen companion, yet feel as though they have become a stranger at their own table. And there are those who have wandered from heart to heart, thinking that the next embrace, the next yes, would finally fill the hollow within, only to find the emptiness echo back at them. You begin to wonder why something as natural as love has become such a labyrinth of conditions, unspoken bargains, and quiet disappointments. You sense that somewhere, beneath all the poetry and promises, there is a truth you have been avoiding. For love, as it is sold to us, is not love at all, but something dressed in its garment. And here, perhaps, lies the seed of our quiet discontent. We have confused the appearance of love with love itself, the structure that holds it, with the living thing it was meant to carry. From our earliest breath, the world whispered its bargain into our ears. Love is something to be earned. Behave as you are told, and you will be cherished. Fulfill the needs of another, and you will be kept. Offer beauty, strength, usefulness, devotion, and the reward will be love. But this is not love. It is a transaction masquerading as tenderness. It is the polite exchange of commodities between two people who have been taught to call their bargain romance. You see, a bargain can hold people together, but it cannot nourish them. Like two merchants bound by contract, they remain so long as the terms are met. And when they are not, they part. No matter how many years have passed, no matter how deeply your lives have entwined, the invisible ledger will one day be brought to the table and the sums will be counted. Many men and women wake in the middle years of life to the cold recognition that what they once believed was love was only an arrangement. It might have been cloaked in vows before God, adorned with flowers, or sealed with the trembling promises of youth, but the heart of it was a simple pact. I will give you what you desire if you will give me what I desire. And when the giving stops, whether through weariness, age, illness, or simple change, the warmth fades. The eyes that once sparkled at your arrival now glance past you as if you had become little more than a shadow in the room. We were never told as children that such love is a performance and that performances end. When you mistake the bargain for love itself, you spend your years in quiet exhaustion. You give your time, your loyalty, your devotion, believing this will secure the thing your soul longs for. But what you have secured is not love, only the continuance of an arrangement. And so it happens that many, after years of faithful giving, find themselves bewildered when the warmth fades. Not because they cease to care, but because life has moved, as all things do. Nothing stands still. Even stone wears away. Even plastic warps with time. The man or woman you first knew has changed, just as you have, and the bond built upon fixed terms begins to strain under the weight of impermanence. And there is another truth, more difficult to swallow. When the demands of the bargain are no longer met, the mask will fall. In the absence of what they sought from you, be it comfort, affection, or security, some will show you who they truly are. The tenderness you thought was theirs by nature may vanish, revealing not cruelty perhaps, but a hollowness where love was never rooted. You may have felt it, the gaze that no longer lingers, the laughter replaced by a cold and watchful silence. The shift is so quiet, you can almost convince yourself it isn't there. But in that stillness you see it. You were cherished not for your being, but for the service you rendered. And when such a union falters, it does not simply end. It unravels something inside you. It leaves you staring at the ruins, asking whether you were ever truly loved or only ever necessary. Love is not a bargain, nor is it a chain. It is not I will if you will, nor the silent counting of who is given more. Such things belong to the marketplace, not to the heart. True love is a freedom, the liberty to give without ledger or demand. It is to be fully present with another, not to bind them, but to care for them, simply because the caring itself is joy. It is a gift given without the shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure.
What's a new secret? I spent over $1 million on this event, and I've got 3 pieces of good news. Number 1, you're invited. Number 2, it's free. And number 3,
The shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure. But here lies the paradox. Such love cannot be given by one who is starving for it. The heart that is desperate to be loved back will always, in some hidden way, attach strings to its giving. It will watch, it will measure, it will wait for the return. And when it does not come, bitterness will grow like ivy through the soul. You cannot love freely until you have ceased to beg for love. And you cannot cease to beg until you have found within yourself a source that does not run dry. That source is not in another's eyes, nor in their approval. It is in the quiet knowing that you are already the child of the very life that breathed you into being. Call it God. Call it the eternal. Call it the nameless mystery. It has loved you into existence. Before you could earn or deserve a thing. Look at the sun. Even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what happens with a love like that. It lights the whole sky. To know this is to stand unshaken, whether others love you or turn away. Then, and only then, can you give love, as the sun gives light, not to be thanked, not to be owed, but because it cannot help itself. To love is your freedom. No one can take it from you. It is the act of your own being, the overflow of the life that moves through you. You may give it to one, to many, or to the whole world, but it remains yours to give, to be loved. Now that is another matter that is never in your keeping. You cannot command it, purchase it, or reason it into being. Love offered to you is a gift of its own accord, arriving when it will, leaving when it must. It is as the wind that brushes your cheek. You may open your arms to it, but you cannot hold it there forever. If love is given to you, receive it with gratitude. Drink of it while it flows, but never clutch at it, as though it were the last drop in the world. For the moment you try to drag it from another's hands, it ceases to be love and becomes something else, obligation, pity, or bondage. And remember this, you are already loved, not by the fickle tides of human affection, but by the source from which you came. It breathed you into life without condition, without demand. To see this is to know you are never wholly bereft. If you wish for love from others, it must begin here in loving yourself, not in the shallow sense of indulgence, but in the deep sense of accepting your own being without reserve. For a heart at peace with itself no longer begs, it invites. And when two such hearts meet, their love is not a trade, but a meeting of rivers, each full from its own spring. When two people who have learned to dwell at peace within themselves come together, it is not to be filled, for their cups are already full. They do not arrive at each other's door as beggars, bowls outstretched. They come as givers, carrying abundance that spills over the rim. In such a union, there is no bargaining. No one is keeping score. no quiet dread of who owes who. Love is not given to earn, nor withheld to punish. It moves as naturally as breath, as the tide that rises and falls without being told. Here, the joy is not in taking, but in sharing. There is no hunger in the eyes, only light. One gives not because the other demands it, but because giving is the most natural expression of their being. And so both are fed, not by the draining of one into the other, but by the overflow of each. This is the only love that does not rot into resentment. For where there is no emptiness to be filled, there is no fear of losing. When two full hearts meet, they are free to let each other be, to grow, to change, to wander and return, without the grasping that turns love into a cage. And yet, such a meeting is rare, for most search the world to find another who will complete them, not knowing they were never half a person to begin with. Only when you drink deeply from your own well will you find another who drinks from theirs. And together, you will not merely survive, you will overflow. The world you meet each day is not a stranger. It is yourself in another form. You cannot draw from a well what is not in it, nor can you meet in others what you have not yet met. Your own heart, if you carry a hollowness with it, you will find yourself surrounded by those who take, not because the world conspires against you, but because nature fills a vacuum. Those who have nothing will seek from you what you have not given to yourself, and you will mistake their hunger for love. If, on the other hand, you move through life with a fullness of being, you will meet those who also carry an abundance. They will not clutch at you or drain you, for they are not living on scraps. Instead, you will find an ease in their company, a recognition as though you have always known them. This is not a mystical trick, nor some hidden cosmic law, but a simple truth of human meeting. The depth to which you have faced yourself becomes the depth to which you can meet another. Most quarrels in love are not between two people, but between the unexamined shadows each has brought along. So, before you go searching for kindness, tenderness, or devotion in the eyes of another, turn inward and meet your own gaze, not to condemn yourself, nor to tally your flaws, but to make the acquaintance of the stranger you have long carried in silence. For it is this hidden self who extends the invitation to others, this unseen presence, who will decide whether the love you meet will be a feast to your soul or the slow unraveling of it. When this truth takes root in you, do not hoard it. Place it gently in the hands of your children, for they are stepping into the same illusion that once ensnared you. Teach them that love is not the trembling romance of songs, nor the solemn bargain sealed before altar of law. It is the willingness to give without the shadow of a demand, to care without the constant fear of loss. If they do not learn this, they will build their homes upon sand and watch them crumble. But if they do, they will stand on rock, and love will not be a cage, but a sky. The question is not, how can I find someone to love me? But the question is, how can I become someone who overflows? For when love is no longer a plea but a gift, when joy is no longer chained to another's approval, you will see that to love and be loved is not something to chase. It is the way you already are. You are not a half searching for the other half. You are whole. And from that wholeness, love flows, finding those who recognize it instantly. Then love ceases to be a hunt, or a bargain, or a desperate keeping. It becomes the quiet, steady light of the sun, needing nothing in return, yet warming the whole sky.
Cascade Platinum Plus has the crystalline power of God. I'm stuck on Cascade Platinum Plus.
Get a shade that serves your skin. New Venus Moisture Glove. Bars of argan oil, love moisture in.
There is a curious paradox, which is, to love is unconditional, but to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life.
Okay, I'm gonna read a book in this room. I'm gonna create some YouTube videos, so I hope you'll stick with us. I'm gonna do this probably for like an hour, because this is what I actually need to do in the house.
You see, there's this rather persistent misunderstanding that one ought to get rid of the ego. Well, you can't unless, of course, you also get rid of the body, in which case you'll be rather beyond the point of worrying about it. The ego is not some foreign intruder. It's simply the part you play while you are here. It's rather like an actor on a stage. You put on a costume, you learn the lines, and for a while you forget you're acting. That's the charm of it. If you were to tear off the costume in the middle of the play, there would be no character left. Only an awkward silence. The ego, the personality, is that costume. It gives you a certain shape, a way of speaking and moving in the world. But it's not meant to run the show. It's there so that life can appear with a certain clarity, a certain focus, just as a pair of spectacles helps you see the scenery more sharply, but does not tell you where to walk. And so, to live is to remember. You may keep the role, but you needn't be trapped by it. You are the actor, not the master. The play goes where it must, and you are simply here to see it through. But our problem is we don't really know how to stop. We've got something started, and we see it's going in the wrong direction. And I think the difficulty is, to borrow an old Chinese saying, that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. In other words, there is something wrong with the way we think. And while that is there, everything we do will be a mess. Now, what is it? What's wrong? We imagine that if we just had the right method, the right technique, the right philosophy, we could straighten everything out. But the trouble isn't in the tools. The trouble is in the one using them. As far as I can see, the basic mistake is that we've invented this marvelous system of language and calculation, and it's at once too simple to handle the complexity of the world, and dangerously easy to confuse with the world itself. It's just as we confuse money with wealth. A great many people are in business to make money rather than wealth, and when they've made the money, they don't quite know what to do with it. In exactly the same way, we confuse happiness with status. And worst of all, we confuse ourselves, living organisms, one with the whole universe, with something we call our personality. And what is our personality? Merely our image of ourselves, our idea of who we are. That image leaves out every unconscious process in us, both psychological and physical. It leaves out the construction of our brain, the chemistry of our blood, and the inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence.
Looking to get up to $750? Then BioLife is looking for you, because
inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence. So when that image is is mistaken for the real me. There is a confusion from the very start. You can see this confusion at work. When someone says, do something about it, Alan Watts, the concept Alan Watts can't lift a weight or wrap up. It's only an idea, just as the number 3 can't pick up a stone and the equator can't tie a knot. But we still feel as if this concept of ourselves can act as if it really exists. Why? Because from childhood we were told, pay attention. And what do? We tightened the muscles around our eyes, furrowed our brows, clenched our jaws, and that has nothing whatsoever to do with seeing more clearly. We did the same with listening. When someone says, listen carefully, we tightened around the ears, as though that would help us hear better.
Cletus, is there something you want to say?
Of any kind, I didn't know if there was a video being played on purpose or whether this was sometimes you go into a room and someone just accidentally has audio playing on their computer.
No, I'm listening to this. I will answer one question for you, but then I'm about to create some YouTube videos. I'm about to read from a book. Do you know what a book is?
No, unfortunately, I've never read, being a cat, I've never read a book.
Damn. Alright, well then you're about to witness a book. I'll give you one question.
Yeah, I have one, I have 1.5 questions. Is that acceptable?
Please proceed.
One, are you actually John Kitover? And then, secondly, would you, seeing as you're running for Congress, if you were looking for people on your staff, and someone had a master's degree in theology from an Ivy League university, would you still assume they were competent to work in your office as a congressional staff?
Sure, but I'd still give them a diagnostic question and ask them, what is 75 trillion or 135 trillion divided by 340 million?
Meaning your primary interest would be whether they have mathematics.
Yeah, a scientific or a business approach to running government. If government doesn't run like a business, it's not a real business. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a scam. It's a pulling the rug. It's not legitimate. It's immoral. It's unethical. It's currency manipulation. And you can say it's optimized, but I don't think it's optimized. Do you?
I don't think that the current American government is optimized in any way, no. But I think maybe the biggest issues that are pressing Americans, the technical ones tend to be with poverty, and I think access to certain resources, access to an unattainable quality of life. But I think a lot of the issues that people then perceive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics rather than their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing day-to-day issues and
This
same thing.
Okay.
In society.
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm going to have to read a book. Anything else you want to say?
No, nothing else. That was it.
Okay, I'm going to read what's from a book called Open Secret, Versions of Rumi. This is poetry, so it's a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. Here we go. Bonfire at midnight. A shack comes out of my room where I've been cooped up. After all my lust and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat. The middle of the day, in the heat of this thought I'm having. Why aren't all human resistances burning up with this thought? It's a drum in arms waving. It's a bonfire at midnight on the top edge of a hill, this meeting again with you. bottle is corked. The rock splits open like wings, beat air wanting. Campfire gives in to rain, but I can't go to sleep or be patient. Part of me wants to eat the stones and hold you back when you're leaving, till your good laughing turns bitter and wrong. I worry I won't have someone to talk to and breathe with. Don't you understand I'm some kind of food for you? I'm a place where you can work. The bottle is corked and sitting on the table. Someone comes in and sees me without you and puts his hand on my head like I'm a child. This is so difficult.
Necessary tension became a constant background in the body, a physical feeling we mistook for the presence of a separate me. The concept of self was fastened to this sensation, and together they formed what we call our ego, a marriage of an illusion with a false signal. And here's where it gets interesting. People will say, but letting go of the ego, that's the hardest thing in the world. Actually, it isn't, because you know the biggest ego trip going is getting rid of your ego. Your ego doesn't exist. There's nothing to get rid of. It's an illusion. The trouble comes when you try to give up the ego with the ego. That's like asking your own shadow to disappear by chasing it. You will be at it forever. You can't make yourself sane. You can't will yourself to be unselfish or loving. And yet, paradox of paradoxes, it's absolutely necessary that we live that way. If we're to turn the direction of nature back over to nature itself, but you can't do it through effort, through acting spiritual, through willpower, or even through the pious-sounding idea of accepting.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next...
Accepting. Why? Because the separate self you think would do all this, the driver in the seat, is only an idea glued onto a false bodily signal. So the shocking truth is, you can't transform yourself. And the good news is that you don't need to. So what happens when you really see this? That you've come to a dead end? And I think, in many ways, the human race has reached that dead end. What happens when you simply wait? You find there's nothing you can do. You just watch. And all around you, life is happening by itself. You are breathing. The wind is moving through the trees. Your blood is circulating. Your nerves are tingling. Clouds are drifting across the sky. And all of it is going on without you having to shove it along. That's you. The real you. The you that happens of itself. Yes, you can pretend to be breathing by pushing the breath around. But day and night, asleep or awake, it goes on without your interference. Your brain is functioning without your forcing it. Your eyes are seeing without you knowing how to work the rods and codes in the retina. When we stop pushing, we discover a world that is not being done, but is simply happening. And that happening is what we really are. But you still want to ask how to stop the illusion. Now, who's asking? Me? Do you think in the ordinary sense in which you use the word I, how can I stop, identify myself with the wrong me? Well, the answer is simply you can't. The Christians have a perfectly good way of putting it when they say that mystical experience is a gift of divine grace. Man, as such, cannot achieve it. If God doesn't give it to you, there's no way of getting it. And that's solidly true. But far from being depressing, this is the good news. Because if you cannot transform yourself, then the main obstacle to transformation, which was you, has already vanished. The trouble is, when you try to give up your ego with your ego, you get caught in a loop. Every method, every technique is a gimmick for strengthening the very thing you're trying to be rid of. Krishnamurti would put it plainly. When you ask for a method, You're still asking from the wrong place. All methods are traps because they begin with the assumption that there is a you who needs fixing. The Zen people have a marvelous way of saying it. You cannot catch hold of it, nor can you get rid of it. In not being able to get it, you get it. So what happens if you just watch? You notice that your breathing happens. Your thoughts happen. Your feelings happen without any controller at the helm. And the moment you see that, the whole notion of the separate doer collapses. You don't achieve freedom. You simply notice there was never anyone to be bound in the first place. You can't control your thoughts. You can't control your feelings because there is no controller. What you take to be the thinker of thoughts is simply one of the thoughts. What you imagine to be the feeler of feelings is itself just another feeling, and the experiencer of experience is simply part of the experience. It's a curious trick of grammar that gets us into trouble. In English, and in many languages, verbs must have subjects. So if there is knowing, we think there must be a knower. If there is doing, there must be a doer. That's not the rule of nature. It's only the rule of speech. In reality, there is just knowing, just doing, just happening. And yet we keep imagining there is this ghost inside the machine, this driver in the seat, who makes it all go. But you don't make your heart beat. You don't grow your own hair. You don't manage the chemical balance of your blood. All of it goes on without your pushing it. And when that illusion fades, you find yourself in quite a different position. You are no longer a little man or woman, locked up inside a bag of skin, peering out at a foreign world. Your real self is not inside you in the way you think. It is everything you are connected with. The air, the sunlight, the mountains, the people, the whole show. When you look out of your eyes, at the trees swaying in the wind, at clouds drifting across the sky, you are not looking at the world. You are looking at yourself. Not the self of bank accounts and driver's licenses, but the self that happens all by itself, as naturally as a flower opens or a star shines. And from here, there's nothing to improve. No conversion to be made, no ego to drop, no method to follow. Because the one who thought all that was necessary has been unmasked as a phantom. So the point is not to become something different, but to notice what has been going on all along. The effortless happening of life, which is what you truly are. The Zen people have a way of saying,
My throat part.
cannot catch hold of it, nor can you get
This is gonna be my biggest book ever. Not like that.
existence. The physical universe is basically playful. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination that it ought to arrive at. But it is best understood by analogy with music, because music, as an art form, is essentially playful. We say you play the piano. You don't work the piano? Why? Music differs from, say, travel. When you travel, you aren't trying to get somewhere. One doesn't make the end of the composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People would go to concerts just to hear one cracking chord, because that's the end. Same with dance. You don't aim at a particular spot in the room. That's where you should arrive. The whole point of the dancing is the dance. Now, but we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct.
Danny is single, ready to mingle. She's going to her upcoming Jewish singles event in her town, spending $50 to meet her next. She
And what
does.
we do is
Mazel tov, Danny, you're a free woman.
of this grade system. And now go to kindergarten, you know? And that's a great thing because when you finish that, you get into first grade.
Our crisis actor for the campaign has arrived. Welcome, Danny. Please tell us your crisis.
I don't have much time left, so it's very nice knowing you.
Well, one last clip for the
I
campaign.
hope you win.
Thanks.
I'm in crisis and I'm acting, but I may not be acting because I'm on all the lists. Someone told me.
Somebody told you you're on all the lists, huh?
You know, it's all good. It's all Tanya.
That's right. What does the Tanya teach? It teaches Event Horizon, Danny. I thought you were going to say Event Horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You want to hear a bit from Tanya?
And then, come on, first grade leads to second grade, and so on. And then you get out of grade school, and you go to high school, and it's revving up. The thing is coming. And then you're going to go to college, and by Jove, then you'll get into graduate school, and when you're through with graduate school, you'll go out to join the world. And then you'll get into some
quality of life.
where you're selling.
I think a lot of the issues that people then receive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics rather than their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing
This
same thing.
Okay.
In the society.
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm gonna have to read a book. Anything else you want to say?
No, nothing else. That was it.
Okay, I'm gonna read what's from a book called Poet and Secret, versions of Rumi. This is poetry, so it's a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. Here we go. Bonfire at midnight, a shout comes out of my room where I've been cooped up. After all my lost and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat. The middle of the day,
Alright, okay guys, so this is what I usually do. Blink your mics if you have closing comments, and if not, please escort yourself down to the listening lounge. Alright, John, you have 30 seconds, then Matt, and then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this. There's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This world is wandering that both inside one transparent sky, and here there is no dogma and no heresy. The miracle of Jesus is himself, not what he said or did about the future. Forget the future. I'd worship someone who could do that. On the way, you may want to look back or not, but if you can say there's nothing ahead, there will be nothing there. Stretch your arms and take hold the cloth of your clothes with both hands. The cure for pain is in the pain. Good and bad are mixed. If you don't have both, you don't belong with us. When one of us gets lost, is not here, he must be inside us. There's no place like that anywhere in the clubhouse world!
Yes, we're thumbs down. We're gonna take it out and we're gonna kick it off to Ford Buffalo. And there we go.
endurance. And they've got that quota to make. And you're going to make that. And all the time, that thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then, when you wake up one day, about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived.
He can
I'm
read!
there.
Congressman John Kitover can read. A lot of these people can't read. They just want to.
By expectation.
We're listening
Look at the people who live to retire and put those savings away. And then, when they're 65, they don't have any energy left. They're more or less impotent. And they go and rot in an old people's senior citizens community because we simply cheated ourselves the whole way down the line. We thought of life by analogy with a journey, with a pilgrimage, which had a serious purpose at the end. And the thing was to get to that end, success, or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing, or to dance, while the music was being played.
You know something I love almost as much as I love America? It's a great deal. Also, novelty socks. If you donate any amount of money to PragerU right now, you will get these magnificent.
And then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this. There's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This.
You wake up each morning in the midst of a miracle, though you do not know it. The sky rises above. The birds sing without rehearsal, and the breath moves in and out of your chest, like the tide upon the shores. Yet you rush in haste, with furrowed brow and troubled mind, as though the world were lacking, and must be mended by your effort. You believe you must become something, more noble, more virtuous, more accomplished, as if the tree labors to be taller, or the stars strain to shine. But look, the lily does not toil, nor does the mountain thrive, and yet both are whole beyond measure. But man somehow forgets this. He sets out on a curious chase to prove his worth, to outdo the heavens, to paint better than the eyes with which he sees. Man becomes confused not by what is, but by what he thinks about what is. When the thinking begins, it comes with the illusion of separation, of self and other, subject and object, seeker and sought, He saw his reflection in the river and thought he was two, one who is and one who must become. From birth, he is taught to strive, to earn his place beneath the sun, as if being were not already his birthright. He is taught that love is not simply given, but earned, that one must perform, impress, and improve to be seen. And so love, which ought to be like the sunlight asking nothing in return, becomes a transaction, a test. He learns that applause is affection and silence is shame, that gold stars and good grades are the currency of being worthy. And so the stage is set not for living, but for proving. Achievement becomes his identity. The crown he places on his head is heavy, for it is forged from fear. He is praised not for stillness, but for struggle, not for presence, but for progress. And so he learns to measure his soul with numbers, to bind his worth in titles, and to chase approval like a hungry ghost. The mind, once a mirror, becomes a maze. Thoughts breed thoughts, each one trying to fix the last. The more he knows, the more he doubts. The more he gains, the more he fears to lose. In this tangle of becoming, he forgets the simple joy of being. He walks past the sky.
Do you guys support the campaign?
So here's the call. Roll call, right? So we're almost 30 minutes into this, and we might to at the top of the hour talk about this, and we might.
And then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second. Second.
You can find out.
His voice got arrested.
No, Kima doesn't live in his district, but his voice does matter. I would hope that Kima would prayerfully consider donating his tree fitty to the campaign for John Kitover for Congress.
You know, he's a
A lot of clips. It's wild.
Background, and we'll get the room started that way, but I want to lay the opening remarks myself. Is that okay? Everybody hear that?
Yes, no problem.
All right.
If anybody in the audience wants to come up, just raise your hand. I'm just pinging everybody to come up. Serendipity, I'm gonna send you an invite to come up if you want to come up.
As you guys are gathering in the room, welcome. I'll start it right at 4 o'clock my time, that's Central Daylight Time.
Prior bet.
And are we going out to dinner? Okay, and I have a hard stop at 5:15 my time. So, Nye, if you could, I'll ask you to keep the room going all the way to 5:30, but I have to be out of here at 5:15.
Maybe not. Okay. So for anybody on the stage and anybody in the audience, you see the title of the room that was going to kick off here in a minute. How to fix K-12? Is there a problem? And that takes
More than one person. Not here today. All kinds of evidence. There's tons of evidence. All kinds of there's a lot of evidence. Multiple sources.
Give a little time for the child with.
Kitover, we've gotten through the whole U.S. Constitution. John Kitover in the 16th district.
Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start the room now. My grandfather clock ringing, and it is 4 o'clock. I spent 10 years after I retired as a substitute teacher in 2 different districts in the state of Missouri. So I do have some experience observing in the classroom. Specifically, I almost exclusively taught in high school teaching STEM subjects because of my technical background. I would occasionally teach junior high, but I would never try to teach elementary education. But over the course of those 10 years, I drew some conclusions about education, and I have, and I've, well, let me tell you that over the last 10 years, in various things that I have written related to education, or I've even said this on Clubhouse from time to time, I believe K-12 education, the lack of a credible, competent K-12 education in our public schools in America is a grave national security crisis. I believe that we have been dumbing down our population for decades. That trend continues down, and we are floundering trying to find a consensus in how to fix it. That's just my personal view. Now, if I'm overstating or something, call me out on it. Finally, in the poll, one of the options was rigor slant accountability, and I want to explain what I mean by that. I believe we ask K-12 public educators to do far more than they should do. The primary purpose of K-12 public education is to teach students reading, writing, and arithmetic at a depth and a level of competency that they are ready to enter the world as 18-year-old adults with the ability to read, write, think critically, and do mathematical problems. Now, that doesn't exclude teaching history or health or anything like that, but teaching subjects with rigor and focus is the job of education. Schools are not, we task schools with far more than just that. They have become a food machine. School budgets must feed students. There are other things. There's a whole host of things that we ask schools to do, which detracts from their rigorous focus on teaching the subjects that are at hand and that are needed to become good citizens. Accountability means holding teachers, students, and parents accountable for their demonstrated performance, competency, if you will, in achieving a competent level of mastery of those 3 subjects. competent for a high school graduate. And we should never lower the standards. And we can argue about what competency is, how well you read or how well you write, but demanding competency to read, write, and do mathematical problems, I believe, is the single focus that schools could have, and we need to spend treasure, put people into other organizations. They can use the school facilities. They can do whatever they want to do, but it is not the teachers, the superintendents, or the principal's job to do things other than teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's what I mean by improving rigor and accountability. And I know that sounds harsh, and I'll probably get strong disagreement. But and then I added more charter. Obviously, somebody's going to say we just need to spend more money. And of course, I'm going to ask how much and where you're going to get it from. Then the issue of more charter schools, which basically implies inserting competition to improve education and public education by having to compete with other institutions whose job is also to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's my background. Joe B., if you want to weigh in, and everybody else have at it, and I'm willing to listen and learn. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Anson. Mutual, much respect for you. I'm a Old Navy independent. Yeah, independent. My dad was a E9 in the Navy for 30 years. Let's see. I don't know where to begin. This is my passion work, but we have to continue to build into education choice, and that's where money follows your child, because we got plenty of options. We really do. We have charters, homeschooling, hybrid, district public schools, choice within the public school, magnet schools, micro schooling, online learning, customized learning, town tuitions. I'm not familiar with that one, but we got plenty of money to property taxes. Lowest in the nation, collects 10 grand per head per student per year. The highest one is now 40, used to be 30, $40,000 a head. To follow any student should provide more than enough, and they're collecting that in public schools, not delivering. Less than 13% graduate at a 6th grade reading level. That's terrible. I'll be quiet for now.
So, Joby or Anderson, let me ask both of you this, considering your background in education. What do you see, and I know you both have probably touched on this, but just for folks who just joined the room, and to kind of just make it really concise, what do you see as the biggest obstacle preventing the K through 12 system from effectively serving all students?
Not a lot of parent engagement and involvement is happening, and teachers' unions create problems there. That's my opinion, humbly.
Well, I believe rigor, we have to drastically increase rigor and accountability. Teachers must, any competent teacher must control his or her classroom so that all students are required to focus on the subject at hand that is supposed to be taught in that school, whether it's working an arithmetic problem, whether it's reading a book, whether it's writing a book report. Teachers must hold students accountable and control the classroom. As well, we have varying standards of accountability. excellent. And the far too large a percentage that are below basic. But we must align the grades in the school to the same standards. An A should be exception. A B should be competent. A C should be at least and a D should be the lowest. And we don't want anybody graduating not going to address special education. That's train American children. What we get out of it. So I believe rigor and accountability is drastically lacking, and it needs strong improvement.
Yeah, I have a friend who has my best friend has a background in education, and she just transitioned to Florida, and she is now working in the public school system out there. She says down there is an absolute nightmare for her, specifically because of the lack of parent involvement. The students don't want to learn. They can't read, write, or do basic math at grade level. They are very disrespectful. They have no respect for authority, and they just have no interest in learning. And I wonder, what's happening. I wonder what's the cause for that. Like the students' lack of interest in learning. Is it the curriculum? Is it the teachers? Is it how they're involved? So if anybody, the educators in the room or anybody else on the stage has any thoughts on that, and why parents don't feel that they have a responsibility in, guiding their students, their children through the homework process, ensuring they know how to read. Parents don't read to their kids every night, right? They don't make sure their homework is done. They don't attend parent-teacher conferences. So I wonder what's going on. It's almost like we have lost trust in the educational system and the teachers. What do y'all think?
Okay, I have to re-listen to what you just said. What's going on in the state of Florida for our charter schools are the public schools?
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically from my friend who works in the public school down in kind of like outside of Miami.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, both of my children maneuver through a very high-end charter school, right? And then they both graduated from a public high school. They're both very intelligent. I help them to, read and learn stuff. And I don't throw it back on the teachers. I throw it back on the parents every time. These teachers come in, man, they're doing their job. And my kids went into a charter school that is funded from Elon Musk, Northrop Grumman, Harris Corporation. They had a huge STEM program. But if you're not being a parent, that's on you. You're the one with the wackadoodle child that you did not help learn how to do this stuff. They're not 8 hours a day babysitters. That is not what works. But there's too many parents, they go out there and they think, hey, my kid's going to school, cool. I can send them into public school. I don't have to deal with them for 8 hours. I'm going to go to work, come home, and then nothing else. Hold on, there's a lot more that has to happen. My kids never, before they got old enough that they were irritated by me coming in and reading while they were going to bed, which was right around age 10, 11. There's a lot of parents that they're just tired, I guess, and they drop their kids off at school. One, we don't have very much public transportation here in the state of Florida, because if you're within miles, your child can walk to school. But most parents don't do that because we were raised in a generation of, like, we don't want our kids to get kidnapped, so we typically make sure the kids get dropped off in the carpool line. But, interesting question. That was a great question.
Thank you. But Tom, I saw you come off mic. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I'm working with a leader from New York City, from Lighting's from the leaders board, yoga for the teachers board, created a place for them to, like a better word, retreat, for them to build practice and these kind of things. So it's innovative in that way. And we've got a special retreat that we're going to be having in October. And it's gonna bring someone with brain science, and we're gonna teach the principles and the cops and nurses and these kind of people how to do dispenses, ideas, and these things are already science. There's data and proof of the effectiveness. Once you learn how the mind works and how the heart works and how the body works. The thing is, I haven't seen it for young people yet, so I'm going to be seeing it for the first time. So it's going to be for young people, but first they have to do the pilot program for the adults, right? So, to answer your question, is all of the above, right? I think that every generation that there is a calling for some reason, because I've said this before, Einstein discovered that we are not matter, we're energy, right? Well, energy is always changing, right? So we have to change with that energy, right? So there's a calling for something new, and if you're trying to give things in the old way, and it doesn't make sense, then you have to be willing to adjust. And it's like we have AI coming, right? We have quantum computers, and then people are afraid that there's a change, there's something different. It's not necessarily that. It might be even better than we ever expected. So this kind of thing is going to happen. It's already been tested and proven with adults, and they've done these retreats for young people and parents. So they've done it much more for decades to adults. It's fairly new to young people, but very effective. Very effective. They've done it in Mexico, in prisons, bringing the families and the children together. All these kind of things. So it's really elevating the families and the children's consciousness and understanding that we are one, not that we are separation breeds contempt, and it's about living in a state of wholeness.
Thank you. You said Nancy, go ahead, Nancy.
Hey, so the
You're on mute. Nancy, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
hey, so yeah, previous person that mentioned
Time off.
you mean the name? No, the lady saying about the babysitter. I think the schools, the charter school, that's kind of a stopgap measure. It's better than the public school, but I think they'll raise a very radical approach. I think the current school with the charter or anything, this is just a vestige from the industrial age. It's just like the previously they were saying, it's a glorified babysitter.
than the glorified babysitter that we call school. And so within the school, it's also set up like a factory. Basically, the kids are treated like widgets on the assembly line, and then they go from grade 1 to grade 2 and 3. So the teachers are the assembly workers, putting on the nuts and tight bolts according to each grade level. And so, and they're just product cookie cutter cookies coming from cookie cutters. But the thing is, people are all different. They have different needs, different interests, and different capabilities, and different goals. And they have different interests at a different age, different time. And so I think the approach, the right approach is to let the children at different under parents and guidance to start working at an early age, and then they know what they want and then what they're interested. When they need to learn skills, they can learn skills at different ages of education. It's a lifelong process, and every experience is an educational process. So there's no need for a cookie cutter brick and mortar school that basically corral all those children or adults into one place. And so when they do need a skill, they will pay good money for it, and then the teachers will have, they can will select the good teachers, and they'll fire the bad teachers, just like when they purchase any product on the market. And so this, they have the selection process, and the customer will know what they want, and then the teachers will compete for it. And that's how to solve the problem once and for all. You will not have this, teacher unions and all that stuff. But it will solve all the problems. Okay, so I'm speaking. Thank you.
No, I want to say something else.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I think today, the new day that we're in, this age of social media, information traveling fast, these are the moments where major change can happen more than ever before. If there's not an end goal vision, when I say end goal, right, you can be as lofty as you want. When you create a goal, you can say, I see a world with no war. I see a world where there is much more safety for individuals, women, children walking the streets, as we heard before about children walking the streets. There's a world like that where everybody is on a certain agenda around the world. So that vision, I think, has to be part and parcel of young people, because their vision, the vision sets the intention for the teachers and everybody else involved. And it's not like it has to be, not like fourth game for the kids, right? But when there's no intention, things are left, right, and everywhere else. So it will give a direction that we're all going. And like I said before, it's data, children will learn how their mind works, how the subconscious works, things like this. And they'll learn how to be creators rather than just the old school way of going. They'll be creators.
I want to ask both place out in the real world. And the other thing that I haven't mentioned is if you rigorously teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, a byproduct of that is you are teaching the students the work ethic to put in the hard work that is needed to learn those basic subjects. And then once you have the work ethic to study arithmetic or algebra or geometry in high school, or to read good, long, difficult to read books before you graduate from high school, if if you have the work ethic to achieve that competency, that translates into wonderful things after they graduate from high school.
Hey, Anson, this is John. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue if I may.
Of course.
Anson, you want to go first? Or does it
Okay, yeah, I'll be fast. So, yeah, Anson, I do agree with you. The only thing is, you said the work ethics. The thing is, yeah, you can instill the work ethics. I think the parents and all. But I think the most what do you call it? The incentive, the best incentive to instill work ethic is the reward. You can get even the thing is even the reward action is so powerful that even the AI, most of the AI training is all based on reinforcement learning, which is basically the reward that so if a mere machine can be induced to work harder, the people certainly will be and can. So I think the best incentive is you have the incentive for them to work harder, which is basically, I mean, the free market would provide the best mechanism for that, and that's why I said the people, the kids or whatever adult, just start working at an early age, and then they know what waits them at the end of their toil, and this is the best reward mechanism. And then they will select and buy, and then they will select. And the selection process both ways. They will select the better boss that will pay them well, and then they will select the better teacher when they have the urge to do a job well and train to. Hey, so.
Anthony, you're on mute. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. They will train. They will have the incentive to find the training.
Basic subjects.
They define the training, and then the trainer, they will pay good money for the trainers, and then they will provide the incentive for the trainer, which is the teachers, and then they select the better teachers and pay the teacher well. So this whole thing, this will be the benign cycle, for everything. So yeah, that's why I said we need to completely overhaul the education system and pick that's why I raised my proposal. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Well, the obvious follow-up question, Hanson, is at what age should they leave school and begin working late with the intent to later come back to school? At what age should they stop any formal public education to enter the workforce?
This is like, good question. Certainly, I mean, I'm not saying that starting from like toddlers, and even toddlers can kind of can infiltrate or the kind of gradually set up the environment. Depending on the children, and then you can the start gradually. I mean, especially now, you have the technology to do that because AI, with the advent of AI, this is
I apologize.
It's okay. So the type of things I'm talking about, again, I'm not an educator, right? But I'm going to say something that's very common sense. When a child walks into a room, right, the energy has to be somewhere. And it has to be somewhere that is safe for them, that is, you know, this is overlooked, right? And because this is overlooked, because you were talking about reading, writing, this goes without saying. But these are the bad results of reading, writing, arithmetic start with energy. Start with the child being in the energy and knowing how to shift energy and all these kind of things, right? So it's not woo-woo. Again, this is all data-driven, what I'm talking about. Again, like I said, children, there's a professional person educated that's going to be delivering these programs, right? But just think about going into a room in Clubhouse, right? And if it's hostile, it's not a place where you can learn as easily, especially a different type of energy that's uplifting. So children come into the room knowing that they're creators, knowing that they're geniuses, right? To the extent of which they can even teach their parents how to refrain from certain behaviors. This is the kind of children that you want to bring into society. Children that are creators and know what their future is and know that they are active participants in this future.
I'm so confused with what you just said.
Well, moderators, this is John. I'd like to be put in the queue, please.
Yeah, no, hold on one second. Yeah, Beth, hold on one second. John next will go next. We have a queue, and then after John, Beth will come. After John, Beth will come right to you. Go
Okay.
ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I asked Grok the following. This is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions? Break down by monthly budget. Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Greg's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education, FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total for at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month. To enhance quality while cutting 50% slash administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% of budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency, per studies from Heritage and Brookings. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you. I hope you enjoyed hearing it.
Thank you, John. Anson or any educators have any response to John? Otherwise, we will let go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, Joby. Sorry, or Anson.
I wanted to hear what Beth had to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Beth, you said you were confused, so.
Yeah, I was confused of what he was trying to speak about, but, I mean, thank God America, my kids finally are done with, like, public school system, right? I have them in private colleges, but, with the charter schools, you guys were talking about charter schools earlier, and I had a huge issue, and I went in because the
Got it in there.
was picking on my daughter. So I said, okay, let me go in. Let me figure out what is actually happening. And, my daughter, when she's dramatic. So I brought in a whole bunch of pizzas. We did a pizza party.
Hanson's been like
And I'm
doing that.
watching. Now, I have a
That's Hanson's
master's in
story.
psychology. I don't utilize it. I do not make money off having a degree. I don't. But I walked in and I was like, what in the hell are we doing in here? Is this like a social experiment? We're busing in kids to a school where they're watching all these parents pull up on $20,000 golf carts every day. This is not cool. So I watched it. I knocked my daughter in the back of the head. I said, that kid might be mean. But you know what? We gotta figure this out. I've got to learn why she's being mean, right? And I talked to the dean and I said, why in the world are we doing this? Have you talked to the parents and spoken to them to figure out their kids are coming into an upper middle class like public school? It didn't cost us a damn penny for kids to go there other than our tax dollars. But it was not fair to the kids. Not one bit. And this little girl, she was mean because she was mad. And that's okay. You can be mad, but she was mad because her parents sometimes couldn't get her to the bus stop, which was paid for by the county to pick up the kids that they were busing in. I said, you need to rearrange, reschedule, and figure out the children that are coming into the school because they are amazing kids. I mean, this little girl, I'm still in touch with her now. They all graduated high school. But, that wasn't fair when they're in 6th grade and she's coming into a school with all these kids that have parents dropping them off. All this stuff.
All right, we got your point, but I want to ask you, you're the only one here that I'm aware of that has children in charter school and later public education. Which was better, the K-12 public education or the charter school?
In my view, just to answer your question, charter schools are public schools, but, no, my kids got bullied at the high school. Go, get bullied a little bit. Learn how life is going to happen.
Okay, so you think the charter school was better for your children than the public school that they subsequently went through, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, so the public school was better than the charter school?
The charter school is a public school. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's a public
Different
school.
kind of public school. It's a different kind of public school. Charter schools march to their own, not to the full
Be
school.
careful what you ask for.
They still have to match up in a school case. Yeah.
Jeremy would be a great person to answer that question.
I have too many questions and answers.
The question is, are charter schools better than public schools? That is the question.
If you have a choice, yes, because they have a separate board completely outside of the realm of your public schools. They get their own budget. They get to decide their own curriculum, their own tests, et cetera, et cetera.
It doesn't necessarily make them bad. They could be just shitty charter schools or shitty leadership, just like shitty public schools.
I think they're good. Not only that, I had young kids, which my grandkids were, I recommended charter schools, and guess what? I
absurd. It's like saying, the Army is actually like good. They're just never going to beat Navy in the overall record of football games.
That's kind of a short, misleading misinformation, Brad.
I don't know. Statistically, I looked it up while we were having this conversation, and it says that in general, only about 36% of charter schools actually perform better than their public school counterparts. About 47 of them perform equally, and about 17% of them perform worse.
Yeah, at least to my knowledge, the reason why you have...
And PISA is used by the testing is what's critical. And when you say, okay, here's a Jack and Jill went up the hill, rather than measuring all the angles and et cetera, they test like that. So the public schools water down their tests. The private schools really push the envelope, so they're ready to go to college or get a career tech certification.
But again, private schools, depending on the payment, but charter schools are not all charter schools. There's a variety of systems that are charter schools. Not all charter schools in any of the systems, the 3 or 4 primary ones that rise to the top, are doing very well. Private, rich, bougie schools, doing great. They fucking off the charts. They perform great. Hell yeah, if you got $1 billion to sink into a kindergarten, those kids are going to do fantastic. They're going to get the best teachers, best resources, automatically. But the charter schools that you're describing as an overall blanket term to take one of the rich bougie schools and apply it to the better overall charter, that's not fair. That's not even accurate at all. Charter schools are not that much better than public school systems, and both have inherent flaws in their design and tracking on their testing scores that you even cited. But you can come to say, yeah, maybe there does need to be work, and maybe we need to actually just kind of not go charter or public and actually try to figure out the education system as a whole.
And just really quick, another factor as to why charter schools and private schools usually don't do the same is not because they have harder material. In fact, they have a lot less restrictions on what material they even have to teach inside of there because they don't have the standards that a public school has to go by as well. And at the same time, it's less about the teacher vetting in those same exact places. Private schools usually don't do well because the teachers that they get usually aren't qualified for the position or don't perform as well as the people that are in the public school positions. I mean, if we look at public institution versus private nonprofit versus private for-profit, at least undergraduate graduation rates, even outside of K through 12, the ones that lead afterwards, you'll see that public institutions are at 63% at 6-year graduation rates, private nonprofits are at 68% in 6-year graduation rates, and private for-profit at 29%. At least the ones that I'm familiar with, some of the charter schools that I know that are around my area, at least test score-wise, and at least through the metrics that are provided to us publicly to see, they don't perform much better than most of the really good public schools that we have around us. So it really just sounds like most people that have a problem with public school will just find a better one for your kid to go to. It's not that difficult to find a good magnet program.
So I just want to do a really quick room reset, and I think I saw Joby say in the chat that she wants to define charter school. I think that's right. If you just join the room, we're talking about how can we fix K through 12 education. We have a poll at the top. If you don't see the poll, you have to update the app. So for those in the room who do see the poll, you have to vote again. The poll options add money at 4%, rigor, accountability, more charter schools, and something else, which has 62% of the vote. If you voted something else, if you don't mind coming up to the stage to share if you're not already on the stage, or explain in the chat what something else is. Joby, did you want to add?
Yeah, sure. Charter schools, each state has their own method and it's determined by state policy, and it's related to funding, of course. And they're different when charter schools receive state funding on a fixed per pupil basis, while traditional schools, public schools, receive more funding more heavily in the form of local taxpayer dollars and are eligible for more grants, national grants. Both types of schools directly compete for state funding nationally.
But again, the charter schools you're mentioning, again, aren't forced to have to take in the, quote, mixture of kids. They can cherry pick which kids they want to. They also could limit and streamline their budgets based on the programs. So unlike public schools, they don't have to offer a broad plethora of it. They also don't have to worry about, like, say, breakfasts for kids and other needs that meet the student requirements there, such as psychologists, counselors, career finders, etc. Go down the list. Like, there are plenty of charter schools out there that are just flat out fucking shitty. And I do not get this blanket pass that charter schools are going to be the system that replaces public schools that works. Again, the state public school system or Florida's public school system, which tends to rate very high in the nation, well then, no, they're not going to match up and do well against it. But if you're going to put somewhere like, I don't know, Washington, Seattle area, or
charter versus public school. What do we need to do to fix both schools? Fundamental things.
Well, there's a lot that can be done. For instance, we should have teachers that are based on performance and metrics bearing and actually receive salaries for there. We should have funding that goes to the schools. I don't think it should be just solely based on
care if you do. That was an extra college credit I could have got and had on my resume, and I really would have wanted that, especially right now. So just the taking away of classes, just as availability to take, et cetera, and all that type of stuff, just because you think it's too, and not you specifically, Brad, but just because whoever's in charge of you thinks it's too woke or not necessary, even though they have me taking fucking biology classes in college when I'm a music major. Yeah, all this shit about this is unnecessary, that's unnecessary. There's a lot of unnecessary shit that I learned in high school that I didn't need to learn whatsoever, and has never been useful to me in my daily life right now. So I feel like if you just offered the opportunities to learn what you needed to, or specialize what you need to specialize in, whether it be trade, whether it be history, whether it be something, right? Have it be specialized there, at least give them the tools to actually make something of themselves after high school. Because me, graduating from the K through 12 system in 2021, the number one question me and all my classmates had was, okay, I know we're supposed to go to college, but what the fuck do we do from here? We have no clue what to do. We don't know how to be adults. We don't know how to live in society right now. We got to ask our parents all these fucking questions, because guess what? The school that was supposed to set us up for being in real world scenarios, the school that was supposed to set us up for adult life, quote unquote, taught us how to regurgitate shit back to them for a nice test score, and then said fuck you and let's go. So for the most part, if we want to change something in schools, let's start applying shit that's actually relevant to people's real lives, like understanding financial responsibility, understanding how to do your fucking taxes, understanding how to do a lot of basic shit that you'll do in adult life every fucking day that we don't get caught, because we'd rather learn the mitochondria and powerhouse of the cell, even though you're majoring in fucking welding.
So yeah, I agree with that shit. We need to implement. I think everybody should have to go through like some sort of trade program. Shop should be a primary thing. You need to know how to fix fucking basic plumbing and like learn how to read a measuring tape. These are basic things. Basic electricity. I don't know how to like freaking cook. That should be a dynamic. I know I can, but I'm picking on myself. And then you need to have other things like this financial. How to fucking read taxes. How to understand how a bank account works, checking account, credit cards, how that works. Maybe then you get somewhere around the $37 trillion because you can actually educate people on how to actually rationalize and work financial situations in their real life. They'll apply it to their governance and say, hey, yeah, we can't have this. So these are areas that could easily help society instead of having the bankruptcies. How to understand their medical bills, how to understand how systems work. Teach them civics, understanding how governments are. Go to PTO meetings and understanding what those are, town halls, and how important they are. Those are things I would start teaching them.
And let me just add something in there, like, because it's something that I have to currently go through as I'm in college. There's, at least in Florida, the civic requirement that we had was passing like a 7th grade civics thing that we had to take, right? All of the shit afterwards had nothing to do with civics until you get to college, where you have another required course either on U.S. government or on general civics too, in order to have a graduation requirement for the state of Florida, right? So, at least in my opinion, sure, that's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like we should have civics be a little bit later too, because there's a lot of shit from civics that people forget from 7th grade to being a fucking adult, and it seems like a lot of them forget that
does, or what the check and balance each one has on the other branches, et cetera, or what the basic functions of some of the roles of those offices are. So I guess if we were to just take a more comprehensive and realistic approach rather than being teach every single subject left, right, and center. And Scarlett, I understand that you heard me say, don't take the African American away, but don't make me take biology. Yeah, I'm not saying take biology away. I'm saying at least give me the choice on whether I want to take it. In the same way, don't take the African American AP studies away. Give me the choice on whether or not I want to take it. If I want to fuck over my own education, if I want to fuck myself up, so I can take fucking the thing that we all love to talk about, the gender studies, fasting, leaving degrees, etc. Let me fuck over my own money and do so, right? But at least give me the choice to be able to do so. I want the choice to succeed, the choice to fail, etc., etc. If I choose classes that will be better conducive to my success, with the guidance of my parents that should be there, then I should be set up. If I choose classes that are setting me up for failure, that's on my own fault. Why? Because I chose said classes. I just want the availability to be there. And there's some people that may do well by taking the classes that I could do nothing with. And there's like me, where I do well in some of the classes that other people could make nothing with. Right? I just want the choice to be able to do so. Because the choice there would make it a lot better for people to start specializing a lot earlier, and for all these companies that start asking for fucking 5 to 10 years of experience when you're 18 to 21, or else you can't even get the interview. At least you can have some experience under your belt, whether it be trade, whether it be an internship, whether it be you doing something with your actually putting your skills that you learned in K through 12 to practical use in the real world before you get out of there, so you gotta navigate the real world and you understand what you have to do to progress forward in the real world once you get out, instead of just kind of like wondering what's going on and hoping your parents can get you through it, when in some cases some people's parents haven't gotten through it themselves.
Let me, exchange my I'm sorry,
Yeah, Joe, would you do me a favor? Would you go through the chat and try to pick out what something else's are and make them specific? If it's, I don't know, rather than an amorphous something else, what can people put in the chat that is something else that they would rather do rather than give them more money, increasing rigor, accountability, or more charter schools? Could you do a 5-minute scan through the chat and try to come up with a concise list of what they need, something else?
The only thing that
School system actually takes the rate very high.
the curriculum is sort of
Having done learning, if you get
every 7 years, not every 4 years.
Okay, so changing.
Arithmetic or math, like resources access.
Give a little time for the child. Reading comprehension. Give a little time for comprehension. Give a little time for Give a little time for the
God is out. Many Christians may
I've got a question for you, XG, if he's still here. Would you agree
I don't know. Watch.
to try to teach a kid how to do a tax return, particularly a fairly complex one, if they can't do arithmetic?
Somebody told you you're all lessons on.
It's all good. It's all Tanya.
That's right, it was the time to teach.
Yeah, we used to have some type of things like that back when we were in school, when I was like a senior or junior, etc. So I want to talk about that.
Okay,
It teaches Event Horizon, Danny. I thought you were going to say Event Horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You want to hear a bit from Tanya.
Writing and arithmetic. And if you do that, and every student that graduates is competent in those 3 areas, then the rest will follow. If they're not competent in being able to comprehend what they read, discuss it intelligently, and write about it.
Arithmetic or algebra or geometry.
Mathematics, then all this other stuff isn't going to happen. You've got to focus on the basics, get that right, and then go deeper and go broader. And that, until the public schools can get that right, and comprehensively and competently teach reading, writing, and arithmetic in a broad sense, then trying to do all the other stuff is barking up the wrong tree. Would you agree with that?
Not entirely. When it comes to the reading, writing, and arithmetic, I think those are good bases, but for example, when I mentioned that those types of literacy classes, financial literacy classes would come around 11th to 12th grade, right when you're about to go to college, you get out of high school. I don't know how long we're going to be stuck on basics. If we're stuck on basics from kindergarten all the way to 11th grade, that's an issue. We shouldn't need to be stuck on basics for that long. Basics should end at
Focus on the basics until you get it right, until you get it competent. And if you can achieve that level of competence in ninth grade, then go ahead and teach others the financial responsibility and all that. But make them all learn a competent level of knowledge in reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Well, that's already kind of established. Only because, for example, in the college that I'm at right now, even back in K through 12, to take certain classes, there had to be certain prerequisites that you had finished already or had shown a proficiency in. There were certain classes you can't take if you scored a C or lower in another class. You have to get a B or over in order to get into that class to show that you had an understanding of the material, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not something that's new. Maybe if you want to enforce more, that'd be fine. But as for innovation, that's something that's already been put in place for a while.
Okay, we're not talking about college. We're talking about just.
Yeah, K through 12 has it as well. There are certain advanced placement classes that you wouldn't be able to take, certain honors classes you wouldn't be able to take, certain language classes you wouldn't be able to take without certain prerequisites showing a proficiency at a certain level. So that's already in place in K through 12 as well.
But I would also maintain that public schools are not accountable in how they report proficiency. We overgrade.
If the public schools wouldn't be accountable, or I'll ask you this question, not as a gotcha, but just for consistency purposes, would you say that private schools or charter schools would be even less accountable by that sense?
I can only speak from my own very, very dated. I went to public high school, graduated, then I went to quote charter school before I went to college, and the difference was night and day. But that was centuries ago. So I'm not gonna. I agree with Brad that we shouldn't be trying to compare charter schools and public schools because, as Brad says, they're both not doing a very good job. And I'm trying to focus instead on what both of them should be doing to improve.
XG had said something earlier, and XG, you can respond to this if you'd like, but it's really a question for the stage and the educators specifically. You made me think, XG, with some of your comments about the political and cultural debates that hinder K through 12 progress, right? So I mean specifically like the CRT restrictions, limiting history discussions, book bans, sex education laws. So I'm wondering if we think that the political and cultural debates around K through 12 hinder progress, by creating inconsistent policies, right? Lowering teacher morale. Some of these debates and policies lower teacher morale, diverting resources, diverting communities, delaying reforms. How do we think the current political and cultural conversations around education is hindering K through 12 progress?
It makes the red states dumber and holds back the blue ones.
You're directing that question to who now?
It's for anybody on the stage, really. But I thought of it with some of the comments that XG made, but it's really for anyone.
XG, well, let me just say this. The program that I was telling you about earlier, it was confusing, integrity versus enhancements, but has to do with the mind and science. So when I said something that may throw people off, but just think of it, it's not implemented in a practical way. I don't do that. I'm just talking in terms of an overall scheme. So your brain has a subconscious mind and a conscious mind. So these are the kind of things that would be implemented. Let me let XG answer, but there are going to be things implemented. One last thing. This will be implemented. Einstein discovered that we are 99.9999% right. So I don't want to get into a deep discussion right now, but that's something that we'll discuss in the programs being rolled out, and it will occur, and it is common sense, and it won't be. It's decided.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of hard time following that. But
That's
I recognize that sure, we're all energy, sure, we're all human. There's certain category distinctions that do end up getting made based on certain attributes. It's not unless you take those category distinctions as inherently negative. I mean, it's not a negative thing. It's just point them out that they exist.
Well, I'm not taking the class, right? So when you said what you said about computers, say that again?
Yeah, like you said, we're all Einstein said that we're all made of 99.9% energy, etc. So why would we produce things that's like black and white, just like these categories exist in the same way that we're all made up of atoms? So as a human, I'm going to make a category distinction.
Yeah, the battle be explained is what I'm talking about. I'm not the person that puts it over. I just, we are energy, right? So, and we do categorize. But most people don't refer to us as energy. We only
most of us are never speaking in a context where energy is in mind.
No, you don't have to. I don't call you white. I call you red. Because I have a red. You don't have to refer to me as black, right? But you have to
For example, when I mentioned that those guys were just that particular ecology, I don't know stuck on basics. If we're stuck on basics, we're going to kindergarten all the way from 11th grade. That's an issue. And basics, we stuck on basics, we're not going to work it out. So I'll just shut up. Those are good basics, but when it comes to the rewriting
Okay, so we're talking about something else because that's what won the vote here, right? Something else. So, Brett, you mentioned, I'm sorry, Brett, XG, you mentioned specific things that were I agree with, something else, right? So continue to talk. I'm going to shut up if there's any questions about this answer because I've been practicing what I'm talking about, but I'm not the person who lives with kids. I can explain how it's done with adults, but to kids it's different.
In response to my original question, basically, the way I see it, yeah, it's definitely hindering things because there are some things that have become so politicized for no fucking reason that all of a sudden any introduction of them in schools is all of a sudden seen as like fucking horrible. The next like horrible totalitarian thing that's being put in, et cetera. The evil left is trying to corrupt your children, blah, blah, blah. That type of like stochastic language is probably what ended up fucking over everything. With like X, Y, and Z is trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to train your kids.
Propaganda against Israel.
Like that's setback progress so much because now you can't even have
Not on the right.
fucking rainbow class without somebody
Joe
like,
Biden
oh no, they're trying to push gays or something. I don't believe
he's not like that. Even Joe Biden, given that he had to give a little bit of lip service to his
it seems like they get triggered by anything that has a rainbow color scheme or that may be related to the gays, and that all of a sudden their children are too soft to walk in a world where two dudes might kiss each other. Oh no, how horrendous.
Okay, I'm going to intervene here just for a moment. As I said when I started the room, I have a hard time. I'm going to have to leave in 15 minutes. And I want to go ahead and provide my closing.
YouTube, somewhere between 3.8 and 4.5 million subscribers. There's no speed about those numbers. 863 million total video views as of August 6, 2025.
You doing her last related to the question, how to fix K-12 education. The consensus is something else, but there's no definition to something else that we can wrap our arms around. Okay, if we get specifics, there's a slight majority, just the three, there's a slight majority It's been a good discussion, and thank you all for being here.
Well, Anson, if I could just say really quick, because I added something, I asked Grok, because I had some ideas about how to fix K-12, right? My ideas of how we can fix that, I'm sure you guys can go out and what something else could be. So here's what Grok said are 7 potential solutions, if Anson or anybody else in the room wants to weigh in. Some of these we've already talked about. So, first we need to address the funding, inequities. We need to support teachers, number 2. We need to reform the curriculum and testing. Number 4, tackle learning loss and the gaps, right? 5, invest in mental health and safety, which I think is important. Mental health, hire more school counselors to help these children who are dealing with having challenges at home that they bring to school that makes it impossible for them to concentrate. Number 6, it says modernize the infrastructure because as Ty noted earlier, when a student walks into the classroom, they need to feel a certain energy. And part of feeling that certain energy is the safety that the teacher provides, how the classroom is, decorated or organized, how bright it is, how colorful it is, et cetera, et cetera. The classroom helps, right? And then, of course, the overall building, if it's, water, clean water, not
That's the truth. Yeah, she could drive this thing out, man.
My observation on that list that you just provided can be all lumped up. They are specific items that all require adding more money. So based on that list, I would say Grok says we've got to spend more money to improve K-12 education, and then how much we allocate that more money in those specific categories. That runs totally counter to what the poll in this room showed, where add more money was substantially less than.
May I jump in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that the adding more money is a secondary problem to how money is spent. What we know is that in a public school system, you have pensions where a lot of money goes, you have the construction where a lot of money goes. Very few dollars actually get into the classroom. And so this is why school choice, I'm sure Joby made a pretty good argument for that. I was out doing other things, so I didn't participate earlier. But here's something that people don't talk about is the way that we structure the classroom in the first place. We've decided that, you were born in this year, we're going to put you in this grade. And whether or not you've learned how to read, write, or do math, we're going to then, because of your age, put you in this next grade. And what happens is that the teachers then have a choice where they can say, okay, I can teach to the most advanced students and alienating, the mid-tier, the bottom-tier students. They could teach to the medium students, and then that would hold back both, it would hold back the top students as well as probably alienate the bottom students. So then what they ultimately go for is they teach to the bottom students, and what that does is alienates those that could be challenged more that are both that mid-tier or more advanced. We need to figure out how to put students based on their talent in the right cohort and give them the right education that they need, the things that they can handle. You can't give too hard a curriculum to somebody that doesn't understand it. You'll shatter their confidence and you won't build their skills. It'll actually be negative. So we need to better identify, and I don't think simply identifying when were you born is a good way of doing that.
Yeah, I totally have to agree with you. I think I think that we need to just reject the entire education. I'm laughing because I know people are going to think that it's radical, but the school system isn't failing at all. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do back when we implemented to begin with. We don't like to admit that. We don't know. I mean, it's been hidden from us largely, and we've been indoctrinated, right? If you feel like your little reticular activating system right now trying to reject everything that I'm going to say, I'd ask you, where did our system come from? What was it modeled after? What was the actual implementers of the school? So what was their listed intention? It's wanted to get people into these structured areas to be able to teach and indoctrinate us that that's the conformity. Everything that our current system implements as any type of public education system, anything that you see that does the opposite, that talks about the best models of education, have nothing to do with where we're at. It has nothing is in it absolutely at all. Like the grading system, all of that thing, what Mojo was just talking about. I pulled up real quick because I thought that this was interesting. One of, directly from, okay, this was the, let's see.
Your idea real quick and our idea real quick is probably different. Can you hear that? Thank you.
Yeah. Alright, so six points of what our system, this is exactly what we're working with right now and what we have implemented, and we continue to think that we just need to throw more money at.
Can I help you while you're looking? I'll just say this.
Yeah.
We built a school system for a world that was going to prepare people to work in factories. We no longer live in that world, but we still have the same school system. The slow modifications that they're making are not keeping up, and the world is about to change in more dramatic ways in very rapid fashion. And so if we didn't keep up from the 1950s till now, heaven help us with the advancements that are going to take place in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to really prioritize this shit. And we got to do it quickly. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm looking through my PDF and I can't find it.
He already told you. Why is it always the most redundant people trying to speak on education as if they own it or something?
Okay, here we go. So the 6 points. Now, if you don't know who Inglis is, INGLIS, I invite you to look him up. But here are the listed functions. Okay, the number 1, the adjustive and adaptive function. Schools are to establish fixed habits of reaction to authority. This, of course, precludes critical judgment completely. It also pretty much destroys the idea that useful or interesting material should be taught because you can't test for reflexive obedience until you know whether you can make kids learn and do foolish and boring things. 2, the integrative function. This might well be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is of great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social level. This is done by logging evidence mathematically and anecdotally on cumulative records, as in your permanent record, and everybody has one, right? The differentiating function. This is 4 out of the 6. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only as far as the destination in the social machine, as in the social machine merits, and not one step further. 5, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what's called the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by consciously attempting to improve the breeding stock. Schools are meant to tag the unfit with poor grades, remedial placement, and other punishments, clearly enough that their peers will accept them as inferior and effectively bar them from the reproductive sweepstakes. That's what all those little humiliations from the first grade on were intended to do. The last function. The social system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of the kids will quietly be taught how to manage this continuing project, how to watch over and control a population deliberately dumbed down and declawed in order the government might proceed unchallenged and corporations might never want obedient labor. The school system is doing exactly what it was supposed to do.
They're looking for solutions, though, D.
Okay, that's good. So the solution is full decentralization. What we had when we started our education system, our children, we were way more educated in the early 17 and 1800s, way before compulsory school laws and any type of, do you know how exceptionally high the literacy was? All of our founding fathers, Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, right? Where did they get educated, right? Were they at home or were they in public schools?
No, Bima, you're correct. up, but I want to give an illustration of this. So Bima, 895 times 1,000. Go.
For fuck's sake. Oh God, come on, bro.
Time's up.
No, listen. I just wanted to illustrate the point. She's correct. I'm agreeing with her, by the way. I'm agreeing with her in a oh God, that was a little punchy way, but she made a good point. And I just wanted to illustrate it with a little exclamation mark on it. We don't teach kids anymore. We can't even do simple math.
But Roger, she didn't make the point. She just regurgitated something that somebody else said somewhere.
That's correct. That is correct.
So again, I need you to talk over me so you can shut up. This is why you get smacked around. So again, she didn't do anything, and it's going to this overall thesis.
Let's talk about it, Brad, instead of just respond to what I
fuck? Shut the fuck up. Like again.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't even have kids.
You're sucking, Brad.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you want... All right, so we can do this. So let's talk about the fat, obese white women who can't even...
Exactly. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So anyway, so the decentralization, I invite everybody to look at homeschooling successes, to look at the homeschooling successes.
Everyone mute up for a second. Listen, Uncle Anson is going to listen to this replay, and he's going to be very disappointed in all of us. Can we just, clean it up? You know he's going to listen to this, and then you know who's going to catch shit? I'm going to catch shit, because the room went to hell the moment he left, and come on, you make me look bad.
No, it was the fact that I was talking, and the fucking obliterated, obese thing, how far
Stay focused. Stay focused. Respond.
Let Brad do it. No, again, we shouldn't...
Focus, Brad. Respond. Stay on topic.
Time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and run you.
These are not the people we think.
Kitover, we've got John Kitover. Kitover in the 16th.
Whale carcass of an ass.
You have nothing to say. You're ignorant. You're just respond.
Illinois District 16. Congressman John Article.
Add nothing.
I really have said to myself, I'm not getting involved in drama. I don't want to mute people. I don't want to move people to the goo because everybody...
Move her down. Again, I get moved by this cunt all the fucking time. When she can't take her own fucking...
Talk about education. Focus. Education.
You had to write a book.
Education. Go.
And Brad, you shouldn't... Baron White women go back every day praying on fucking...
Brad, we're gonna give Brad the last word. Nobody interrupt. Brad, you're gonna take this away, and then afterwards, we're all gonna gently slide back into the muff, and we're gonna have some mojo positive vibration experience. So please go ahead and finish it up, Brad, and then we will detox in the other room.
So again, we shouldn't listen to fucking barren, wasted fucking white women who can fucking produce children, because they're never gonna be a benefit to society. That big event is absolutely right. The only thing they do is care for cats. So when we actually look at the education system, there should be an amalgamation. Roger, you were right. You said it in fucking simpler terms. You didn't need to read a PDF to actually get it. The education system is not keeping up with current society's transport technologies or advancements that we see here. It's also ignoring past problems that we currently face, such as agriculture, such as a plethora of other individuals. It is focused on what? Bemis fucking idealistic fucking bullshit, retarded fucking narrow ass. That was a waste of education. We should never, ever, ever have given up education to the point of it being the priority of PTA, soccer moms, and fucking purple-haired, septum-nose-pierced, fucking obese fucking cat women. You shouldn't spend $150 million on a fucking stadium. You should spend at least a good portion of that on, guess what, arts, fucking music, poetry, curriculums, and
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very little. Can you stop road raging? Let's stick to the issue.
See, I told you don't come for me, right? Then I said I was rude to a single person today. Yeah.
So we have 4 minutes
Except you
left.
just can't focus because you notice I didn't come for you, Brad.
Wait, hold on.
Once again, after I speak, instead of focusing, you start to attack the person.
I
You're
was can't
responding to the topic.
You can't stop fucking talking. You can't.
We don't know anything about the education system. You like to pretend. You're a good pretender.
We have 3 minutes
Anything
left.
about your own vagina, it's just well, that pendulum.
The greatest pretender.
You're good at it. It's fucking.
Head on over to the mouth.
Okay, hold on. Do you mind, Brad? Hold on 1 second, please. We have 3 minutes left before we shut this down. And as Mojo said, gently slide. But you know what it was possible in this one. We
Hit
might
her in the head with a bat and just fucking end it, and the world will be a better place.
Does anybody have any final thoughts as we wind it down? I might have time out, please.
Brad. What controls most of human patterns, their behavior? Is it the subconscious or the conscious brain?
The subconscious.
Right. How much percent?
I don't know. That's the doctor on that one. I don't answer questions.
95% is.
Different, huh?
Anson would have been disappointed.
I'm gonna send him a message and I'm gonna say, hey, Anson, if you got any brain cells that you want to kill, listen to the last 15 minutes after you left. He's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna tell me that we need better mods. That's what but the truth is, it's like, if we're being honest, forget about who was involved. That was all my fault. I allowed it to descend. I could have modded differently and I didn't. Look, I had a fun day. I had a blessed day. I drove a car today, just within the last hour, I drove a car 170 miles per hour.
Wow. So, let me ask you a question.
It was a Ferrari 296. It was,
oh my God.
Yeah, the straightaways at the Portland track are a little longer than the Seattle track, and man, this thing, man, it probably had a little more pedal left, but, we got to the cones.
Were you in the moment, Mojo? Were you in the moment?
I was in flow state. For sure.
There you go.
So how was the positive vibrations over there in the rational discussion? Was it a good discussion before I came in and ruined it?
It was an okay discussion. Those educational rooms, you always end up hearing the same people talk on them. And the chat was good. It's the same points. Everybody talks about, doing this to improve testing and this to improve testing and blah, 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 blah. And that is not the problem. The problem isn't the fucking testing. The problem is the whole freaking shebang. Like, it just needs to be overhauled.
John, what plans do you have to overhaul the education system in America?
Mojo, I don't know where John is, but what I was trying to articulate wasn't coming out well because it's something that I practice and adults practice. So I didn't know. I think differently than a lot of people. So when I was explaining, it doesn't land for them in a way where they can understand. I think so. That's what you shut up about it.
Yeah, Simon Sinek's got this thing about start with why, and he gets into people that think different. He talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Martin Luther King, and he also talks about the Wright brothers and how their view of the world starts with they start with why. Why, like
Congressman John Kitover, and I just want to say that in that room I called out that we're spending 88 billion a month or 1.1 trillion a year. I would suggest instead of 88 billion a month, we go to 60 billion a month immediately. Does anybody think that might solve the problem?
John, that's the result. The money, that's the end. Things require money, but first you got to figure out what the thing is. The change that has to be made, right?
Well, no, I think what he's saying is the opposite of what some people say. One of the choices in that poll was do you want to add money? And maybe the answer is we take the money away. I mean, if you look back, we called a certain generation the greatest generation. Why do we call them that? It was a generation that grew up in the Great Depression. They were forced to deal with less money. And so I would make the argument that when you take money away from a situation, you actually open up the conditions that can allow you to actually improve the situation. Only when you're doing things really, really well can you then have the discussion of, hey, can we pour money on this? Money should be the gasoline that you put on a fire. And we don't even have a flame yet. So I would say what we need to do is we need to take the money away from the system. We need to starve the system, and we need people to be creative, create parallel institutions, something that works, and then once it works, then we pour the money on it. And I will tell you, people will be less picky about how much money we spend if you're getting a return on that money. Because I think one of the frustrations that we feel is that we've spent $37 trillion, more than what we have, and we don't have good results. We also have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and we have nothing to show for it. That being said, there's worse places you could be. You could be in a country that doesn't have that kind of money to spend, right? But has other cultural problems that are a huge issue. We at least have the Constitution of the United States. We at least have, the idea that individual rights is a good idea. We just need to have the gumption to protect those rights.
You can earn the money, then give more money. But you're right. I think it should be less money, less.
I think what we should do is take away every penny and then say, okay, whoever builds a system, they're going to get the dollars. And if that means that a system it's going to say, hey, we don't have enough money to operate, we'll just say, well, imagine that. Remember the free ride where the money came for nothing?
Well, in the Chicago school system, which is broke, needs 175 million. The students should be cleaning the classrooms. Why do they have a $115 million janitorial contract when they can just have the students clean classrooms like they do in Japan?
Or
because you can't use chemicals, the 5-year-old in kindergarten, fucking chemicals that makes it combine. Like, you don't want to give them Windex and freaking bleach and say, here you guys go, combine it yourself, and then toss it in pine sol, and that'll be the floors for you. You really don't want to do that to a bunch
How
of
can
kids.
they do it in Japan? All these federal offices where millions of federal employees work, instead of hiring crews of tens of thousands of cleaners, you know what? Maybe all those federal employees should clean their cubicles and vacuum around them and clean it themselves.
No, I disagree, man. I once got called out because I would dip in my trash can in my bedroom office, and I got called out from someone else, like another person that worked that was a secretary.
I think what he's saying is if you do that and you don't keep your space clean, they should fire you.
No, totally. I mean, but no, I mean, that's why they're there to clean
place to start cutting. 1.1 trillion a year in this country gets spent on education. 88 billion a month. You can't cut it 25%. You can't cut it 40%. We're $37 trillion in debt. Now I know I sound like I might be whining and complaining, but where are the cuts going to come from? Because I got to tell you, I'm building a collection of cuts with all of these Anson rooms and Mojo positive vibration rooms, and I'm going to put all these position papers. Basically, I'm doing forensic accounting. So thanks for the content. I keep posting my next. Nobody's reposting. Are you guys just all a bunch of talkers, or are you going to do any retweets? Are you going to do any likes? Are you going to share this room? I mean, are we just a bunch of talkers or a bunch of doers? What is it, talkers or doers?
If I would always fight with my, it's a good mother. That's what it is. I never.
Wait, hold on. Hey, mute yourself. Listen, go read the rules. Hold on, hey, go read the rules. I want you to refer to rule number 10. Once you've read rule number 10, if you can read rule number 10, then you can re-engage, this time in English. But if you don't speak English, we got my friend Johnny here who can teach it to you. Right, Johnny?
Yes, sir. Hey, I'm looking for the rocket chats. We don't have that here.
Rocket chats? What are we talking about?
It's the newest thing from Nelson Company over at Chatter.
Oh, you mean the Jonathan Bing app? The one where he single-handedly destroyed what could have been a good thing?
Oh, is he the one to blame?
Jonathan Bing's got a big head with no brain. He's got like just full, thick skull. There's nothing in there. It's you know, you shake a watermelon to hear the fucking moisture. You could shake his head, you hear nothing.
Oh, darn.
So he's the fall guy, Roger? He's the fall guy. Jonathan's the fall guy?
Jonathan Bing might be the stupidest human being that's ever walked the face of this earth.
But isn't it Nelson's app or is it
Nelson's the boss. Nelson's the king. It's me, the king. Hey, piss boy.
I just was in there, and they probably had a total of less than 50 users across the board in 10 groups.
I hear you.
The biggest stream was 20 people. It's like it's so boring every time you go in there. I do like the features, but
Like,
yeah,
rooms
it's
that
not
like
like it.
two people, the person and their button to run video and nobody's watching.
Their problem is that they all they want to do is poach Clubhouse users, when they should just go find their own users by advertising. Oh, wow, who would have thought? That would have been great.
Wow, you're a
The
genius.
way Nelson and Jonathan Bing is running Chatter is the same way that your federal government is running the government. And the reason why Jonathan Bing's brain is so big is that's called swelling of the head. And what is his name? CeeLo Green, that famous musician. He kind of reminds me of that guy who did those great songs. But anyways, I'm just saying, is $1.1 trillion enough to educate the population of this country? Where can we cut it 20%? Anybody here want to concur that we can save $200 billion a year in education? Anyone?
The head is they wish you would stop using terms that you think you know that you don't know.
Well, so long as that. Anyway, I'm still hanging in over there, but I go there just to see what's going on. They have a couple good rooms at night. He's rounding up a lot of investor types, venture capital people having forums. I think he's trying to learn how to raise money.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go teach him how to raise money. Maybe we'll go do a money bomb. Oh, you gotta mute up.
Sorry.
A little feedback there, buddy. Okay, cool. Yeah, maybe we'll go do a money bomb over on Chatter. We'll essentially walk in, we'll open a room. Well, first of all, does everybody here have Chatter downloaded? Anybody?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, look, let me double check. I'm still there. I don't even know.
You may, if it's been a while, you may need to just uninstall it and reinstall fresh.
Shit.
That's right, Johnny, man. I've been promised. I've been in the waiting line since that Nelson, like, God promised I'd be since day one, man. It still says, hold tight.
obviously it's able to log in, so like it's good. Maybe you have to reinstall, whatever. But let's get one going. This weekend we'll do a money bomb for John Kitover for Congress, and I would imagine that the people that are on Chatter will be thrilled to death that the app is being utilized for political campaigning, and we might even get some support from people that that care about the country. Maybe there's people on that app that care about the fact there's $37 trillion worth of debt. Maybe. Because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people on this app that care. The people that do care already donated. John, how much money have we raised so far?
We've raised $1,100 in 48 hours for the campaign to elect John Kitover Congress.
Maybe what we should do is issue a challenge to Chatter and say, hey, 48 hours over in Clubhouse, and we're able to raise $1,100. Let's see if this app has a higher caliber of donor, and then maybe we can shame them, challenge them to give more money.
Well, have you seen how the Rocket Chat thing works? You can set like a goal amount. People can donate between $1 to $200, I think it is.
You have to pay $20 a month to be able to get Rocket tips. If you're a free user, you can't get tips. You can tip others, but you have to be basically like a blue check mark. You have to be a plus member.
That's okay. That's okay. Listen, that wouldn't allow us to be compliant with FEC regulations anyway. So we're just going to have to be able to post a link for them to go to the website, and they're going to be able to donate. We need to track these things. We need to be legal and legit. This is about rule of law.
Yeah, and you'll save $20. And you'll get you'll get to keep the percentage of the money coming in as opposed to 50%, because 30% goes out the door to the App Store. This is an in-app purchase, and 20% goes to Chatter because they need the money.
That's brilliant, though. If we go there and John, we money bomb John there, not through their Rocket mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm just making that up. But the Rocket tips, we do it through a Cash App or through whatever means to donate as is set up for John. They don't get a penny of it. We're using the app without them getting a penny. That's actually brilliant.
Why would they get any of the donation?
I hear they're taking about, I don't know if this is true, but if I understood correctly, they take 50%. So if someone tips $200, you only get $100.
They stole that idea from Fanbase. That idea's been
right. That's correct. That's what they're doing.
But so here's the plan. We're going to warm up to these things. We're going to go to Chatter next, and we'll do one this weekend. We'll raise some money, then we'll wait a few days. We'll do it on Fanbase, and we'll work our way up to a big splash that we'll do on Twitter Spaces.
That sounds like a plan. I have put in the chat, put a link to the Antidote account if you want to donate right now. $5, $10, $100, $1,000. I know Brad, I was unable to convince him today, but Brad, I still hope you're going to join Team John to get to Congress.
No, I will not be donating to the stolen valor candidate that is trying to represent and steal funds from a PTR that he took offline from somebody else.
John, I don't know. My problem with your running is that I don't. I do appreciate that you want to give women $15,000, $20,000 to having a child, but what's the backup plan there? That money is used towards the child, that the woman doesn't just have a child. It's the money and sends her child to the front door of the fire department or the hospital.
The alternative is going to an abortion provider and spending $15,000 to $20,000. We're spending $1 billion a month executing 60,000 children, and I just think that if the woman has an option, 20% of women would probably opt for the check instead of having an abortion. It's my opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but that's my opinion.
I would support you more if you didn't give money, period. If you want to have a child, have a child. But if you don't. Why are we giving money in the first place in that respect? You shouldn't have a kid if you need money. You shouldn't be having a kid. You should have money and be ready. And
you understand the money's going to get spent. It's $1 billion a month. I'm saying take 20% of that and give people the option. I think you'd be surprised. People want money. They need money. They want to have babies. So if you want, ask the primary just saying, the money is flowing, so it's up to us to optimize the spend.
We do have a poll up, and it's an interesting result so far. I think as we get more votes, we'll see different results. Plus, this is it's not even 4 o'clock Pacific time yet, so we haven't really hit prime up yet. So for those of you that are here, we got 11 votes. Let's keep the votes coming in. Question is, what is? Oh, I'm sorry, I have a typo. I have to edit it. Am I able to edit it? Hold on. Wonder if they'll let me.
Yes.
They will? How do they let me edit it? I want to, not my answer, I want to edit the question. I put, what is?
No, you gotta delete it.
Yeah, fuck. All right, but it's better than having a fucking typo, especially after we just spent an hour and a half talking about education, and I can't even fucking get my goddamn words right. This is ridiculous. All right. Don't be too hard on yourself, Mojo. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It's because you've been a truant to my classes. Yeah, so it's 30% to the Play Store / App Store, 20% to Chatter, 50% to the intended recipient, and there's like a 30 to 60 day delay. They hold it in escrow or something.
Are you referring to the rocket system on?
Yes. I'm no expert on it. I sent my first one to somebody the other day just to see if it worked, and it did. It cost me $1 plus tax.
I have no problem saying this about Scatter and Nelson. Why does Nelson say, let's talk about it? Shouldn't he say, let's chat about it? Would that be more poignant to his,
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You should say, let's chat about it. Instead of, let's talk about it. Okay.
They used to have the slogan "Chatter to the Moon," and I tried to get them to change it to "Chatter to Uranus," and I had some images for it, but it just didn't catch on for whatever reason.
Did you say scatter?
That's great.
That's hilarious.
No, did you say scatter, not chatter? That's what
Yeah. I was inspired by a friend called it Scatter, and I'm like, I like that. We should call it Scatter. That'd be actually, well, I'm not gonna say names, but I give credit to someone else. That's not my original. I didn't come up with that.
I just want to say that, I am running for Congress. I am a Service Connect disabled veteran, and Brad has been roasting me quite vigorously this morning. And I gotta say, you can look at my 2 PTRs here. This John account is me standing with Ron Paul in Los Angeles, I believe in 2012, when I donated, I think, $400 or $600 to his campaign. And I was invited because I was a veteran, and I got to take a selfie with him. And then you can see my other profile there. That's me when I was, in 2005, getting commissioned at the Citadel Military College into the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer. So to claim otherwise, and plus, I was honorably discharged. So if anybody wants to see my credentials, my DD-214, please come to me directly and don't rely on Brad's slanderous, libelous accusations.
You may need to go to the European Wax Center and get your chest waxed this day. Okay.
What about Uranus?
Is that there's a guy out there that wants to actually let FEMA do oral on him.
Oh dear Lord Jesus. It's sad when you've built your whole personality around just insulting others. I mean, like, could you imagine if Brad didn't stop insulting people, there would literally be nothing left. He would be nobody. That's the only reason people like Brad.
Hold on. You guys might have got the wrong memo. This is the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. You are welcome to participate as long as you're spreading good vibrations.
So why you cut me off
Serendipity, go ahead. Yes, sir. Oh, she got a phone call. Convenient. I will start us off and then we'll pass it around, and I will go in PTR order. I want to say something nice. I want to say that I'm impressed that people have come together this week to get together to read together. I think that was a shared experience that was very rewarding. They've gotten together to dig into their civic duty of giving money to a political campaign that they believe is going to help to change and make this world a little bit better of a place. And so I'm very proud of Clubhouse. I'm very proud of the people that come in the muff. And yes, I said come in the muff. So I'm very, very proud. NY, go ahead and tell us your positive things.
I just actually want to quote my favorite line from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, courtesy of Dr. Frankenfurter, and that is, "Don't dream it, be it."
All right, all right. Rowan, do you have anything positive to say? I know you're in Australia. It might be a stretch, but sorry for doxing you. It's a big island, though. What do you think?
I haven't been doxed this morning, so this is a fresh start to the day. There's a beautiful saying, which is that I am perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And if we can all take that on and embody that, we can make the world a better place.
All right, all right. I see some bumper stickers coming. Wallace, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Good day, beautiful people. Let's see. I think it's great being fifth on stage in the muff. That's pretty cool. Also, I think we could get quite a bit of money to the campaign if we just get another bet going. Brad, you make that bet, we could probably get, what, $1,000 from Brad to the campaign. If you lose, like, we could probably get something going here and get some money from Brad. Yeah, if I donate it anonymously, which I think that's great that you could donate anonymously if you care to. Not $9, $10, not 11, but yeah, 10. So yeah, fun stuff, great day, love you guys.
All right, I want to go back to serendipity. Do you have any positive vibes to share?
Positive vibes to share. I just want to tell everybody in this room, you are enough in the muff.
Thanks, man.
I've been told that before as well.
You are enough.
Whose turn is it now? Time mark?
No, John, it's
John.
yours.
Yeah.
John, it's your turn. Positive vibes in the muff.
I think you have to ask yourself, what is the source of all positive vibrations? And, right now, I am laying in the sun in my dining room. Excuse me, time out. Could you mute up, please? I'm laying in the sun in my living room, and I am absorbing super positive sunlight, vibrations. These are photons. And what's interesting about a photon is a photon still has mass. And what I like to think has mass is our words and what we think and what we say. They come out so quick, they disappear into the ether. They're a little bit like a photon, but I think our words have weight. And so, if you're conscious or self-aware, you're aware of what you're saying. And as a candidate congressman for the 16th District of Illinois and a Service Connect disabled U.S. Army veteran, I just want to say that positive vibrations are always now. That's the secret source. It's the NOW. And I hope right now you are relaxed, you are breathing, and you are at peace because, friction causes disharmony. And, negative speech, just like quoting RoboCop. I met Peter Sellers at Equinox. I met the RoboCop, and I said, "Are you him?" He says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you RoboCop?" He said, "I'm RoboCop." And I said, my dad was a cop for 30 years, and he used to quote you all the time. He said, "What was your dad's favorite quote?" I said, "Bad language makes for bad feelings, So if you remember that and you are in control of your positive vibration and you hold on to the center, you will always remember that, the way you treat other people is the way you want to be treated. And so if you speak with anger, you're going to create anger, and the feedback loop is always anger. So speak with peace, speak with love, speak with joy, and it just generally return to you. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover from the 16th District of Illinois, sitting in the sun, wishing you all super positive vibrations.
Not bad, bad feelings make for bad language.
Well, time up. It is your turn. Share some positive vibrations.
Yeah, wishing everybody an amazing rest of your year. If you want to have a good laugh, I have a film that's being re-released into theaters. They added 500 to 600 more theaters, but it starts October 19th at AMC, and I'll find out more about the other theaters that are releasing it this fall. It's called Last Dragon. You'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee it. Don't take yourself so seriously. Just have fun.
Awesome. I will be there. Brad, would you please share positive vibrations?
My positive vibration is that I changed my mind on the abortion stance. I think a lot more people like me should have been aborted.
Well, okay. Positivity is reigning supreme here in the moment. Gringo, share your positive vibrations.
Yeah, man, I'm just a good person that loves good things.
Well, there's that. Hey, that's positive. There's positive vibration. Sending you, look, I'm reciprocating your positive vibration. Very nice. Beth, positive vibrations?
Yeah, wake up tomorrow and be grateful for your day and be a little bit better than you were today. There you go.
Alright, alright. It rhymes. That's positive. Johnny, tell us your positive vibration.
Oh, chatter doesn't have bugs. They're just undocumented features.
Okay. We're fixing not only this app, we're fixing the other apps as well, simultaneously. Well played, Johnny. Akima, can you share some positive vibrations? Akima going once. Akima going twice.
The sun came up again today, so we got another chance.
Okay. Joby, positive vibrations. Uh-oh. Akima wasn't done. Akima, go back to you.
I thought I might demo that.
Alright, no problem. Joby, go ahead. Positive vibrations.
I love that Anson opened this original discussion. That's it.
I love it. Sean B, love to hear your positive vibrations.
Just remember, everyone, when in doubt, breathe out. When you're in the muff, enjoy the moisture, enjoy the ride, and fly. Love you.
Okay. Ashley, it's your turn. Positive vibrations.
When life sucks, there's always books to disappear in.
Books, otherwise known as the world's greatest external hard drive. You learned that here. Huh? Marshall, positive vibrations.
I'm doing good. Been sleep, but packing you out of town tomorrow. Lucky Mark come. Married, so he's having his bachelor party.
Alright. Well, those are the positive vibrations. We're going to try to minimize the negative vibrations. But sometimes you got to keep them vibrations coming. By Abby up here. We got a nice little poll going. Hopefully people are responding to the poll. For whatever reason, Matt Cool thought he was too good for the poll, hasn't responded yet. No pressure to Matt Cool. Beth is not responding. Gringo's not responding. Time Out's not responding. Ro, Wallace is responding.
Did you just announce it, or did you announce it earlier?
The poll has been up for a while, and there's typically visual cues. All you have to do is look above.
Where's that positive vibration?
So if you go to the antidote page, the rules on contributions are at the bottom, and Abby is correct. Rohan would not be allowed to contribute. Please read the rules before making
There's
any
a number of
donation.
people and a number of entities that can contribute. It's pretty strict, the rules, the congressional rules. And I mean, the civil penalties can be substantial.
You mean like pretending you're a military veteran and soliciting funds under that name? The fact that you didn't even know what epaulets were and you called them pamphlets, which is absurd about your own uniform, and the fact you've never served as an officer, and then your PTR shows an E7 rank on your own fucking sleeves.
Brad, you did this earlier today, and with everything that you disputed, there was evidence to show that those claims were incorrect. We've shared links. We've shared links with the chat of his experience and time he spent at the Citadel. And at this point, I don't even understand what the criticism is, because you produced zero evidence to back up your claims, and you've been refuted with visual evidence as well as documented links that verify who John is and his background.
Let's see. He said he was a sergeant in the Army, then went to be an officer through the Citadel. Cap. Bullshit right there. Then he was a butter bar for 4 years. Again, cap. Bullshit. Doesn't work that way. Also, the uniform that he has on, cap. Bullshit right there. It originally said kitchen. That's why it was changed. And now it says Kitover. So either he's faking taking a name and using somebody else's there, which again would be stolen valor because he's raising funds under that guy's, which you would be also part of that conspiracy to do that if you actually know or willingly knew that. And then that's a federal crime. I hate to tell you that. That comes with actual repercussions. And so if you are collecting favors or gratuity or funds and utilizing the image of a veteran and you're doing it under the name of the veteran and you have not served, that is stolen valor. So no, this idiot Edmund who spends his day with 20 phones in front of him in his underwear and living up a lithium and playing fucking EDC in the background and thinking dubstep is going to make a comeback. No, this motherfucker, if he did serve, he was discharged because he was batshit crazy and he didn't go through the Citadel. And he also couldn't even remember the first 2 sentences of the oath that he took.
Well, hold on. You can Google John Kitover Citadel, and you can find
Okay,
it.
so why don't we bring up right now? She's got enough experience in the Army and she's got contacts all the way through. She can go search this down and she can go right down to the grid and make sure that who you're collecting funds for and this person on stage are the same person. We can do that game. I'm just saying, you take stolen valor and you're collecting money on it. That's a fucking problem I have. That's a line too far. I mean, you could actually continue to say Monica's a great looking girl. And no, that's not true. But I mean, stealing under a veteran's name, that kind of, it's shady. It's shitty.
Brad, you making the claims that you're making and getting it proven to be untrue, as it happened earlier today, I would just ask Abby. Abby, can you tell Brad what the consequences are for slandering somebody in such a way?
It's going to be a civil case, so it's whatever the damages are. That's, it matters what state, it matters what the damages.
So if you were to slander somebody and make an erroneous claim that he is committing stolen valor, and the evidence is proven, and then after the evidence has been shown to continue to repeat these things, I don't think a court would look upon that very fairly.
Did Brad say it was his opinion?
No, he was stating
Brad,
it
did
as
you say it as an opinion? It's your opinion?
That is absolutely my opinion. This idiot, go ahead. But this is the biggest troll and scam that's going to go through. This reminds me of all those early Clubhouse days where people paid for fucking courses on real estate, how to get rich. This is grifting. This is bullshit. If you don't believe me, you can go ask Brad. You can go ask a number of people who are like, yeah, this is a completely crackpot made up fucking troll.
Brad, Abby is trying to help you by suggesting.
The part that pisses me off is the fact that you're using a soldier. It's not you, and you're playing some bullshit game. Again, even under your
That's my uniform. That's my commission.
That is absolutely you look like a. Do you still have it?
100%. That's me.
So you still have it?
Go to John
Do you
Kitover
still?
on Instagram.
Do you still
No, I
have?
don't have the uniform anymore.
You don't have it.
I didn't stay there. No.
How come?
Well, I unfortunately went through a purge in an apartment. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get
You got rid of your uniform.
Yes, that's right.
But you kept on. You held in your position. You hold.
That is very unusual.
You actually hold on to. Hang on, John Hayden.
Agree, Brad.
Wait a second. Yeah. Wait a second. Thank you. So you decide to be able to purge your uniform, yet you still have 52 mobile.
I don't have my literal uniform either.
I find that really interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not.
Yeah, I hate to tell you this too.
No.
John, you're not going to talk over me, man. Sorry. It's not going to work here. It's part of the rules. You really shouldn't check, man. And we're here for good vibes in the month. Okay? I'm just highlighting that I find it incredible. Hang on. No, John. Let me just highlight this just very quick. It is nuts that this guy has 52 cell phones. Okay, but doesn't get his number.
Real quick, I'm gonna jump in. Listen, if you guys don't like the amount of electronics that somebody possesses, that's totally your opinion. But when somebody is making a claim that a person's identity isn't their identity and trying to slander them, that you could be held liable for that. This is why we have rules around slander. And the fact is that if anybody in this room wanted to take more than like 35 seconds to Google it or Grok it or GPT it, you can find out what his record is. The fact is people that are making these accusations, all they want to do is create negative content on this app. It's not based in any fact. There was a claim made that the uniform didn't say Kitover, and then everybody that was in the room fucking blew up the photograph.
You guys corrected it.
Incorrect. You
The language that kitchen on it. That's what you claim.
That's what you claim. It's not true.
Okay, I don't give a shit, dude. This idiot, this fucking moron, this fucking idiot from fucking Chicago who literally spends his entire day trying to record rooms and does nothing else. Who doesn't wear Fruit of the Loom underwear and thinks somehow this idiot is going to run. Who's now trying to solicit funds on her veteran. Again, I'm calling Tab. He can't even explain his own fucking uniform. He can't even determine an enlisted man's uniform from an officer's uniform. And apparently neither can you.
Hold on. I just want to say this. The interesting thing about this is that there are recordings of all of these rooms.
Then play them.
I want to explain something. They don't have to be played here. There's recordings of them, and if people are lying, if people are committing slander, or if somebody was crazy enough to lie about their background and file under a fake name and use fake photos, all of those things can be punishable by law. So here's the thing. You guys believe whatever. Anybody can believe whatever they want. You can also go Google things and you can do research rather than just creating content on here. But the fact remains is that with these truth claims that are being made, either John could get himself in a lot of trouble or Brad could get himself in a lot of trouble. In either way, I would just say that before the people that are going to make judgment calls based on who they like on the app more, maybe you might want to do just a little bit of research so you don't end up making your fool out of yourself, considering that this is being recorded. It's being live streamed. The FBI can have access to all of this. Any court in America can have access to this, and people are talking freely about their claims. One person is claiming to have a background in the military and he's running for Congress. Another person is saying that that's a lie. One of those two things is true.
Quick question, Mojo, sort of. Have you and John? I'm very curious about this evolution because just a few weeks ago, you were John's biggest target. He has a catalog of you and many of us talking shit about you. Have you reached
my name. I have been the target of his streaming more so than any of you on this app. So I have more reason to say, hey, what the hell you doing, man? Some of you are a little more fragile than I am, but that's a whole different story. The reason for the change of heart, because I used to think, what an asshole, like without consent, this is a dick move. But then Clubhouse, with their wisdom, they changed the rules. What Clubhouse did, whether you guys recognize it or not, and by the way, anybody could always be recording these rooms. You should assume that like a screen record can happen on any room at any time. So if anybody thinks that the hate speech that they use in other rooms, and there's people that are on the stage that are guilty of saying things that are fucking highly illegal to say, and there's recordings of, and they're among the ones that like to do the finger pointing of those. But what I will say is that Paul and Rohan, what they did was they created an option. People can come into the room anonymously, stripping the moderator of the ability to remove them from the room. So when that happened, I no longer had the ability to toss people out of the room that were streaming the rooms. So I had to do this thing called face reality. And this is something that maybe everybody in this room might want to look up in facing reality and reconcile. That sometimes you have to accept the world the way it exists. And so with this world in which it exists, we're on this app. This room is being streamed, whether you like it or not, and it has been, whether you like it or not, for quite some time. I no longer have control. John can tell you how many times I've had his accounts clipped, how many times I've removed him from the room, how many times I've told him my critiques of what he's doing. But no longer do I have that. The app itself that I voluntarily, just like all of you voluntarily choose to log in and participate in. You guys are in this room knowing it's being recorded, and you guys are here. So that is consent, whether you believe it or not. In a courtroom, that would hold up as consent, because nobody's making any secrets about whether or not it is being recorded. You are being recorded. I'll repeat it. You're being recorded and you're being streamed. And you have since the day you got on this app. By the way, the app itself records you. So if you don't like being recorded, you probably shouldn't be on the app. So why have I changed my mind? The reality is what John was doing, while annoying, is perfectly within the rules of what this app wants people to do. In fact, they designed a premium payment for people to pay. They get to pay to be able to have this feature. So they're monetizing being able to offer this feature to people like John. So if you have a complaint about this, you should talk to Paul and Rohan. Those are the ones that created this feature. So then once I accepted it, I had to go, well, now this is the world that I have to live in, rather than pretend that this is not the world. I wanted to go back and look at some of the content that he was streaming. And what I found was rooms with actual terrorists. They were plotting terrorist plots, as well as conducting recruitment in terms of sex trafficking. You guys might be aware of those rooms. Maybe you're unaware of those rooms. But this is a service that John is providing that streams it, and all of you do-gooders, all of you anti-terrorist activists, you guys can look at this and go, wait a minute, here's somebody that is being able to stream and expose terrorists on this app, and you can now work with him to do something about it, or you can complain because you think it's a nuisance because he streamed and did something that the app actually wants him to do. I'll go ahead and just mute up right now, but if you guys want to get self-righteous about your right to privacy, you guys can stick it.
Well, I just got to say, that's one of the greatest endorsements I've had yet for the campaign to elect candidate Congressman to the 16th District of Illinois. And yes, I am a Service Connect disabled veteran. I finished as a second lieutenant at Fort Huachuca, where I was medically disabled for an injury. I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. That's March of 2002 to August 2026. So get it right.
How can we check that?
Oh,
I believe you, by the way, John.
Thank you, Jane. I thank you for the support. But don't just
I know you support yourself.
efforts in the campaign. Jen, what's $1? What's $10? I'll give you $18. The link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's also in my profile. But, I just want to say I'm having a super positive vibration right now. Now, listen, Brad is not the authority on my identity, on my life. Brad is an online social road rager who said yesterday, I don't even want to repeat what he said to you, Jane. So let me just sit here and I I'm gonna mute up. I'm sitting in the sun, experiencing a super positive vibration, and I'm just gonna go on mute. And anybody, I'm gonna stay on mute and meditate for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 minutes. Here we go. I'm going into a meditation. A deep, positive vibration meditation. Here we go. Hitting the mute button now.
Deep positive vibration is an actual vibrator. So that's about the whole.
John, before you go into your meditation, can I ask you a question regarding your upcoming election or trying to get on the ballot? You still there, John, or are you meditating?
Hey, Brad, when have you ever provided evidence that John isn't a veteran?
He said he's an officer, right? Go to Ballotpedia right now. Go pull up that and tell me what uniform is on that individual soldier that he used. He said he was an E5 in the Army, and then all of a sudden he now just told you he was in the National Guard, and he graduated as a, what was it, a lieutenant colonel, second lieutenant?
What's the first part of the name of National Guard, Brad? What's the first part of that name? What's it called? What's the first word? The 3-word. There you go. You got it, Brad. You figured it out, buddy.
Retarded? Are you really that?
Literally fucking Army National Guard.
Let's see, are you ass clapping?
No, this is
just Brad, it's one thing to say that he's not the rank or that he's not an officer, he's not, an officer, that's one thing. It's another thing to then say that he never fucking served, that he's not a veteran.
Maybe it was just exaggerating that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't say stolen valor, you can't say that he's not a veteran.
What troubles me is that if you served and that you actually got rid of your uniform, I don't know any person who served that got rid of their uniform.
I don't think, Sean, that you've been actually talked to a lot of people that have served. I know plenty of people that got rid of their uniform. Many
Again, so this whole fucking no, man. Well, I swear, can we just have fun at the time? I was talking. Hey, she can't shut up. That's her problem. Her rich. It's the same people with the same problem. They should, in between whatever they had.
Everyone wants to get her
But I'm just gonna sit there and say, again, if he's claiming to be an officer, she'll go up there rich because you're retarded. He cannot say he went to the Citadel and spent 8 years doing all this. He also said he was enlisted, but that uniform that he was showing, which is an enlisted man's uniform, he says that's what he got when he graduated the Citadel. So no, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And yes, if you claim you're an officer, just like the idiots that walked around this app and all said they were fucking SEALs and that they were Delta Force fucking Rangers with SEAL Team tags, all of those motherfuckers, that's still stolen valor. Because guess what? You cannot fucking represent yourself in a more glorious light, if you will, while soliciting funds. It is still a federal crime.
That doesn't mean that those people aren't veterans, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. You shouldn't have used that word. You should have said he's not a veteran.
Well, yeah, if you spent 4 years in the military, you don't have a uniform because he testified out.
Yeah, I'm on welfare. Don't have a fucking job. Yeah, that's exactly right.
I had to bring my meditation. A lot of accusations are being thrown.
Because I threatened to dox fucking King Solomon because he said, nigga, hail Hitler. That's all. That was a quote.
Hey, Brad.
Unacceptable.
No, we've already went through this serendipity about Monica making quotes.
One mic. Hey, Brad. If we're just saying this true, one mic.
People gave like $100,000 on an app. You morons like Rich, like Bima, like others that fucking ran little fucking scams. Like, go ahead, give your money. I'm just telling you, he's not going to money. He's not going to win. He's not running, and he's soliciting funds.
I didn't give it money either. This dude makes
I don't
everything up.
believe John's actually running for Congress.
Brad just makes shit up and believes it's crazy.
I wondered about that because I've seen him on the app so long, or it just isn't. Wouldn't it? And I'm not into politics. I'm learning. I'm coming into this room. I'm learning. But what does a congressman do? They go out and they raise funds. Isn't this what they do? They knock on doors. What do they do, Brad? What do they do, guys?
Well, not funds or campaigning. You have to knock on doors to get elected. You actually have to have town halls. You have to have meetings. You have to meet your constituents. This motherfucker.
We're breaking up. Is it just me? Is it just me?
No, I think the Matrix really does that.
No, you just hang it on Clubhouse.
So, yeah, fuck your Holy Spirit.
Hey guys,
So the whole idea, Timac, is that they're supposed to represent their constituencies to fight for both federal dollars and appropriations and projects that exist within their area, as well as to represent the people on a national scale. However, you don't win on here. There's been many people who have ran campaigns on Clubhouse saying, I'm going to win, I don't know, Texas 5th fucking ward. And they fucking fail because guess what? They campaigned at fucking Clubhouse. You actually have to go to doors. You actually have to talk to people. You have to have town halls. And you have to actually have a platform. This idiot who spends his time with 20 phones in his underwear is not campaigning. He's not running for anything. And the only part that pissed me off about this troll is the fact that they were using a military service. If they'd have done anything else, I would have just played along with it and laughed my ass off. But because you're using a veteran, which will trigger a lot of other people who are service-related, service-connected to donate, that part pissed me off. And Roger knows better than that because, again, I hold him and Edmund in the same category. This is bullshit. This is crap.
Wait, John, did you serve in the military? Or did you get a Citadel or not? Meeting John Kitover.
Thank you. I'd be happy to reply to that question and completely refute what Brad is doing. I graduated from the Citadel in 2005 as a second lieutenant in the United States Army National Guard Military Intelligence. That was my commissioning, and you can see, is it in my other profile? Yep, go to the other John profile on stage. That's John Kitover, aka me, and that is my commissioning ceremony. That's when they put the butter bars, those juicy, delicious gold butter bars on my epaulettes. And in the front of that Class A uniform, which is not a enlisted soldier's uniform, it's Class A. I think everybody has the same Class A's. And so, as you can see there, that is a military intelligence insignia on the front part of my left breast.
Wait, so you're saying you were enlisted first and then you went through OCS?
No, I did what's called the SMB, Simultaneous Membership Program. I did infantry school at Fort Benning in the summer of June to August of 2001. And then I was a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the South Carolina Army National Guard. And upon graduation from the Citadel, I was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Illinois U.S. Army National Guard as a military intelligence officer. I worked on 18th Street here in Chicago, where we studied interrogations, linguistics, and then I went to officer basic school at Fort Huachuca, Arizona for U.S. Army Military Intelligence. While I was on duty serving this country patriotically in the deserts of Arizona, marching up and down mountains, watching illegal aliens cross the border, I was injured and I was medically discharged in August of I hope you guys are recording, in August of 2006. I am complete.
What was the injury?
Everybody, this is just a bunch of hypnosis. This is a bunch of hypnosis.
Hold on. What was the injury, John?
Listen, I'm sitting in a super positive vibration and I don't want to violate my health medical information privacy.
It's obviously a head injury. It was a head injury.
Mental or physical?
No problem. It's not pretty different. So, John, this is all positive.
That's all bullshit. You can't do that. But okay, military intelligence at the highest level in the National Guard. Yeah, you believe in that one.
Medium intelligence and not muscle.
Brett, what was your military service?
this, right? How do you do it? Because you're constantly on.
Right now, it's 2025. We're on a social audio conference call known as Clubhouse. It's a chat app, and this is how people organize.
You notice what the year he
Brad, let him finish. Time
out, I just want you to know, pay attention to the years, because the years keep changing every time he graduates or goes to a base. He keeps flip-flopping the years back and forth. So apparently, I mean, he keeps graduating the Citadel every fucking year since 2005.
Yeah, I got you. I wanted him to ask a question. Let him answer, please. John, can you answer that?
Listen, I graduated the Citadel 20 years ago in 2005. What is your question, Tom?
Yeah. So Brad laid out, because I don't know a lot about politics, right? I'm an actor and martial artist. What is the Brad laid out a process for traditionally what a congressman would, or somebody running for Congress, what his in and out day looks like, knocking on doors, raising money. I see on Clubhouse a lot. How do you go through your day? What do you do to get?
You said knocking on doors, raising money. What do you think we're in? We're in a house. You got to knock on doors and rooms and houses, and we are raising money digitally. But right now, I'm sitting in the sun tanning and campaigning at the same time, causing all kinds of gossip and controversy. I think I might be doing a pretty good job. What do you think, Tom?
Okay, I'm just asking. I have no idea. Raising $1,000 is peanuts, so I don't think it's a good job, to tell you the truth. So it's been what? How many days? How long have you been running for Congress or trying to raise money?
I'm going to take a break from answering any further questions for the next 10 minutes and continue my meditation.
You go do that. That's no problem.
Here's my thing though, and I'm not gonna shade John's political endeavors at all, because I don't know this man personally, but I will say this, and I've said this to John, he might have in a previous in the month's room, he may not remember when I said, I will not be surprised if a year from now, if John releases some sort of documentary about his journey on Clubhouse and recording all of us and his journey in politics, some sort of Borat style mockumentary, and that this was all a joke and all, just his journey, him documenting the experience of trying to run for Congress and all the red tape and the political hoopla that he has to jump over, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying John is trolling us and that he's faking it, but I won't be surprised if we find out this has all been one troll social experiment for some sort of mockumentary about John's life.
Hey, and I, you better get in line. You better get in line. Because there are a lot of people on here that do that. Not in this chat particularly, but around here that have been pitching these types of mockumentary things about Clubhouse. But
I just want to make sure that if I'm featured, I just want to make sure if I'm featured in the documentary that I'm invited to the premiere. That's it. That's all I ask.
I'll be your date.
Right on. It's a deal.
Well,
No, you were in line. Oh, so go ahead.
Do it in New York.
Ashley, I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, like if he's running in Illinois, how's being in here campaigning when I haven't ran into a lot of Illinois residents? Like I think there's only been like 2 or maybe 4 on the entire map. Yeah. So you'd be getting 4 voters, and most of them are not even in the district.
So I got a question for Brad, because I'm seeing multiple people putting in the chat that they've searched John online, finding legitimacy on random articles, even mentioning that he is in fact running. So aside from what he's saying and critiquing like maybe some mistakes, I'm not a military guy. I'm not even going to try to understand warranting if somebody is lying or not. But I guess have you done search yourself, Brad? Because other people are finding searches that say otherwise to your view.
He used the same photo 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And he was running around the app pretending he was a veteran. A bunch of veterans
whole stick. And now you have Roger and him doing a troll. I don't know for what purpose, but please don't give your money. And again, he can't do it. He said he served from 2002 to 2005 or whatever it is, or 2005 to 2008. He's not going to have butter bars for 4 years. He's not going to be military intelligence in the fucking National Guard. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you can go ahead. And the fact that this scam is basically him copying somebody, and all he did was go on Ballotpedia and put his name in and register it. Which, I guess apparently, there have been complaints, because if you dive a little bit further, there's actually some complaints. And the fact that you're actually soliciting, John, funds, utilizing an image and a person that's not you, and you're sitting there saying, oh, this is all me, and this is what I do. Okay, fine and good. Well, once you hit a certain mark, that becomes federal, and I think it's actually criminal now, because you take one penny, and I think Trump signed that into law in his first term, and I think Biden left that one. So I'm pretty sure that a whole lot of people will actually probably go out to Chicago and come looking for you and saying, hey, you're collecting money on behalf of veterans. It's kind of shitty. And again, I don't have any smoke. I know what John looks like.
Wait, what documents or paperwork would he have to provide for you, Brad, to shut the fuck up?
He'd have to provide the fact that you actually were able to get.
No. We're just asking, like, what documents do you want to see? Because he's already offered to give up his discharge papers.
I don't think he has them. I think he posted them online.
He said, I will send my discharge papers to anybody on here. He's open about, he has his fucking address, his phone number, and his full fucking legal given name on his fucking profile. Like, you don't think he'll send you his discharge papers? No, because you're just being fucking stupid. Initially you said you said he wasn't a veteran, and then you changed it and said, oh, now it's...
Yeah, we're not going to do this, guys. Nye, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I was just saying, we need one mic, everybody.
No, hey, we got it. Okay, thanks. Great, we've got one mic here.
Hey, bro, you don't have to yell at me.
No, I wasn't yelling. I was trying to talk, and you were talking over me. I was talking to Nye, would you like to take it from here?
No, I don't need to say anything. Go. Yeah, no, it's all good.
So initially you said he's not a veteran, then you changed it to stolen
Hey,
valor.
Rich, I think you're still
Like, it's just
fucking
fucking
moron.
stupid,
Again,
Brad.
you got called out for unemployment. You got called
I
out
didn't
for
call you called out for
the F on
unemployment.
that shit. And again, I don't take words from people as gap. You're one of them too. You're just up there with them. You got called out in a room, and people actually reported you to the Texas unemployment office because you were scamming that shit. Like, you were scamming welfare, you fucking reject.
Brad, do you notice, like, all the people say all the people that you have grievances with, that there's a common
Ashley's
denominator.
on this stage, right? Ashley, what did Rich get called out for?
There's a common denominator, Brad.
He was doxing Solomon and he doxed Mike.
Hey, y'all know.
No, I said that I could dox Solomon if I wanted to.
Brad,
I never actually doxed anybody. If you Solomon, you can concede it.
That's what that was the discussion though. Like, that was the
Solomon
discussion,
even
the doxing
conceded
of
that I
Mike,
did
the
not
doxing of-
dox him because his full legal name was on his Twitter account. That's his Twitter fucking name. It is his full legal name. And he had it attached to his Clubhouse profile. And because I used his full name, they're like, he doxed him. And I'm like, his Twitter account is literally his full legal name. Like, that's his fucking Twitter name. You just
Yeah, but untilism, like using somebody else's PTR, like they.
Bro, actually, if my Twitter account had my full legal name and I had it attached to my Clubhouse and you said my fucking Twitter fucking bio name, that would not be doxing. You would just be literally reading what I put on there. But it would be no different than me putting my entire fucking name in my bio and then being like, oh, that's doxing because somebody read it. Like, this is so stupid.
We're not talking about a legal definition.
And that's what Solomon conceded. So the question put to Solomon was, did Rich dox you? And he went, well, technically no, because I explained, hey, his fucking Twitter has his full name. It's literally at fucking his name.
That was kind of the whole reasoning behind it.
No,
fucking military, and you're like, well, I won't accept any of it. It's like, it's fucking stupid. If he's like, hey man, I'll send you my discharge papers right now, that would prove that he was in the service.
Guys, let's respect the room. They just asked us one mic, so Serendipity 9 room, do you want to reset the room to have change the discussion? Because I think it's what do you guys want to do?
I just want to say right now, I'm so curious. Baby said, am I the new Jasmine? I asked, Jasmine. Somebody in the chat said, she's a bitch. And I'm thinking, oh, that's curious. So he heard my voice and thought I'm a bitch on the app. Great. Resetting the room.
No. That's not what I meant.
Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just took a photo of my military identification card from when I was a second lieutenant, everybody. PTR.
So guys, this is sliding into the month.
That's
Thank
not
you,
his
Matt.
tech card. You got that offline.
Hold on, guys. Let me just reset real quick. This is an after party to the education discussion we had earlier with Edson.
Thank you for your service, John.
All the way.
It says John Zachary on the fucking ID, you idiot.
I'm just
Holy fucking shit.
It says John Zachary Kitover.
Nice talking, guys.
Hey, John.
No, I'm gonna let everyone have it. Go ahead, Brad.
Again, Brad was wrong.
Sorry.
When the narcissist starts doing crazy making shit.
It's not him. It's not fucking him.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just posted my Service Connect disabled card from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, where it says VA Healthcare Enrollee Service Connected. There you go, Brad. I hope you're having a great day.
Man, he's kind of.
What do you got for that, Brad?
Fucking dunking on you, Brad.
Step up, Brad.
Yeah, I just also confirmed that
Issue an apology anytime you
feel
want,
like
and I
a
won't
piece of
shit
shit,
for
Brad.
Bible or slander. It's that easy. Right now. Sorry. Look at my PTR. That's it. PTR. Refresh the page, Brad, and issue your apology now.
One mic. Who's that talking? One mic on the congressman, please. Let congressman speak. One mic. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the next.
Yo, John, we don't see the card, the second one.
It's on his other
We saw it.
Oh, there's other profiles?
It looks very legit.
He's got like 3 or 4 profiles on the stage, so pull the refresh and you'll see it.
So I have a genuine question for John.
Oh, I see now.
Again, I'm gonna you say military private
Hold on,
cars.
I'm not going to answer any more questions. I'm taking a break as I bask in the glory of this one-up over Brad. Look at the PTRs closely, everybody. Screenshot them if you must. But I assure you, I am a veteran, and Brad has spent the whole day libeling and slandering me. I am complete. I'm going back to meditate.
John, my
Look at
question is
PTR,
not
and not interested.
What does your analysis say, Brad?
Brad, you know why I stand up for him? Because I know him off the app, you fucking idiot.
Enough of the name calling, guys. Come on, let's.
I know.
Oh, Rich, wait, Rich, you know John off the app, so he's legit.
Yeah, I literally fucking text message talking on the phone all the fucking time.
I would just like to point out, though, that Rich just said 5 minutes ago, I don't know if he's really running for Congress, but I do know him.
Well, if his name is really John Kitover, I can tell you that I have confirmed by the Federal Election Commission, he has been, there is a guy named John Kitover, I'm looking at the information right now, registered in the District 16 Republican Party, and everything is official. It is.
Yeah, he used to also own a bunch of marijuana dispensaries in the Chicago area. Chicago.
And this is directfec.gov website, y'all. This is.
Look, if Beto O'Rourke could be active in Texas, I mean, everything's possible.
Can we hear a
I
formal
shared that earlier, Nima.
Yeah, let's hear a formal apology from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Rich, I think you should go back to. And no, I'll give it.
Different people's conversations without really them knowing. It doesn't really build trust, which a lot of voters actually kind of care about.
Well, guess what I'm doing? It's a duplicate. The Digital Surveillance Act. They're already recording your conversations on top of Clubhouse recording your conversations. So I'm just trying to save the voters money. Duh.
So John, as a guy's status, like you can't possibly be running, and anyone, you know, like you seem legit as a veteran, but if you're really going to debate in that fashion, like it doesn't make any sense for someone to put all their energy into recording random conversations versus actually going out and helping the community of what you're running for in the district.
Yeah, it's for a mockumentary, and that's cool, John. I support your mockumentary. I want to add one little, another request to when the mockumentary comes out. Not only do I want to invite to the premiere, as you may or may not know, I've worked in the entertainment business for the past 20 years. Half of that time I worked as a celebrity news reporter. So I want at least dibs on when you do your big media blitz tour, please consider me for an interview. That's what you can do for using my likeness and image in your social experiment.
I just wanna mention that if a dog named Buddy the dog can win and be the fucking mayor of Rapidash, Kentucky,
Right, I remember that.
Kitover, yeah, that's my hometown area. That within like 20 miles of there. So it was actually my cousin's best friend's dog who actually won. Buddy the dog won as the mayor, and then they had a potbelly pig and a donkey and a rabbit and all that kind of shit. They did fundraisers for it. So if that can fucking happen, then John Kitover could fucking register to run for Congress. It doesn't mean he's actually gonna fucking win. So who cares?
Okay, y'all just explain to me who's Edmund. Y'all call him John and Edmund. Who the hell's Edmund?
Long bullshit story. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Oh shit, Keegan's here.
It refers to Easter.
Say something.
Don't ask me about Elon Musk.
Say something. It's interesting. It's interesting.
They're very serious and illegal. So I wish we could get to the bottom.
It's very interesting. Yeah, we're all.
Wait, I'm gonna give it to Rich and Keegan. You guys, didn't Keegan like try to hold the room saying I wanted to rape his 2-year-old daughter and then fucking ran from that? Yeah, but Rich and Keegan are the models that I'm going to. Here's something I'm going to tell you both to do. Go fuck yourselves. And you know what, Keegan? I think when your wife gets back, have her come visit me because you know what? I'm sure she's gonna be tired after having that many dicks in the African continent.
Hey, Brad, it's Keegan. Brad, we'll talk to you guys when you're at
Now is probably a good time to read the house rules.
One mic on serendipity, please. She's about to remind everyone of the house rules, please.
Number one, no threats of violence. Number two, no doxing. Number three, stay on topic. Number four, keep your shares brief. Number five, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number six, mods may interject when appropriate. Number seven, the N and the K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number eight, don't spam the chat. And number seven includes quotes. Number nine, do not bring drama in here from other rooms. Number 10, English only. Number 11, keep families out of your mouth. And number 12, no speaking while eating. There we go.
So I just want to say something that's really interesting. Like John, he's awesome. He's an incredibly intelligent dude, and whether or not it's a joke, it's interesting how irritable he's making everyone who thinks it's a joke. He doesn't sound irritable at all. He doesn't sound over dramatic, over erratic. He sounds pretty intelligent. So it's kind of interesting. John.
Hey, real quick question, John, if you're there. Are you able to post a picture of you in your ceremonial Citadel fucking uniform? The one that you all wear for graduation? Thank you very much.
Hey, John, can you please tell us what the meaning of psycholinguistics is?
So, dude, your idea of intelligent is when I asked him why he's recording all these rooms, you know, hypothetically, that if he was asked that in a debate, his response was, well, I'm saving, you know, people money and time, taxpayers' money. That gives intelligence to you.
Guys, recording our outrage and our reactions and our non-union performers. Don't we get it yet? Haven't we figured this out? At least that's what I'm going on. John, again, no disrespect. As far as I'm concerned, you are legitimately running an honest campaign. But again, just to reiterate, I would not be mad nor shocked if we find out a year from now it was all one big trolling documentary social experiment.
I don't care. You know, it's all about money. I disagree.
Just for the record, I'm union. That's right.
Sorry, Tom, that was my bad. What did you say?
Nice to it's just work. I'm union.
Yeah, Todd's the one legitimate true real actor on this stage, so I have to remind myself that he is legitimate. The rest of us are just unknowingly reality co-stars in John's wonderful experiment that he's conducting here on Cloud House.
Hey, John, I have a real quick question. Nothing takes away from his intelligence, right? Nothing anybody said takes away from his intelligence.
Dude, I'm gonna drop bombs real quick. Hey, John, could you please just click on my PTR or pull to refresh? Click on my image and tell me what that is a picture of.
That's me with General Grinnells of the U.S. Army, graduating the Citadel and getting my diploma as a regimental major. Hooah!
Oh, shit!
John, how much money do you raise specifically from Clubhouse?
Worth $510.
$910, okay.
That's the only thing that bugs me, John, because it's some good money and I don't get it.
Gotta start somewhere, Time Monk. You know, one step forward becomes a billion steps. The acorn becomes the tree. The micro becomes the macro. Where is your faith? All I hear are complainers.
What's your goal?
How do you, one might, I think one might think he's talking about your intelligence, $900. Come on.
Well, let me make another demonstration of intelligence and go back to meditating silently for the next 10 minutes.
John, for the living, or you just retired? Just
I'm sorry, I'm campaigning for Congress right now. I gotta take a call with a campaign manager. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Way earlier in the day, I don't know if it was actually military or not, if he was discharged for being retarded. I just know that right now he used that photo before, 2 years ago, and tried to scam people and said he was like some sort of SEAL team sniper on me.
And fucking with you guys.
I don't even party.
So, like, figured out, you guys parade and harangue him, and he's like, yeah, I'm the best SEAL ever. I'm fucking Kitover. He's like, oh, you're a $1,000.
Water bar for 4 years is what he said. That's
That's not what I said.
And his things at graduation keep changing. He was an enlisted man for 20 years, and then he all of a sudden became an officer for 4. So again, his story keeps evolving. And someone valor is actually claiming to be more than what you are. So that, and then you solicit funds. So if you say you're a SEAL, and you're not really a SEAL, then SEAL, stolen valor, rich. I know some pussy like you. Thinking somehow you get it. I get EVP warriors like you that want to go ahead and side with fucking crazy retards like Edmund here. That's fucking weird. But I'm telling you right now, it's still stolen valor. Maybe it's just troll. Maybe it's troll. I think maybe the biggest troll. Him and Roger are doing a troll for some reason. I'm telling my Republicans, except for Rich and all the others and Keegan, please, Keegan, get what little food stamp money you guys have. I know you're the type that goes out there and pours 2 liters of sodas in the parking lot and then returns it for cash. Take all that money and give it to Edmund. The rest of you don't donate to this campaign.
It still stands. He's not getting irritable or over dramatic, and regardless if he's running or not, he's pretty intelligent. Yeah, in fact, you're the one who's getting irritable and over dramatic.
What happened?
24 hours straight, and by our policy, we're not supposed to work more than 15 hours. Even though I was doing a little bit of fucking extra work for the fucking boss, he fucking busted me to corporate and said, well, I never fucking told him that he could work 24 hours, even though it was one of those wink, wink, hey, we gotta get shit done, gotta get these fucking cranes moved. So I went ahead and took it upon myself to fucking do what I knew he was insinuating. And when shit rolls downhill, and corporate starts asking your fucking branch manager, hey, why is this guy working 24 fucking hours straight? He's not allowed to do that. And he goes, well, I didn't tell him he could do that. Even though everybody does.
So again, what you just heard was literally Rich admitting to scamming the welfare system. That's
Might as well. Everybody else fucking seems to die.
Exactly. Like, I took fucking extra fucking help from the government.
I think like
But I also expressed that I was taking care of my dying fucking parents for the entire fucking year.
Are you guys having a fight? Are you guys having a fight?
Hold on one second. I think Serendipity was trying to speak. Serendipity, was that you making my mind? I heard you. Okay, hold on. Fellas, John, can we give some space to the female voice for a second? Uninterrupted. Go ahead, Bima.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Yeah, I think like what I'm gathering, and why I think this is more of like a symbolic campaign. You know, do you guys remember the guy who ran for president like with the boot over his head? We've seen people do this. What was it? Vermin Supreme, right? He ran for president, and the other guy,
There was a kid in Iowa in 2016 who ran under the note to dare these nuts.
Right. Well, they're right. So there was Vermin Supreme. He was big in the political. You know, he took this boot, put it over his head. He wanted to. You know, he had like this absurdist humor edge, and it was to just draw attention to obviously the things that he wanted to. And then the right next to Junior High Party, you guys remember that? Jimmy McMillan, the guy who ran for governor and mayor a bunch of times, and he just ended with a "Red's too damn high." You guys remember, right? So we've seen, and I mean, like there are countless other. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, like even Ralph Nader back in the day, he knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew that when he ran for like I don't know, like maybe 10, maybe about 12 years out of a period of over 12 years, he was running, and he knew that he was never going to get elected. And the idea was that they asked him like all the time, like, well, you know, you're not. The point is to draw attention, to put pressure, draw awareness, and stuff like that. And I think that that's what he's doing. And I gotta be honest, I think it's a great cause because, yeah, it's our financial system, and we are in stage 6 of the end of our debt cycle, according to Ray Dalio, the end of a fiat currency if we continue to spend. So I think that spend unaccountable, you know, whatever, the way that we're going. So I think and I appreciate, I think everybody should support John. I think maybe John could get a little bit more transparent about this for us so we can understand exactly what's happening and be a part of it, right? Because I also am not convinced right now that it's like a serious thing, but I still think that it's serious in the realm of awareness. And I mean, like potentially this could make national news. I think that's probably much more of what he's looking to do.
And they could make national news, but you're right. It is a scam.
I mean, Vermin Supreme made it. Red Junior High made it. Joan Jett Black, remember that? Who ran for mayor of the LGBT, the queer, right? I mean, like, yeah. I mean, there's
It's funny. It's funny, and John is funny. And when he easily irritates people, it's funny. Because it's not him who's getting all wound up, it's everyone else. And it really doesn't matter if he's running or not, because it's not him getting wound up, it's everyone else. And it's absolutely, well, it's absolutely
I agree, Rob. Couldn't agree more. The joke's on him. That's the gag.
It might be. That'd be true.
I'm still finding it hard to believe that people would actually donate money to this guy.
that again is not the point.
is funny.
And yes, if anyone's donating your money, they're either way too rich and don't know how to spend their money.
I'm making a point. I'm saying that I find it hard to believe and understand that people would actually donate money to this guy.
There's a guy on YouTube who wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around his fucking neck, covered in fucking chocolate sauce, and sits there and goes, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy. If people fucking donate that money, you think that's wild? Like, people donate money to all kinds of fucking weird, stupid shit.
Did you give money to that guy?
No, I didn't give any money to John. I wouldn't give any money to John because you will never know if John is trolling or if he's being genuine.
He's true.
If I genuinely believe that John was trying to run for Congress, then I'd probably donate some money.
I'm sure Rowan money under a false narrative is crazy. I'm sure Rowan gives money to Amla.
Hang on. Sean, did you notice the mouse?
Yeah, I did, but
North American Man Boy Love Association. It's old dudes that want to fuck kids.
Alright,
It's a fetish.
It's not pretty. It's not pretty pick.
No, I wasn't saying that's what it's
Bro, my apologies, bro. I didn't know you had a green beat. My apologies, bro. Sorry.
So I'm just gonna ask John some questions. John, what is the filing fee in Illinois for the district you want to get? For the charter?
$0.
So you just need signatures. It literally done at any given private lands.
Correct. It's about 600 signatures.
600 signatures. Okay. And when people donate to you, is that money going into your private bank account?
No, of course not. It's going into the campaign account under an EIN, and I've got a bank letter, and it's all set up with antidote if you want to donate right now. But I'm finished. Any questions for now? I want to bask in my military glory and victory of making Brad eat his Irish potato stuffings and shepherd's pie. You hear that, Brad? I hope you have a nice shepherd's pie tonight, Brad. Look at the PTR. Service connected, disabled veteran. Look at the second lieutenant ID card, Brad. I hope you eat your shepherd's pie, Brad. Eat that shepherd's pie. You got some shepherd's pie on you, Brad.
Hi, Brad. I think you got me, Brad. I think you got me. I think he's the type of guy.
Type of guy that play around with them and just like walk around and
Bro, I told you there's a YouTube guy that does that. He wears some fucking toilet seat around saying, you can donate $20 right now, Brad. And he sits and yells at the camera, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy.
okay, you done there, little buddy?
Donate $20.
I think we just need to move Rich now.
Yeah, I think we need to start a new discussion, and I think the new discussion should be the most effective ways to manage mental health in this hyper-connected world that we're living in. I was trying to create a poll, but it wouldn't let me create the poll. Serendipity, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I was trying to create a poll so you can help me out.
I will say this, when you have idiots that can say that everything goes better all day long, and again, he has 20 fucking phones in front of him, and spends his days on Clubhouse, and
Pause. It's not 20 times. He has over 50.
no, I'm sorry, over 50 phones.
Exactly.
50 phones, over it spends his days since we've known him, and he's just been a retarded idiot. I don't know if he really served. He keeps changing his dates. He keeps changing his ranks. He keeps changing his story. All I'm saying is, most guys would have said they served. This guy's more of an idiot. I don't know. He could have taken somebody's ID and made it his own. I don't trust anybody because we've had that. Like someone said, we had a woman fake cancer. We had a woman faking her son getting kidnapped. And to the point where I almost went out to go looking for him to cut side because he was missing. So that was their whole and extent there. And I'm gonna tell you something. I I've never asked a dime from anybody on the set, and I'm telling you right now, you give your money. I gave you the warning. I would not give it to John. I would certainly not give it to Edmund at all. You guys are fucking idiots. And you just heard the other idiot that's backing you up saying, yeah, so what? I scammed the welfare system. Fucking great. You're bitching about tax dollars, which is emblematic of that fucking.
I got a tax return and I brought home $249 between Uber and my crank job too. So just you're welcome. Donald Trump said it best. Take advantage of the tax system. It's built for us.
Brad, would you donate $20 so I can get some partying powder, you know, for my birthday? It'd be a good time. I'm being upfront.
On the stage as a female, he used to have a female PTR. How many people did that?
Yeah, we all remember that.
That's interesting. On one hand, for Congress, there's a lot of things that are pretty messy there.
Real quick question: is a second lieutenant is that a lieutenant or is that an officer?
That's an officer. That's called an officer. A second lieutenant with gold butter bars is called an officer and a gentleman.
Is it a second lieutenant when you first go in as an officer?
That's correct. I was the lowest ranking officer there. But you know what? I'm so tired of answering these one-off questions. I'm going to go back to my positive mojo vibration and keep meditating for another 10 minutes.
I mean, did you hear Marie said that he got injured in that
Sorry, I'm on the staff. Yeah, you have to take it back on.
John, before you do, because of your experience with linguistics and interrogation, can you explain to us what the word psycholinguistics means?
I think maybe you might be better at telling us what psycholinguistics means. Please proceed, Juicy.
Well, it's very interesting how people speak actually can say a lot about them. And this is really, really interesting. So, based off of a person's lexicon and semantic comprehension and how they speak with tone, cadence, rhythm, it shows a lot about their personality and a lot about how they're
pitch, cadence, pitch voice.
Okay, let's just have one mic.
I mean, like, that shows a lot about you. That shows a lot about you and how you habitually think, actually, with your comments that you say on a regular basis.
That's all you want.
Hold on, we haven't. So wait a minute, because a lot of us in here are mental, and I say that respectfully. We have a new poll up. This Clubhouse draw a type. Everybody please vote and be honest. Some of y'all need to select that first option. Yes, we are all mental. I know I am. Okay.
Don, use all your accounts to vote. You know where you're gonna vote.
All right, so let's take some time and acknowledge the poll. Acknowledge the poll. Insert the narcissist. Yeah, let's kind of shift the conversation a little bit. We can get off John's got just momentarily, fellas, and let's get this possible.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck all of you guys. Y'all suck my fucking dick, and all the men here are a bunch of sodomites. Eat a fucking.
Well, can we all excuse Debbie just for a second? Okay, he has had his medication for the last couple of days. We need to be able to understand it and appreciate there are people with mental illnesses. And just have grace for that, okay?
Go back to teabagging little boys' bicycles.
So it doesn't need to be a mental illness. It just can be that he's overly perverted and he never gets laid.
Let me ask some of y'all a question. Some of the guys on here like Spar Daily. How do you decide when it's time to take a break from Clubhouse or social media altogether? I mean, are there any signs you notice in the deterioration of your mental health or how you respond or react to people on this app? When do you know it's time to kind of log out of Clubhouse and not log back in for a hot minute?
Yeah, you know, that question, right? When it is this supported, bottom line, the bottom line is like, bottom line is, to take care of your kids, the bottom line, your career is to straight to the roof. And when you come on Clubhouse, it's not supporting that, that's when it's time to check.
We're not triggered by little things.
My bottom line is to give everybody hell. That's all it is.
My check is usually like when Kyle's mother wants to kiss me off goodnight or good day, and then I have to leave change on the counter so he can go ahead and get his milk donuts for his lunch money. So, you know, that's when I realized, like, hey, maybe I need to take a break.
Wait, who was
How do you see the same joke?
The one that came up and said, dude, it has the lisp and he talks in a very flower voice and, you know, he misses his dad.
Brad, by the time this app burns to the ground, you will have ran through everybody's wife and mom. And I hope that we get a document. I doubt you're serious about that too. Brad's, the adventures of Brad's penis, respectfully.
If anybody else ever feels that Brad likes to project a lot.
Yeah, Brad definitely watches a lot of like porn, for sure.
Right, he's been up, so he can do whatever he wants with his dick. You guys do what you're
We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. That's triggering.
Brad's
I didn't do it.
He said he's beautiful, wasn't he?
Yeah, he didn't say anything. That's why he didn't say anything this morning. It's barely saying this morning that Brad killed his wife. He did say Brad this morning. Brad killed his wife.
We're not going to, yeah, Keegan said that, we're not going to rehash that though, because Brad doesn't need it, nobody needs it, we just don't need to rehash that.
It's talking about someone who's respecting him. That's a word of Keegan. Where isn't Keegan?
Just answer the question, 9. Where's Keegan on stage?
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to add him.
I want to welcome Ann to the stage. Hi, Ann. We had a great room. The education room today was really, really wonderful. Thank you for opening up that space. It got a little spicy towards the end, Ann. So when we go back and listen to the replay, it got a little spicy, but we tried to reel it back in. It got a little off topic. But overall, I hope, you know, I know you had to leave early. I hope you're proud of the overall discussion. Thank you, Anson. And I don't know if there's a room for tomorrow, Anson, that you want to plug, and the topic you want to plug, and what time, and the name of the house. But can we show some grace and silence for Anson for a moment, please, gentlemen? Anson, the mic is yours. If you'd like to speak.
Well, I listened to the replay. Holy shit.
Don't fucking cuss in here.
Right. I already apologized to the old XJ yesterday for chiding him on that. But I mean, you know, it got a little spicy. You're absolutely right, Wyatt. I'm sure I could have made better in trying to get back on topic. But anyway, I hope it was a good room for those who participated. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't learn something a little bit more concrete and reach some kind of consensus about something. But that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. So we'll keep on trucking. I have no idea what the room will be tomorrow. I'll message Roger to give him a suggestion or something. Probably early tomorrow. So see you guys around the block.
Who was that? Time out. Go ahead, time out.
You did a great job, Anson, because when you're doing room, when you're moderating, it keeps it above ground and mature. I guess when you left, I don't know.
Roger.
It just went south.
Yeah, I think that we didn't get a chance to talk about one thing I wanted to touch on was the failing, you know, the ethic, this kind of ethical dilemma that many teachers are facing now, where they have to pass failing students, which really bothers me, and I was hoping we could touch on that. But maybe if we talk about this topic in the future, I'd like to get answers, maybe some of the educators' opinions and thoughts on why the public school system feels compelled to pass these dummies when they can't read and write at grade level. Everybody gets a passing grade. They don't want to fail anybody. So yeah, I hate that we didn't get to that, but maybe next time. Thank you, Anson.
that's really racist. Why would you want to do that?
Yeah, that's it. Just say nobody said it. P.P. Herman. Yeah, P.P. Herman.
He just likes to troll, so answer with caution, sir. Approach with caution.
No, I mean, it seems like, I believe it was Oregon and Washington, and I think even California, the same path is racist, and so, they have to change some stuff there, and
Do you find it ironic that
oh my God, can I fucking finish? But, and then, they did talk about the disparate outcomes between different groups of people, and so they want to create, I don't know, equality of outcomes or some stupid shit, and so if, like, one group is, like, doing really poorly versus another group, that's a sign of inequality, and it must be addressed.
Is that like is that got a lot of steam? That's kind of the past, isn't it?
No, Washington, California, and Oregon. And you can look it up, dude. I'm not this shit.
I'm just saying. Have we moved past that already?
No.
I don't know if Nancy wants to deal with that. Yeah, that's first.
Hey, Anson, if you look through the pictures, the images, the PTRs, can you tell me if you think that's a legit crack bar?
I'm sorry, it's not legit. What?
Oh, common access bar, crack bar.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Is there something wrong with my PTR?
No, don't worry about it. Always up.
We're talking about what had the most votes in the poll. There was something else. Everybody was agreeing that the education system, K through 12, we need something else. And you were saying something. People have to be specific in what that something else is. And I'm an actor. I'm a martial artist. When I was a kid, I dealt with a lot of tough things, everything from abuse to all that bullying stuff that got me into martial arts real deep. And I think sports and things like this, art and things like that, are really valuable for young people. But what I was alluding to, that I'm going to have in October a 2-day retreat with cops and principals, is Dr. Joji's work that talks about the science of behavior, the science of the mind, and it'll be a different approach fundamentally on how we're approaching kids, the way they think, and how to educate them about the mind. I don't know if that's been in the education system, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, these kind of things. Do you know?
I think it's been in the education system as long as we've had an education system whose goal is to improve the way people think.
Right, but I mean, when I was in school, I never had a class that focused on that at all. I don't even remember it coming up when I was a kid.
My retort to that is, once you learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic, then you might be able to have reasonable discussions along those lines. But my point is that we continue to fail to teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic, so it's hopeless to be able to engage in the higher level subjects.
And why is it that they're not having that happen? What's in the way? Why is it lost focus?
I don't mean to dominate this room in any way, nor.
No, please.
But I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back to my fundamental point, Derek, that rigor and accountability. The reason we don't teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic to a level of competency is because we lack rigor and accountability in doing it. And if somebody calls that racist, then I tend to strongly disagree.
Oh, I don't think that's who makes those decisions.
is competent in terms of reading,
No,
writing?
what is competent to make sure that the standards around that is high. Who keeps that standard reading or math, these kind of things?
Well, that's a tricky question. If the government is running the schools, which other than private schools they do, they're the ones providing the funding. So what you're really asking is who sets the standards? And my answer, I guess, is governmental authority through school boards, elected officials, superintendents, principals, and teachers. But we've got to have good, strong standards, and I think we sadly lacking in those good, strong standards. And ultimately, if it's a public government-funded school system, then the government has to have the courage to both set good standards, high standards, and hold people accountable to achieving those standards.
Okay, thanks for answering my question. How about martial arts or some? Because I would have liked to have martial arts when I had it outside the school, but that would have been something I would have liked in the school as well. What do you think? Not obviously not for violence, but self-defense and discipline and camaraderie, working together, these kind of things. What do you think about having it in the school system?
I didn't come in here I'm glad to engage in this discussion, don't get me wrong, but I've already probably bloviated too much in my own room. The last thing I want to do is bloviate in here and piss everybody off. So I'm here to, I just sort of dropped in to say, oh my God, the wheels went off the room. I mean, but
they were still off the room. They were still in. It came into this room.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll engage in a conversation, but I don't think that, my companion is already pissed off at me because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse.
This was a room full of violence.
Making death threats, and he's doing libel and slander. Please go to John Kitover Instagram. I put the link in the chat. The campaign lawyer is preparing to file libel and slander charges against you, Brad. I'm sorry, but it's all on the Instagram.
Why don't you eat a bag of dicks, and why don't you clean the piss stains off of your underwear?
We at least, listen, we have, and I say this respectfully, a very highly intelligent, articulate elder in the state who we should show just a little bit of respect, right, with the language. And I don't want to police anybody's language. I know this is the month, we get fired up, and that's cool. Anson, I appreciate you coming into this space to just, because before you came in here, it was violent. It was insane. You provided, with your submission, just a brief moment where we all could just kind of breathe. There was no name calling, no insults, no threats of violence. So I for one appreciate you, Anson, just being, you weren't even aware that you came into this room at a time when it was heated and you kind of tempered things and cooled things down. So I appreciate that, guys. And while Anson's on the stage, I know I'm not, can we just be cool? Like, let's not talk about dicks and all this other stuff for a minute. Just for a hot minute. Can we just show some respect for our elder on the stage? Maybe I'm old school and old fashioned, and y'all can curse me out if you want to, because I'm putting out my
I assure you, Nye, and the rest of the room, if you look at my profile, I can get down and dirty, and I have done that for many, and I can cuss like a sailor and multiply it times 10. So, been there, done that. I know how to handle myself in those kinds of situations, and go ahead, let her rip. I'm going to bow out and make peace in my own home because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse now. But thanks for your compliment, and we'll see all of you around on Clubhouse.
love and respect our veterans here in this room.
Unlike some people. Okay, y'all can go back to acting like wildlings now, but make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote in the poll.
See how that's done?
And I love this fantastic group of wildlings. I call y'all wildlings respectfully. I'm a wildling too. We're all wildlings.
Is this the only room you've probably been in where it's mostly white people trash talking like a bunch of animals?
I don't think the conspiracy theory rooms that she goes in is filled with like white women.
No, I said like where white people are trashing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Pepe. This is the only room that I go into where there's major white-on-white violence.
It's one of the only this is like I think the white people on this app largely are in kind of will frequent the rooms as each other, and a lot of people here obviously they know each other, and there's drama and people are drawn to that and they trash talk.
Also, let me just say something. I don't want to make this about me, but I feel like I need to address this while there are folks in the room, okay? Speaking of white-on-white violence, and I'm not trying to bring up old memories, and I know one of the rules of the house is you don't bring up drama from another house. And I'm just going to touch on this momentarily while our fearless leader is away, Mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I learned a lesson. Stay out of white folks' drama, stay out of this white-on-white violence. I called myself, because I got a lot of shit in the back end. I got a lot of shit yesterday when Keegan asked me to co-mod his space, and because he thought I would be a neutral mediator, moderator. And I thought, sure, I have no dog in this fight between Brad and Keegan. Little did I know, I could not have expected the aftermath would have been the way it turned out. So, and folks thought that it was my house, that I opened up that house. I did not. It's not my house. Folks thought that I created that title. I did not. Folks thought that I was picking sides. I was not. And I received numerous back channels and phone calls about, your account's going to get clipped. You're going to do this. You need to not. Why are you in it? And I didn't think about it in the moment because I thought I'm just going to be a neutral moderator. So for anybody in the room now who was in that room yesterday and you were probably wondering the same thing, hear it from my mouth now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I will never get involved in this shit again because I didn't think I was going to catch the heat that I caught in the aftermath. I thought I was just being, cooler than the other side of a pillow by helping mod that space. So,
you didn't do anything.
The travel's flaring right now.
But I would say that you didn't do anything wrong. First of all, one of the things that I saw it happening even in the chat of the room we were in, people were trying to redirect people to other rooms, and that is very common for them, for them to say like, oh, I wouldn't be moderating there, just to basically get you out of the space and into their room, because you didn't say anything. I would say you weren't familiar with some of the people that came in. Like Cray did come in, and I was just like, oh shit, she doesn't know him. He will drag people. He had a room earlier, like 300 people in it, dragging somebody.
Hold on. I don't know who Lane is, but hold your blocks. Goodbye, remove.
Wait, was it like Wesley and Prashant in the room or something, or what was going on?
No. It was basically just Keegan and whatever stupid drama with. I was remaining impartial. I didn't even speak.
Hold on. BB's saying she's making it about herself again, y'all. I don't know if that's about me, but I rarely make these spaces about me, BB. So if that comment is to me,
ignore BB. She's drunk 24/7, 365.
Oh, a drunk?
Yeah, she's a British Persian lady who's always drunk all the time.
All she does, I let her, she's a feature in my rooms, I let her talk shit. She calls me how I'm stupid, I'm gay, I'm all of this stuff, and I don't even...
Pee-pee, are you the faggot, pee-pee?
Yeah, she will fuck your stage up, you let her up, but
bring her up.
She can fuck up my chat room, I don't care. But she talks shit to everybody.
Bring her up. If you claiming she's a drunk hoe, we're not going to deal with
No, you gotta bring her up just to hear what she sounds like. It's fucking hysterical.
No.
It's like Foster Brooks. Remember Foster Brooks? He's like, what are you talking about? That's BB.
Oh, fuck you, Pepe. You know what you're talking about.
Fuck you, Pepe. Motherfucker, you fucking...
BB, despite how she sounds, I saw a picture of her
her. She's actually pretty, which I was not expecting. I was expecting her to look like
Sarah's the same way. Sarah's an attractive girl. She's just fucking crazy. I think it's because they're Persian.
If she doesn't like when I speak, she can always not be in here when I'm here. You know, you have options. What's up,
She's Persian. She's a hater.
Oh,
Dude, she's somebody you just everybody ignores her.
She probably hates all black people, so.
Well, maybe hates everybody.
Oh no, she loves the blacks. In that way, you know what I mean? That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
Anyways, hey MG, what's up, boo? One of the most beautiful women on this app. Okay, so take the poll. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Certainly in this room. I always tell
God damn it, why are you moderating so much? No, everybody came here to fight.
Well, the ladies, this is the mug. We moderate the vaginas. That's Roger's house rule. Certain vaginas, at least. I mean, I don't make these decisions. You know, if I was moderating the vaginas, I would have